Alright, last time we opened with Clive returning to Area 51 with a katana and a cattle prod as well as a plan. Scar was there hard at work trying to perfect the roofie weapons when Clive told him their devious plot for later in the day. Meanwhile, the former members of Alpha 9, the adults of the group, went to Agent R's funeral. At the very edges of the funeral grounds were Memory Ann, Carter, Ricky Soul, and Colt. After everyone had left, the kids went up and paid their respects at the grave as well. The adults of the squad, as well as Benny and Elizabeth, were out at Sam's favorite coffee place having a good time. They also got to see Mad Max the Mandalorian come looking for Carter. Benny was proudly showing off his new rifle. The Rainfall Elders had a good day out together. They went to the beach house and watched Big Trouble in Little China, as well as to the ice skating rink. Suletta continuing to drink large amounts, and Jace being naughty and sneaking a few drinks that didn't go well for him. All the kids eventually converged at the kill house, where they were called to the offices on Gateway and told they were to go to the teleporter nexus. Once they were told to turn them off. Once there, they found out they had missed it by only a couple hours. Frustrated, they rushed home to see the boxing match. Speaking of which, the press conference for it went to shit. The unit got into Fwedwick's head so much that he was ready to kill them there and needed multiple people to hold him back. Once the time for the match came, the kids barely made it to see a farce. The unit cheated horribly, turning it into a pseudo-pro wrestling match while Frederick stayed boxing. They nearly won, but a sidestep of a sweet unit music led to Scar being knocked out in the first, before Fwedwick finished them both in the second. They celebrated, and he was quite happy. After that, we flash forward a bit, and the Rainfalls were having a nice day at home. They were having Lorelei over that day, and everyone was hard at work. Meanwhile, at Carter and Memory Ann's house, they had a nice time with Soul, Colt, and Rebecca. They decided they had to go to the store and pick stuff up. While they were there, they were beset upon by an ambush created by the unit. Clive attacked him in an old lady outfit disguised as an old lady with a katana. After a decent amount of destruction, Carter and Soul were able to put Clive and Scar out of commission. Hunk and Davine, as well as some of the grown kids, went to investigate Samuel and see where the unit gets their equipment. They say GL, but they didn't believe it. GL was revealed to be the farthest Dick's Sporting Goods from Rainfall Lane on Earth. Samuel was buying paintballs and equipment there. Speaking of GL, her and Sylar arrived and had a wonderful time sitting and eating with the family. Benny and Elizabeth pulled Sylar to the side, and he agreed to help them find a Master Yen card. The rest of the day went pretty well, but before we could end, we saw Scar had perfected an aerialized version of the roofies at Area 51. He just needed a delivery system, and Clive laid out his plans for a specific missile. And that, I believe, is everything.
Yep, cold, rainy morning on Anova. Colt stoking a very small fire that's struggling to keep lit in this rainstorm as Laz, Oz, Sam, and JJ stay under the ship for cover. Sam sipping a cup of coffee, Oz making coffee from a grounder he has and a propane stove, so only a few coffees out and about right now among the group. Sam types on her wrist computer and lets out a very frustrated, almost shrill.
JJ reaches over and puts an arm around her. Yeah, no, this pretty much blows, honestly.
It's not that, it's this. She holds up her wrist computer. Jace calling her for the 5th time.
He looks at her, gives her like it looks like he's trying to smolder, but being a 3-year-old, he can't really smolder at this point. He's trying to smolder for her, and then he shoots his arm out and sticks it right in front of his face.
Go away! Slams her wrist computer hanging up on Oz. Oh my god.
I'm so sorry, Samantha, I really am. Laz putting her hands onto Sam's shoulders.
They should have never given Thomas a wrist computer.
I don't know. Do you know the reasoning behind that? Because I'm not sure I do.
He's a lot smarter than he looks. And he handing Memory Ann the coffee, taking a sip.
I guess so. Critter just shrugs as Soul looks up at the rain, puts her hand up, and sort of like does a little swirling motion, and she's gonna cast Gust upwards to try and make like a little umbrella for the squad under the fire.
It works. Colt nodding his head. Nice one. Stoking the fire.
And she looks over at him and winks. Thank you very much, honey.
He'll hand her the cup of coffee.
Yeah.
She'll take the coffee in the free hand and start drinking it.
Yeah, it's much nicer than being in the rain. I cannot wait for that door to open, because this is miserable.
How many times has he called you Samantha? That's like 6, and I'm getting so sick of it.
That kid's smitten.
Yeah, no, he is. Ricky, have you seen him? Like, look at me, JJ pointing at Ricky. Like, wait, whenever I have just doing this, he puts his arm around Sam's waist. He'll look at me like I'm murdering her, or like trying to put her on a sacrificial altar or something like that.
You guys remember that way that country bitch used to look at me before she screamed?
Yeah, Benny nodding.
He kinda looks at JJ the same way, doesn't he?
Oh my fucking god. I'm calling her again!
And Jace leans forward. It looks like he has a worried look on his face, and then he points at JJ and then at Samantha and does like a questioning eyebrow raise to her.
Thomas has had enough.
Thomas, Sam sees Thomas walk up and just straight up punch Jace in the face, and he knocks him out.
Big smile on Sam's face. Good job, Thomas. Winking at.
Thomas gives her a salute, a little bow, and then he'll give her a thumbs up and hang up the call for her.
God, he's so fucking annoying.
It's a good punch from Thomas, though.
JJ laughing. At least we know we'll have my little nephew there to take care of Jace just in case something comes up, love.
Should beat him with the bat.
Laz, hand on Oz's shoulder, nodding. I think you should. I really think you should.
Well, Granddad won't let me.
No, he won't. One of these days he's gonna let us, though. He's gonna see that's exactly what Jace needs.
Or, stoking the fire, putting his arm around Soul, get Thomas a small bat.
Elizabeth perks up a bit. You know, that might not be a bad idea, but there is the whole thing of, Granddad could just theoretically pick him up and stuff, but Thomas does have those little shadow clones all around, and he could use those shadow clones to hit him with a bat.
You should get
Order us a child's aluminum bat.
Laz immediately pulls up her computer and starts ordering one.
Damn, I was gonna say get him one of those little hollow plastic ones so it goes thunk anytime it hits him.
I don't know. I think Jace needs something more, shrugging with the coffee, handing it to Carter. Heavier?
He's a dumb kid. I mean, we don't gotta kill him yet.
Very dumb.
Extremely dumb, and trust me, it's much more intelligent to get the dumbness out of the way early on, rather than have it staggered out throughout your life.
Normally I don't mind, Sam shrugging. Normally I don't mind. It's just early in the fucking morning and I don't want to deal with him.
No, that's fine. I'm not trying to tell you how to parent him. I'm just saying it's a dumb childhood crush. I mean, didn't you used to stare at Memory Ann and hang off her the same way?
He definitely did, from what I hear, Sam nodding.
You are correct. I did used to do that, but here's the difference, Ricky. She points to Samantha. About 20 years older than Jace.
I actually like the attention from Carter most of the time. Shrugging.
That too.
I don't like it at all. Looking over at Memory Ann.
See, Ricky? There's big difference between like Memory Ann and Samantha when it comes to the kids hanging off of her thing.
I want my own kid, not Chase.
That's fair. I'm not saying you shouldn't correct it. I'm just saying maybe a couple steps before you get to beating him with a bat. At least an aluminum one.
He hangs all over me all the time. And it's too fucking early to deal with him. He's like a woman. Oh, yes, he is.
How? Here's a good question. How is he even up like this early? It's like he checks his wrist computer. It's about like 6 a.m., right?
Yeah, maybe 7.
It's like 6 to 7 on Earth. How is he even up at this point? He's 3 years old and he looks like he's had a cup of coffee, a plate of eggs, and he's ready for the goddamn day.
Rising early with Grandma and Grandpa.
Just to call his girl and try to impress her with the hand in front of the face as Carter sips his coffee.
Memory and typing on our wrist computer. It's time. Father sent me another letter from the front. Then he claps loudly. Colt lightly claps, tries to hide the fact he's clapping, using Ricky's body to obscure his clapping. Memory Ann pulls up the letter.
Dearest daughter, I dare say the tide has turned. The unit secured another victory in the land of Oak. We found light in an otherwise black hole. What is more, Sergeant Scar proved himself the greatest sniper among all those who battle. My smile is wide. I love you, Clive.
Memory Ann shaking her head. Well, there's Father in his sneaking. The land of Oak.
Where's the land of Oak exactly?
I have no idea.
Is that like just the forest outside Area 51?
Soul continuing the spell. Oakland.
Oakland?
The city?
Yeah, the land of Oak. Oakland.
What the
How
fuck?
are they doing there?
Yeah, her.
I don't know what they're doing in Oakland. Soul shrugs. What's Fort Bragg doing on the lane?
Is that,
Or
where,
Groom Lake?
is that where they're finding the bridge to bury Scar under?
Maybe. Benny nodding his head. Bury me under a bridge, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. You know, if he ever does go back to being normal, and, God forbid, I don't hope it happens, he somehow does pass or something like that, we should bury him under a bridge and explain it to no one.
Benny, I'm sure Pequod would build a bridge on the lane if that's really what he wants.
Carter nods. Okay, I think at this point in his life that is what he wants. By the way, he points to the picture. Isn't that just Clive on Snake's face? Solid Snake's body?
Yeah, it is. As the picture closed, it most definitely is.
You know, I thought it was Ranger gear at first, but no, that's from the video games.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, they're continuing to try to get us to do a unit gear solid.
We're not doing it.
No, we are not, because not only do I think it would be a pretty, bad video game, but also Pequod told us not to make those games. Well, the family as a whole did.
Okay,
Sam laughing.
out of curiosity. He's gonna be Snake, of course. Who is Scar gonna be?
I have no idea. Some, Otacon?
Elizabeth nods. My best bet would be Otacon. He only sent us like 2 pictures. One at him as Solid Snake and Cot as Grey Fox, and that one that you guys just saw.
Jeff, has anybody looked at Uncle Scar's LinkedIn page?
Oh no, what is it?
Oh, he just has a list of all his degrees from Xavier University, and this is his photo. Oh, nice to see his Leogan hair doesn't cover his neck or his ears or his normal person hair, and he's in a suit and tie.
And you can even see his normal person ear. Well, honestly, is that a normal person ear?
I think so. Yeah, squinting up at the photo.
He just
Sam,
laughed.
he's got over 1 million. He's got over 1 million likes on his LinkedIn.
JJ's starting to laugh. And how many degrees does he have, love?
Over 84.
Over 84 from Xavier University. The most accomplished Leogan to ever go to Xavier University, to my knowledge at least.
All black university.
Carter chuckling. Oh well, according to him, it's an all Leogan University, Sam.
My people!
Elizabeth is starting to laugh.
I really hope he doesn't try to go to some Xavier University reunion.
Oh, what do you mean? He gave a lecture there Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday morning. Him and father went and they gave a lecture. His mother sat in the background and she drank.
Laz leans over. Oh God, how did that go?
He mostly shit talked to you the whole time.
Me?
Yes.
Right, because I'm the. He shit talked me because I only have 1 degree as opposed to his 84 degrees that he has.
Saying you could never graduate from such a prestigious university.
She inhales sharply and then exhales. No, I couldn't graduate from that university because it's an all black school, you damn Leogan.
How does that work? Why did they let him? They think it was a comedy sketch.
Carter looks at Colt. Guess what class it was for, Colt?
Biowarfare?
Good guess. Very good guess. It was for drama class.
Ah, that makes sense. Let me have a sip of the coffee.
Soul will hand him the coffee.
It's really good that people are dumb and just assume it's not real.
Well, if you are not part of the family, it's probably pretty funny. But if you have to live with it every day, it's not funny at all. Sad! I'm sad for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be funny if I didn't get to see the effect it had on you guys.
Carter nods. Sad, extremely sad. Also a little bit annoying. Not a little bit, very annoying at times, but, I really can't say much about it since I'm the direct cause of most of it.
Sam, looking over at Carter. So how was your dinner Sunday night then? Oh, it was wonderful. Uncle Scar leapt across the table and tackled Carter because he refused to take the lemonade Uncle Scar had prepared for him.
JJ's eyes widen. And what was Clive doing during all this? Well, you know how in the boxing match, Scar held Fledwick back, and Clive started to do the sweet chin music move. Well, they tried to do the same exact thing to me. It ended up the same exact way. I don't know why they keep on attempting it on people.
I am honestly surprised he can get his leg up that.
It is
I mean-
impressive.
I mean, I can barely do that, and I'm in the goddamn military.
Well, he does have to jump off the ground a little bit.
He does. And I heard you got jumped by him in drag at the store, Carter.
Oh, what a disaster.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Carter shakes his head and closes his eyes. We handled it, though. We handled it. Quite a bit of the store. What was it, like 4 shelves got destroyed along with part of the freezer section?
Handled it.
Exactly. We handled it. It's... Carter chuckles a bit as he clears his throat. It's a non-issue at this point.
Tell that to the store.
I'm sure the store owner got compensated very nicely, in addition to the excess amounts of credits that me and Colt gave the store owner.
Yeah, I threw down like 800 credits, and we probably only spent like 120 of that.
And JJ nods. It probably softened the blow a bit. Pequod, handled everything else, I assume. And Carter nods. Yeah, no, Mom took care of it, thankfully.
Just left Uncle Clive sitting in the freezer hunched over.
Pretty much, yeah. As I was running out, I'm like 80% sure I saw a frozen pizza fall down and land on top of his head.
She puts her hands on her cheeks. The worst part was Carter put him down. We all gathered together. And then he just let out a scream and caught a second wind from out of nowhere and charged at Carter.
Carter nods. While Thomas was nearby, he leans forward. I think he was trying to pierce both me and Thomas at the same time. Don't tell my parents or anyone else that.
He definitely was.
Wait, what do you mean pierce? All I knew was he attacked you.
He had a katana, like a legit katana from Carter's father's collection that's from actual samurai days. Colt pretends like he's holding a katana.
Oh, so he was legit about to kill you.
And he was going toe-to-toe with Carter, looking over at Carter.
Carter looks at Colt. I've said it once before, and I'll continue to say it. It's really weird fighting someone in like a death battle, basically, when you're not allowed to kill your opponent. It's very weird to fight like that.
Admit it, he went toe-to-toe with you for at least 10 seconds.
Carter looks over at Sam and purses his lips. Only 'cause he caught me on my left foot.
Carter knew it was him the whole time. I thought it was just some old woman who was a fan of Carter's from the band.
Well, you said them, so where was Scar?
Sitting behind the butcher's shelf, dressed in an In-N-Out outfit, the burger joint. And he called my wife fat, and then before I could do anything, she took care of it.
Soul looks down at Colt, smiles, and blows him a kiss.
He'll pat his...
She'll sit down on his lap and nuzzle up onto his chin and start kissing it.
Sent him flying back with the cattle prod hitting him in the stomach.
I expect nothing less from the powerhouse of the squad.
Soul chuckles and shrugs. I think it was the funniest thing to use a cattle prod, which, if they were going to attack Carter, or, honestly, me for that matter, the cattle prod would do literally nothing to either of us. She points over to Carter. Electricity magic. She points to herself. Moon Maiden. The prod would have done nothing to either of us.
Round about the time Scar went flying through one of the drywalls, we heard...
And that's when I had to knock the sword out of the way, lest me and my little brother be pierced by a katana, and I had to knock him out, forcing him through another door of the freezer section.
It was incredibly embarrassing.
I really hope they don't get access to legit guns.
They'd probably shoot themselves.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, if they got access to legitimate guns, the way they handle their paintball guns alone actually makes me pretty worried for, well, Krellin and Samuel and Fredwick's health, and Clive and Scar's, but mostly the Stooges.
What the hell's Sam typing on her computer, holding it up to JJ? What the hell's going on with Clive? Did he watch Suletta play Metal Gear Solid? This is his new eTube profile picture, JJ.
JJ pinches the bridge of his nose as he looks at the picture. He does realize that... He shakes his head. He does realize that the bandana is just not on his head completely, right?
Yeah, I don't think he cares. I think Samuel just does these photos and then he's like, "Great job, mate. I remember that time in said unsavory place from the early 2000s here."
The eye patch isn't fully on his head either.
Looks like it's drawn on.
Carter nods. Oh my god, it does. It looks like someone took a black Sharpie and drew a line right there.
It also looks like someone shaved part of the side of his face off.
Charlotte Clive.
I'm Charlotte Clive, trying to defeat... He points over at... JJ points over at Carter. Liquid Clive.
Liquid Clive.
Oh, you sure beat him in the first round, Liquid.
Liquid Clive, more like Liquid Diet. Poor Suletta.
Carter just looks down at his coffee and shakes his head. He hands it over to Memory Ann so she could take a drink of it.
Carter's very broken up about it. I would be too if I helped turn my mother into a fucking alcoholic.
Yep, he points over at Sam. My thought process exactly, Samantha. I look at my mother-in-law, and then I look at, the pina colada or rum and coke or just straight vodka that she's drinking, and it makes me very regretful, trust me.
Or whiskey.
Or whiskey, her namesake, Whiskey Dixiletta.
Lately she's been liking the whiskey. Whiskey neat.
Elizabeth nods. over at Mom and Dad's house, she comes over to eat dinner and all that, and every single time we make dinner for her, we have to make her, in addition to her food, in which she doesn't eat because, the alcohol in her stomach doesn't mix well with the food, she orders herself a neat whiskey, and we have to make it for her.
She's basically all alone in that house. The unit's like never home. Except Sundays when they're there to belittle Carter.
Carter sighs and nods over to Benny, which is another one of the reasons why I say we need to go over every Sunday, because if we're not over there, then she's gonna be alone with the unit, and that's just no good for anyone's mental psyche.
Playing with JJ's chin. Just imagine if somebody beat the fuck out of Carter when he was 15 and told him to call memory.
Carter juts his hands out to Samantha. That would have fucking helped! Most definitely. And JJ nods. I regret every single day that I didn't do just that.
If I was around back then, I would have had your number. Pointing at Carter.
Carter gestures over to Oz. Thank you, Oz. I appreciate that. It would have fixed a lot of problems.
Sure would have. Cracking his neck looking at Carter.
Yeah.
Carter looks around at everyone and puts his hands up. Okay, so I get it. All of you would have beaten me up given the chance. No, I understand. I definitely get it.
I wouldn't have beat you up, Carter. Giving him a thumbs up. That's because you're no better.
Carter clicks his tongue as he looks at Colt and then down at its feet.
Got me there!
I mean, I'm in the same boat. She actually had to kick my ass.
Oh well, you got your ass kicked and learned from it. Besides, you didn't cause... What's Pequod's favorite word? Oh, that would be irreparable harm. Irreparable harm. Looking over at Carter.
Yeah, I did.
Who?
My grandma.
Oh, looks down at her feet.
Laz clicks her tongue. Another term she uses for it is a giant rift in the family. That's another term she uses.
Well, maybe somebody should have just lined me, Ricky, and Carter up before we were on the squad. We could have met Ricky ahead of time. And then just beat us all up, but nobody did. So it's not our fault. Drinking the coffee.
JJ squints his eyes. Well, you could have just not been idiots. Had some self-sense.
Mr. Administer the ODM test and ignore my sister.
Yeah, okay, mister. I went to basic to get away from Soul.
Punches JJ on the shoulder, not for the comment towards Colt, but the ODM comment.
JJ looks at Sam and then gives her a kiss. If I could go back in time and beat myself up for that one, I would, my love, trust me.
You should. And second of all, I didn't go to basic to get away from Soul. I went to basic to do something with my life. Thank you very much.
Soul glares over at JJ. Yeah! As she goes back to kissing Colt on his chin.
At the start of this squad, I was the most highly decorated person here. Thank you, JJ. Until Samantha came along.
He puts his hands up. I stand corrected, Colt.
Marine Scout Sniper Ricky handing him the coffee.
Yeah. I mean, my biggest accolade when I joined was a couple mid-level martial arts competitions.
Carter's accolades were handing him the coffee, being belittled by Uncle Scar very often, and taking it on the chin, kissing.
Carter laughs. It helped out through basic, gotta be honest, but other than that, I had literally no other accolades.
Yeah, you walking vagina.
Carter points over at Benny. You use that one quite a bit. Very often, in fact.
Bet you miss those days when he just would insult you to make you more of a man.
I miss the days when he would insult me to, make me more of a man. Yes, very much so. In addition, I never thought I'd say this. I miss the days when he would threaten to use the power loader on me, the one that he specifically made to kill me.
Now the power loader's fucking long forgotten. He's out at Area 51 doing God knows.
Oh god, I hope they don't try to weaponize the power loader.
Holy. I wouldn't put it past them. Look at Soul. I mean, they jumped us in a store with weapons. I know.
He. Soul looks back at Carter Memorian. He had a latex mask of an old lady on his face.
A very convincing one.
I mean, she gestures to herself. I'm sure I wouldn't have picked up on it if, I wasn't focused on Uncle Scar in an in and out uniform for some reason.
Here. Colt typing on his wrist computer. Yeah. Here's what Uncle Scar looked like.
Inconspicuous. I don't know how she saw him.
Doesn't he not understand that that's an in and out outfit?
I think he understands it. She scratches the side of her mask and tilts her head. I just think his thought process must have been, hey, it looks inconspicuous enough, and decided to go with it. That I don't think you're fat, Soul, at all, but the fatso would never realize it one way or the other. She's probably too focused on the food, is probably his thought process.
Handing Soul the coffee, Colt nods his head. Looks enough like a butcher's outfit to me.
JJ chuckling. A piece of advice for, anyone the unit is coming after. He nods towards Scar. Don't go to In and Out. Or you can go to In and Out, but keep an eye on your food, I would say.
Ah! Memorian raising an eyebrow, typing on her computer. Apparently, Father's giving a TED Talk next weekend. Next Thursday.
Oh yeah, what's it on? How to kill your son-in-law?
The unit and the use of laxatives and stool softeners to protect your family and those you care about.
Is he giving a TED Talk on how to roofie your enemies?
I guess so, with stool softeners and laxatives.
So, which, he closes his eyes and shakes his head. It's a long shot, I know, but I really hope it's a long shot, I know, UIR or any other unknown terrorist cells don't get their hands on that video, or else we might actually have to start dealing with laxatives in actual war.
If only. Memorian rolling her eyes. If only everybody was that dumb, marking drinks laxative and roofied with C's.
So Laz laughing. We just go to some planet with a known terror cell UIR cell, and we order a drink from a coffee shop. We look at the bottom, and there's a C on it, and it's just the UIR trying to roofie us.
As Laz is saying that, Oz is opening a tea up, lifting it to his mouth, exposing the C on the bottom.
Laz knocks it out of his hand as quickly as she can.
I only brought that one!
The C, honey!
Oh, good God. Picking it up, crushing it in his hands.
When's the last time someone missed one of those C's and downed something like that?
Uncle Zap, Tuesday.
Oh, Zap.
Prepping for his small roles in, Big Trouble in Little China, which is today. Sam smiles big hearing that. But yes, no, yeah.
Ah, that explains why Jace is up so early. Your grandma's probably up crazy early getting ready for the movie.
Crazy is one thing to put it. That bitch goes nuts on her movie sets.
Yeah, she does.
Soul shrugs. I really don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, she keeps the set under control, which is one of the biggest things you need to have as a director.
How much you want to bet your mom and dad are gonna leave? Look at Soul.
I mean, it's a 100% thing at this point. They really don't like dealing with pretentious grandma.
No, I don't really blame them.
With all due respect, I think the accent is a bit much.
You'd think maybe if she was pretentious back in the day, JJ wouldn't have had to go to the B word and leave me for 6 months. Pretentious about being a mother. Hard to argue any point that comes out of your mouth.
Laz nods. Yeah, it is very, very difficult to argue anything that you say, Sam.
You always go for the kill shot with your first point.
I learned from the best. Shrugging!
And JJ chuckles. He looks at Sam. How angry would you be if I started to talk like my pretentious version of my mother? You know, the rolling of the R's and action and stuff like that.
You want to sleep alone next week?
I'm good. I'm good.
Well, I'd say that answers your question.
I believe it does. He looks back at Oz and chuckles slightly.
She's gonna have your ass in Clive's shed if you do that, bro.
What the hell is this? Benny looking at his wrist computer. What the fuck is Clive doing up this early?
Elizabeth looks at it, covers her mouth, and starts to laugh.
Is that
Clive-avania?
Clivavania? That's Clivucard, isn't it?
Clive-card? Looking at the photo. Sam laughing. I like the Metroidvania games. Castlevania.
Clivavania? Clivacard? What is this? Symphony of the Unit or something?
Yeah, well, you don't understand, Elizabeth. A long time ago, I had to become a vampire to defeat Carter when he was known as Carcula.
Carter nods. I remember that well. I remember that. I mean, what is a man? A miserable pile of secret. What is a member of the unit? A miserable pile of the greatest soldiers to ever exist.
Carter the Impaler, flooding her eyes at JJ.
JJ looks down at her and smiles. Oh god, what's another? Nosferatu.
Knows you want to impale me.
JJ's eyebrows go up and leans forward. Like you wouldn't believe, love.
No waiting on the ship.
And JJ sighs. He shakes his head. Whispers down to Samantha. What a fucking cock block.
Oh. Looks up at JJ. Mom will be watching the camera. I know my mother.
He sighs. Yeah, that's true. And if she sees us go onto the ship and be there for, probably even 5 minutes, we'd have hell to pay about it.
Yeah, we really got dicked on this assignment. Thanks, Carter.
Carter clicks his tongue and nods.
How is it Carter's fault? Who's the one that got manipulated into turning on teleporters? Oh, good point. Thanks.
Soul sighs. I'm sorry, you guys have to go through this with us.
I'm not having a comment. I'm just the guy who got shot in the shoulder.
Oh, and there's that. Benny putting up his finger. And then Carter got kidnapped and interrogated.
Soul closes her eyes and sighs. I am so sorry all that happened to you guys. I should have just killed him when I first saw him. I should have just realized. I'm really sorry.
Well, you can't read minds yet. One day you'll be able to, and that problem, well, won't be a problem.
Soul looks over at Oz and nods. That's like the first thing I'm learning. As soon as Aunt Icy or Lorelai tells me I'm able to do it, that's the first thing I'm learning how to do.
GL ain't gonna teach you shit.
Yeah, Carter nods. GL, she's on the unit side, so not on Fatso's like you side.
GL doesn't need someone to draw her sigils for her.
Elizabeth laughs. GL doesn't need a avatar to go around in and get us killed.
GL's a real damn spellcaster.
Unlike Nicole, who's always late.
That a Novian bitch. You can never tell Grandma I said that.
I'm telling her.
God damn it, Benny.
I don't think she'd be mad.
I don't think so, but I'd still... He shakes his head. I don't want to risk it, especially today when we all know how she can get.
Your grandma was scarier than that RC assassin when that was said during the boxing match.
Yeah, that was clearing her throat impressive. Her strength is she doesn't look that strong, let's just put it that way.
JJ nods. Yeah, no, you don't want to make my mom mad. When she's angry, it's like she gets gorilla strength or something like that. Or mom strength. I've heard it described as that, when a mom has to lift a car off their child or something, she gets mom strength.
Oh, how simple is it to just not go for her favorite? Why are the units so stupid?
They insulted her too, didn't they?
Jeez, I don't remember much besides Frederick kicking the fuck out of those two clowns. I mean, they didn't. They called her an Anovian bitch. Or no, an Elvish bitch. But then Granddad beat the fuck out of them.
Well, that's what I mean. They insulted your grandma, and they insulted Laz. They're not exactly smart in the targets they pick.
But lately, they've been really focusing on Laz. It's just all the time. Like, did you see the press conference? It turned into a pissing match about insulting my daughter, or my wife. And then Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel were like, you don't even have real degrees. Laz has a real degree. Scar is definitely, I don't know, what's the word? Intimidated by your actual degree?
Laz nods. She crosses her arms. I bet you, you know, all my money in my goddamn account that they couldn't go through the college to get a goddamn associate's degree in mathematics. I guarantee you all the money in my account.
I mean, Uncle Scar was a dock worker for a reason. Looking at Laz, Oz agreed.
Clive might have a bit of a better chance, electrical engineer and all that, but he shakes his head. I still don't think he could get a mathematics degree.
He doesn't even remember he was an electrical engineer. Sunday night at dinner, we were trying to bring up past memories to quell the unit within him, but it didn't work. I was like, so Father, where did you get your electrical engineering degree? What the hell are you talking about, memory Ann? More lies of Carter put into your mind.
Carter nods. He's just trying to make you think that electricity is fun by saying that I'm an electrical engineer. He's shocking you and putting roofies inside you, honey. You need to realize that. You need to get it through your skull, sweetie.
What about his collection? Hold me, I'm cold.
JJ will open up his jacket and put it around her while he holds her.
What about his collection? Does he even care? No! He
Carter,
just said, what did he say? Something like, oh, nice to see you made some space in here, honey. To my mother.
Carter nods. He thinks it's Suletta's collection. He said exactly that, nodded, looking around, and God forbid it happens, but it looked like he was trying to frame something on the wall. I'm not sure what he was trying to frame. I hope it's not a picture of the unit or anything like that, because that'll send my mother-in-law into an even deeper spiral.
What about the Narnia closet? He just loaded paintball guns in it with Scar's help. More space for our weaponry. Thank you, love. Finally got all your shit out of here.
I didn't even realize there was a closet in here. I mean, you always call it like the Narnia closet and all that. I assumed there was space in here, but you always had your crap in here, honey. I'm glad you cleared it out.
He called my mother a hoarder. Called laugh.
I didn't hear that.
But it was his shit. Look at her.
If it makes you feel better, Ellie's basically been skipping since we got a bunch of stuff from there.
And then Uncle Scar was like, you know, I can't really do it, but he basically said, yeah, Soletta, you gotta work on that hoarding thing. And Father agreed with him.
That's right. I could take you to the service, honey. I'm sure they can help you with your hoarding issue.
Sam laughing. Oz will hold Laz to keep her warm. That's horrible.
Laz is shaking her head. She sighs heavily. I really don't. I understand that she loves the man that, you know, she fell in love with and everything like that, and she's holding out hope, hopefully. But I really don't understand why she puts up with that. I really don't.
Well, he was a good man at one time, and that's all she wants.
I think at his core he still is. He's just gone batshit. I mean, to be honest, at the core, what he's doing is trying to protect his wife and daughter.
And everybody on the lane. All of us are now Clive's godchildren, and Uncle Scar's, so including me.
Yeah.
Which, strangely enough, me and Soul, Scar doesn't think we're his godchildren anymore, when we're the only ones who are actually his godchildren.
Well, I wouldn't be the godfather to two apostates of evil.
Apostates?
Yeah, nodding his head.
That's what they call the twins now. Apostates of evil. Well, Carter is the originator of evil, but Saul is an apostate of evil.
Apostate of fucking evil.
Soul, I didn't know you were so blasphemous.
That's not the only thing they call Soul. Apostate of lard ass. And obesity.
Soul sighs heavily hearing that and shakes her head.
How has Colt not shot them yet?
They never do this stuff within earshot. They do it from the stupid base, making YouTube videos. I think that's part of the reason why they built those things, because they could say what they want with no repercussion.
Without fear of, being, she nods towards Colt, shot or stabbed or shot or, any of the possibilities that could happen when it comes to the unit and our squad.
Next time they call Aunt Nicole an Anovian bitch, I'm not holding back JJ's mother.
JJ shakes his head. I'm not either. Is it bad that I sort of want to see the fireworks show?
Well, no, just let Grandma loose on them. Maybe they'll learn their lesson. Knock the sense back into them? Maybe? Probably not, but...
I mean,
Yeah,
shit.
one can hope, right? He shrugs. Hopefully, she'll kick their asses enough to flip a switch in their head or something like that.
No way!
I mean, shit. Given how hard she was pulling, I kind of want to just let her go to see how fast she moves.
How loud Uncle Clive screams and pleads.
Can you imagine you guys actually let Grandma Davine go and she went into the ring and just 2v1 them wrestling match like they did to Fledwick?
Would have been a much shorter match. Let's just put it that way. Rubbing soul style.
Elizabeth nods. Oh yeah, most definitely. It would have been... I think it would have been over before Memory Ann or Tommy could have even announced that she was getting into the ring with them.
Die unit, Colt says, looking at the pictures of Clive.
Back in the day, when the unit was at its peak, I was Claude Card. Yeah, and then I had my best friend, Scarman Belmont, with me. Together, we defeated Collula.
And freed all of our godchildren.
Whom Carter was trying to suck the blood out of so he could then roofie all of them and have his way with them.
Fuck 'em up, dear.
Had to fight him in his home castle, Thomasvania.
Yeah, he hates Thomas. Yep, tried to impale him with a sword. Thomas has literally done nothing to hurt anybody. Not even a fly.
He's such a sweet kid.
He's so adorable.
In fact, I think he's done more to help in the world than he has to hurt it.
I mean, he beat up Jace. Shrug.
Exactly, he beat up Jace, which, in the mind of Jace probably is a strike against Thomas, and probably Clive and Scar as well. But in our books, that's a plus right there.
He deserved it. I mean, Jace, but yeah. No, it's a big plus.
I mean, yeah, the closest thing to anything wrong that kid's ever done is he has the most adorable shit-eating grin.
Yes, he does. Thinking about Thomas and Hill. Maybe we'll get them this weekend, Carter.
Maybe, yeah. Carter nods. Hopefully we do. Especially if Mom and Dad leave, for the weekend so they don't have to be a part of filming. We're most likely getting them this week.
Maybe we'll get jumped when we all go out to eat this weekend. Carter, Colt says, imitating Memory. By the way, we're not going anywhere with you this weekend. Looking at Soul.
Soul nods. Yeah, no, we want to, spend time together and not have the chance of being jumped and, all that jazz.
Comes with the territory, I understand.
Yeah, no, we definitely get it. Carter looking down at the coffee.
If you need somewhere safe to hang out, I'm sure we can try and let you stay in the flower shop for a bit.
I wouldn't want to bring that on your family's business. They'll find us. They always do. Mad Max was looking for you.
Carter just exhales heavily and gestures over to Sam again. Mad Max was looking for us at the coffee shop in Manhattan, right?
Last week, yeah.
Carter looks at Ricky, and they somehow knew, quote unquote, knew that I was going to be there. So they were looking for me there. Who's to say they probably aren't looking for me at like the flower shop and stuff like that?
How do they know, though? That makes no sense. They monitor my mother's wrist computer.
Makes sense. Yeah, maybe hang out with me and Elliot at the house where there's like a security system.
I'm pretty sure they well, I said that, but I'm not exactly sure. I haven't got a chance to look at her wrist computer, but I'm pretty sure they monitor her wrist computer, read text, because I texted my mother saying, we're going to get the ingredients for blank and blank. Do you want me to make you anything? And she said, no, I'm not hungry for dessert. And sure enough, they were waiting for us at the supermarket. And I mentioned that supermarket by name, so.
Do you think if we just text your mom, hey, I'm going to Walmart, do you want anything? They'll end up showing up at a Walmart or something?
And attack the first blonde person that walks in the front door.
Oh, God. I was going to say we should test it, but we should not test that.
I wonder where he got the mask. Shrug it. It was a good latex mask.
Ooh, last odds. It was a very good latex mask. She strokes her chin. You don't think they need it, do you?
And they've got nothing but time since they don't actually do anything for a living anymore.
Or they just use that he's the ambassador to steal it from SIS.
Most likely that. Benny nodding his head. And they do something for a living. They protect the family from Carter.
Carter nods. And hey, like I always say, you guys need protection from me. I'm trying to roof you guys constantly. I mean, just look at that carton that Oz crushed up. You could see the sea. That's my mark of roofing right there.
I still can't believe he's not even butthurt at all about his whole collection being picked apart. Me and Soul got a bunch of games. Ricky, you got a bunch. Everybody walked out of there with more than 20 armfuls of stuff for the most part, except Samantha, because she only wanted the Pokemon stuff.
Yeah, we left with a literal U-Haul.
He doesn't care. It was my mother's collection.
Elizabeth nods. I suppose if but I would still be angry about that. Like, if someone took Benny's collection away, but it wasn't mine, I would still be angry because, so someone took away, or they gave away their collection for some reason or something like that. I would still be displeased about it.
You must have missed the part where they called her a hoarder and tried to get her therapy.
And congratulated her for being brave enough for giving away her things and making room around the house.
He literally rubbed her shoulders while saying, addiction's a hard thing, honey, but I'm glad to see you taking the first step is acceptance. Enough of this video game horse shit.
Oh, that's gonna drive her right to the actual addiction.
No, she just bought games as soon as he stopped and went in the kitchen to celebrate that he now had more space around the house for unit memorabilia.
Which, thankfully, I believe Mom is trying to fill up the house before any unit memorabilia can make its way into the house.
What does she do all day, really? Just play her games? Plays her RPGs and racing games, and occasionally Samuel or Krellin or Frederick will come to keep her company, but then they get recalled to duty because their lunch break is over, and just plays her games, hangs out with Grandma Davine and Grandfather.
How has Krellin been holding up, too?
Not great. He's tired of Clive already, but, I don't know how long I could put up with it being part of the unit.
Heard he's put in a lot of applications to join the military?
Like, actually join and go through the B word. Every branch in service. Even the medical corps, which you need to have a degree.
Yeah, Mom and Dad were joking about it. They said they were getting them for the Coast Guard, even.
Well, I mean, between being with father nearly 24/7 and actually joining the military, I'd much rather join the military.
Carter nods. I would rather go through the B word 60 times other than being a part of the unit.
I can identify with Krellin because I was under Ash and then got mega bumped down to fucking loser town. So, I get it.
Carter nods. Yeah, if anyone here can understand Krellin, it's probably you.
I remember my mom was like, "Oh, and don't worry, you'll be taking orders from Carter Rainfall."
Carter clicks his tongue. I'm sure you weren't very happy to hear that.
She loved it. Taking the coffee from Soul sipping it.
Carter chuckles. Thanks for trying to make me feel better, Colt, as he hands his coffee over to Memory Ann.
When they pushed Ricky off the train, if that was you, would you really have shot Carter? Yeah, I would have.
I don't doubt that for a second. JJ nods. I probably would have decapitated him.
Well, I think he's serving his penance.
Carter nods, looking up at the stormy sky and all around him where the water is falling around Soul Spell. I would like to say so. Carter nods. Time will tell, I suppose, until I've fully served my penance.
Hey, we got a fruitcake Saturday morning from Father and Scott. I hate fruitcake.
Carter nods. As do I. Luckily, that's why we threw it out, and I kept just a little bit of it to bring to Sunny so she could test it, and lo and behold, it was in fact roofied.
There was more laxative and stool softener than fruit in the cake. Cold laughing.
How does your uncle do it? How does he manage to pack that much into stuff?
Well, Sam shrugs. He just sits out there all the time. They never come home. They hardly look like they sleep. So he's probably maybe actually gotten decent at chemistry.
Or it's the whole thing of an infinite amount of monkeys with an infinite amount of time will eventually write out the works of Shakespeare. It could be the same principle there.
Smashing.
JJ looks at her, smirks. Just like you, love. Positively smashing.
Her eyes go wide for a sec. Oh yeah, and they have infinite amount of money because they have Carter's mother's credit card. I didn't think of that looking at Jay.
Yeah, they do. Is she ever gonna cut them off?
You would think.
Carter clicks his tongue. Most likely not. As Soul carries it on. She says they're victims in a situation, and we should just basically leave them to their own vices. You know what I mean? Not like enforce punishments on things that weren't directly caused by them.
Not only that, Ricky, but their E-tube and all this ridiculous shit they do make her more money than they spend.
That's true. I guess since everyone
I think that's the real reason, Ricky, looking at me.
Yeah, I mean, everyone thinks it's a comedy thing, so I guess they do technically still have jobs.
The father did link up his E-tube monetization program to Rainfall Incorporated, so yeah. One video makes a roundabout average. What was your mother saying, Carter? 300 million credits.
Exactly, yeah, 300 million credits.
Sam coughs loudly.
Holy shit! JJ leans forward. That's probably more than some episodes of like Mr. Frederick's Neighborhood makes.
Yeah, that's why she's not taking away the card.
Oh god. If anything, she might let them spend more.
Maybe she doesn't mind if it goes on for another 20 years.
JJ holds his hands up. Honestly, I mind slightly less now if it goes on for another 20 years.
As long as they're just fucking with Carter, I don't care. Looking at Carter!
Carter nods. Yeah, no, I get that. As long as they're focused on me. He shrugs. I don't like it, but I can deal with it, don't worry.
but poor Suletta. You should see the way she drinks whiskey. We make her a whiskey neat, she'll down it, and then she'll be like, "Oh, Elizabeth, just bring the bottle."
At one point, we had like one of those jugs of whiskey. You know how in the moonshine jugs, how it would have that like little hoop and then the spout that you could drink out of? Yeah, she hooked her pinky around the spout, slung it over her shoulder, and just started to chug the whiskey out of that thing.
Shaking her head in disgust.
JJ just clicks his tongue. Jesus H. Christ.
Drinking worse than I was when I got the DUI.
What is her... well, yeah. Let's say, what's her blood alcohol level, but it's probably fucking absurdly high till Aunt Nicole gets to her every morning, and then it goes right back to being absurdly high about an hour later.
A 2.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing she doesn't have to drive or go anywhere, and she only stays around the lane and plays her RPG.
Soul nods. Thankfully, yeah. She looks at Colt. I think the highest that Aunt Icy ever told me that it was a 2.3. And she had to cure that like extremely quickly, or else, she was about to go under alcohol poisoning.
Oh, let's play some Final Fantasy III and drink whiskey at 9 in the morning.
Elizabeth sighs heavily. It is really sad that I can fully imagine Aunt Solaire just saying exactly that. Colt.
She probably does most mornings, whatever Final Fantasy or RPG she's playing. Oh, it's time for Saga Frontier, but first a mimosa. Sam laughed.
Oh, it's time for some Final Fantasy tactics, but first, why not a screwdriver? Let's go crazy.
You gotta be careful, because I'm pretty sure being around her sweat's gonna start getting people drunk.
She definitely reeks of alcohol. Clearing your throat. I mean, she just reeks of it. Wish she'd shower more.
Carter sighs. Given all the stories that they've told about how bad Grandma Davine smelt, you would think they would get on Suletta just a bit more to go and shower.
I heard JJ's dad talking about that. He says he doesn't want to force her to take showers because she's got enough on her plate.
Fair enough. Fair enough, honestly.
Do you think the smell was really that bad? Or do you think it's just over-exaggerated? Colt over-exaggerated.
Hey, man,
So-
it's gotta be.
Bioweapon? Yeah, right.
Soul shrugs. I mean, my father and everyone who was around at that point collaborates the story that she picked up me, Laz, and Oz, my mother. She picked up me, Laz, and Carter, and ran away because she thought it was a bioweapon. They all collaborate the story, so I'm prone to believe, it's right on the money what they think it was.
But your mother's never particularly gotten along well with Grandma.
That is very true, but even my father says it was like that bad, and to my knowledge, he's always gotten along pretty well with Mom, other than or Grandma other than when she's being stupid.
If Elizabeth's dad had to wear a mask and Aunt Nicole put a spell on her nose to where she couldn't smell, it had to be bad.
My dad had to wear his mask, and don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that was at the point where he was comfortable with taking his mask off in front of her. So him wearing the mask in front of her says quite a bit about how bad it smelled.
Bioweapon. Even Uncle Zap. Dante was done delivering some bioweapon onto us. I was just Davy.
I mean,
Sam laughs at that one.
I mean, it had to have been bad if he said that. I'm
Deliver onto us a bioweapon.
Yeah, he says it like it's an act of God.
Like he's reading from the Bible.
And God said unto Alpha 9, have this bioweapon of a woman named Davine rainfall.
Oh, it's just Davy. I wonder if he actually said that. Then Davy got mad.
probably said it. I mean, remember how he talked during the unit, or not during the unit, during the SWOTOR era?
Jesus Christ! Scar smell.
Carter laughing. I legitimately wonder what like Krellin's reaction would have been to the stench and all that. Elizabeth starts to laugh. He just straight up faints. It smells so bad.
Looks like he reacts like he walked into a brick wall.
All over dramatic. Me Skylander, me face down Davian body odor. Ugh!
Me very powerful. Me trying to take care of it.
Sam looking at her wrist computer. Guess what?
What's that?
Only 4 more hours to go.
Someone get the party poppers. We're in for a good time today.
Oz grinding up more coffee quickly to get coffee out to everybody. Flashing to the cat house. Sasha's over here. Thomas and Hale have the cat over here. Davine and Hunk here. Well, Davine's sitting on Hunk's lap. Davine's got the little lockets, waiting for Pequod to show up to present the lockets to Thomas and Hale. Icy's staring down at the rum cake. The cats are actually sitting on this table, and they are not touching the rum cake. Suletta's in her fat suit, just smiling at Davine and Hunk's, Davine comfortably sitting on her husband's lap.
Yeah, Davine's sitting on Hunk's lap, her head in his chest as she's rereading through the script, just, final checks and everything like that. As she looks at the cats, looks at that one with that exact look on its face as it looks at the rum cake, and she looks at Hunk. That's more rum than cake, isn't it, darling?
You think so? As Rebecca is reaching for a piece, and Icy gently slaps her hand. No.
She retracts her hand and looks at the rum cake and then at her, and she shakes her head. But bad?
Bad. Locking eyes with Rebecca. Very bad.
She nods, looking at the cake and then at the cats, and she leans down to one of the cats. But bad.
The cat looks up at her as Icy egg sandwich. Good.
Yeah, Rebecca looks up at her, smiles, takes it, looks down at it, and puts it up to Icy's mouth so she could take a bite of it.
She'll take a little nibble. You eat it. Eat the eggs. You need to grow up big and strong.
And she does a little flex for Icy as she starts to eat the sandwich.
Oh, come now. Nobody's going to try the cake I made. Hooligan, come on over. Yeah, Julius, why don't you have a piece of that cake?
Julius is kneeling down with Integra, playing with the cat, and he looks over. Oh, I would love to, Auntie.
Oh, come now, Julius. I have nothing in my life.
Julius closes his eyes.
Eat the cake.
He looks down at Integra. Stay safe, honey. As he walks over, Integra continuing to play with the cat, he walks over, takes a piece of the cake. He sniffs it. So, how'd you make this, Auntie? As he takes a bite of the cake.
With the help of my good old friend, Jack.
Is his last name Daniels?
Yes, pulling out a bottle, it is. It's the most pungent alcohol-tasting cake. When you bite in, alcohol is coming out of the side of the cake onto Julius's.
Julius clears his throat a couple times, walks over to his dad. Have a bite, Dad. It's really good.
Oh yeah, I sure will. He'll take the tiniest nibble. It's good, Suletta. Thank you.
It's really good. You should. He coughs into his arm just from how much it burns his throat to eat. You should try to make it more often. It's really good, Auntie. As he walks back over to her and leans down and gives her a kiss on the top of the head.
I used to make it for Clive back when he was normal. Time deity, can I interest you in a piece of cake? Watching my figure for bikini season. Oh, I understand that. Looking down at herself.
Julius looks down at the fat suit and then at Integra. How long has it, if you don't mind my asking, how long has it been since you took the fat suit off, Auntie?
Um, Tuesday? I tried to give Clive an ultimatum because he was talking about, uh, building some type of roofie glider or something like that. I don't know. And I only heard vague bits of it. He called me from, Groom Lake, as it would be called.
Right. Do you want to? Not forcing you to do anything, Auntie, of course, but do you want to, try to take it off? Maybe I can wash it for you if you want.
No, I actually like being in it. It just fits the whole situation.
Right. Of course, Auntie. He just leans back down, a hand on her shoulder, and gives her another kiss on the top of the head.
Jesus, this cake is fucking terrible. Don't eat it, dear. Throwing it aside, hoping a cat will finish it off.
Davine watches it fly up and looks at Hunk. I wasn't going to. She points to the bottle. That bottle's, a quarter full, and I assume that most of that went into the cake.
So, who wants some whiskey? Casey, good God. Looking at the time on her wrist computer.
Darling, I believe it's too early in the morning for whiskey.
Yeah, it definitely is, Sula, as she just starts drinking out of the bottle. Duh.
Julie sighs heavily as he'll go over to Icy, lean down next to her. I tried to get her out of the fat suit, I'm sorry.
It's so disturbing watching her drink with all the chins.
You could see... Oh god, it really is gross, but you could see, like, her chins move as she swallows the drink.
I see grimacing watching Suletta. Oh boy. Well, it's gonna be a good day. Suletta stopping drinking. Oh yes, big trouble in little, Japan. I see China.
China, darling, China.
And I could really use your assistance on script writing for Mom's movies. I see putting her hand on the table. And if you want to... Oh, my script writing days are behind me. Figure it out yourself. Oh, well.
Davine sighs, looks over at Istrum and mouths, I am so sorry, Istrum.
She nods her head and smiles at her mom. It's okay. One day she'll write with me again. Academy Award-winning writing team we used to be.
Julius puts a hand on Icy's shoulder. For sure. She's gonna write with you, and you're gonna write the best damn movie to ever be released.
Which will be Big Trouble in Little China. JJ's gotta win an Oscar.
Yes, he does. I can't... She looks off to the side, sighing heavily just like that. I cannot have a son of mine be remembered for Razzie. Oh, here we go with the rolling R's.
And we need you on set today, son. It's a family endeavor. You're part of the family, a big part of it. So you can't be running off and gallivanting. Sorry, you can do that next weekend.
Julius looks at Hunk. I'll do what I can, Dad, but if Pequod wants to go, I mean, happy wife, happy life, you know what I mean?
You'll be staying on set. That's the end of the discussion.
Julius shakes his head. He leans down to Icy. We're not going to be staying on set. I can guarantee you that.
Nah, she's already prepping the spider Pequod costume.
Hallelujah. He lifts up the cake. Can you dispose of this? But do it so she can't see? Holy shit.
I think she's disposing of it.
I think so. Are we sure that's a fat suit?
Idle hands are the devil's workshop, hooligan. Never forget that.
If Julia stands up and nods, of course, Auntie. I'll never forget it.
Jace is sick of it. Stuck in disgusting, smelly Suletta's arms.
His face is almost as green as his hair. He's so nauseous from being in the smelly arms of Suletta. He's just looking around. Oh god, the smell is just so strong. She just ate that entire cake. It's just so strong, the smell.
Huh? Over here with the cat and on Sasha and Tom.
What are you saying over there, Jace? As he's petting the cat and giving it a kiss on the top of the head. It smells so bad over here. And anyone at all. This is a really good egg sandwich. She takes another bite of it. Integra, you should ask for one, as Integra nods. And she'll think in her head, Nicey, can I please have an egg sandwich?
One will appear right in front of her on a tiny plate that hovers.
She'll take the egg sandwich, start to bite it, and will blow her Aunt Icy a kiss.
She'll wink back at Integra as Icy. He's like thrashing in your arms. Can you let him go? Oh, of course. Get the hell out of here. Sets Jace down.
He like crawls away. I like
You
to
want
imagine
Granddad to hold you? Putting his arms out.
Jace, in just a time of need, will actually put his arms out for someone else other than Fat Zaletta to hold him.
You want to go play with Thomas and Hale?
He nods.
He'll hand him to Davine, who hands him down.
Uh,
Wow, you actually let a guy hold you, homophobe.
Jace glares at Hale as he'll go over to Thomas and Hale. It's you would let anyone hold you too if you had to go through that smell over there. Jesus Christ.
Look, there's one of your girls holding a nice, cute black cat.
Jace looks at Hale, then Thomas, and then at Sasha. Hey kids, watch this. He did not just call us kids.
He's such a fucking dork.
As he will hop onto the bench and slide up next to Sasha, nudging her slightly with his elbow as he looks up at her. It raises his eyebrow and tries to do the smoldering thing at her.
What are you doing? Are you having a stroke?
He shakes his head and does the smolder thing even harder at her.
Mm-hmm. She'll set the cat down. Come here. Pick him up.
He'll get picked up, wraps his arms around her neck, and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Oh, he's right where he wants to be now. Gonna put his head in her boobs, even though she's got his shirt on.
He nods. 3, 2, 1, and he face plants into her breasts.
So let me get this straight. You say, I like cats, and you just get a house filled with cats. He's a very lucky man.
Julius nods. He takes a couple steps, doing a little spin with his arms outstretched. My wife, well, she really loves me, and I said I'm a cat person, and he kneels down next to Integra and starts to pet the cat here. And she wants to take care of me, and this is one of the ways she thought she could take care of me.
Yeah, and there's more cats than there were when we first saw this place. I think she rented out a bunch more shelters of cats. Bought out, I should say. They're everywhere.
I think so, yeah. No. He looks around. Most definitely. We might need to get more caretaker bots to help out with the ones that are already here.
Oh, I agree.
Julie's looking over at her eating the cake with just a very disgusted look on his face. He looks over at Blaze and mouths. She is destroying that thing.
Blaze will nod his head. I have the situation under control. Go over, take the cake from Suletta. Oh, fine, you can have it, Blaze. Well, she's that drunk. I guess she thinks Blaze is hungry.
I suppose so. Well, I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank God she is drunk, so she doesn't realize the implications of it all.
Blaze will set the cake down here, hoping this cat's dumb enough to eat it, and the cat will run away after sniffing it. Or not. Watching the cat run.
Julius looks over at Blaze and mouths towards him. Can't you just, put it in your body, but, not ingest it?
Do I look like Samuel?
He puts his hands up. I was just trying to ask, Blaze.
He'll just snap his fingers and set the cake on fire with his wrist gauntlet. And then a big flame because all the alcohol in it. Oh, Jesus. Stepping back.
Julius's eyes widen as he sees, the blue and purple flames coming off of the cake because of the alcohol in it.
Oh, no time like the present. Starts drinking out of the bottle.
Davine shaking her head, looking at fat Suletta drinking out of a bottle of Jack Daniels. That is just so... That is extremely upsetting, darling.
Pinching the bridge of his nose. So what's Clive been up to lately, Soletta? You hear anything? What's going on out at Bragg? Anything like that? And any trade secrets from Area 51? Something about Soldier Clive.
Soldier Clive? Well,
He's blackfacing again. Oh my god.
Davine rubbing her cheeks. As in the rapper, Soldier Boy, darling.
Here, I'll play. It's just the first 10 seconds of his new song that is apparently the now deceased Asherion's favorite song. She'll play.
Go down, my boy Sharion. You! Soldier Boy up in this house! Watch me crank down, watch me go! Soldier Boy, and watch me crank down, and watch that unit growl!
What the hell is the point of all that?
I don't know. Is it to honor Sharion?
More like to compete with Elizabeth. She's not the only one in the family that can sing and perform.
Oh, please! Elizabeth blows whatever that is out of the water any day of the week.
That is a joke and would get him shot in certain low-income places around the country.
Julius nods. He looks over at Sasha. Ban that video in, Compton and all those places, please.
I mean, your wife would probably be angry. He'll probably make a lot of money.
That is true. Don't ban the videos in all those places. He looks at Icy and shrugs. The happiness of my wife is more important than trying to keep him alive at this point.
She's just staring up at the picture and all. Soldier Clive?
Damien looks over at Icy. Yes, darling, Soldier Clive. You know who Soldier Boy is, correct?
I know, but I just didn't think he'd ever do something this dumb. Why Soldier Boy? As Elizabeth is a soldier, maybe? I don't.
She's a soldier, and he's trying to, make her realize that he'll always be more of a soldier than her. It's even in his name, I suppose.
And he thinks he's a soldier, lest you forget.
Julius just clicks his tongue, looking at the picture. I'm sorry, but Clive with dreads, that is actually pretty funny.
It took Scar quite a while to make those dreadlocks.
Don't tell me he actually braided Clive's actual hair. Those are fake, right?
Oh, they're fake, yes, but the hand knitted and then braided.
Davine shakes her head, looks at Hunk, and whispers in his ear. With all the things those two do, you would think they're the gay couple and not Fudwick and Krellin and Samuel.
You remember when I said Brokeback Unit?
I do remember that. I think you're getting closer and closer to that description every single day.
And they're always talking about ass rape and ass fucking each other. Or Carter doing it to them.
And like, oh brother, I have a catheter up my ass. My ass is throbbing right now.
I mean, you heard during the boxing little pre-show, Scar was like, well, you know what? If Clive was fucking me up the ass, good for me. We'd be making great children.
I do remember that. Oh my god. She shakes her head. You don't think it's going to get to that point, do you?
I mean, they don't come home, save for 1 or 2 days a week, honey. What the fuck do you think they're doing up there?
It gets lonely on the base, darling. It really does.
Hey, Scar, come over to daddy.
Oh, you got it, Daddy. You better cradle me like you mean it.
Don't go too hard. The catheter's chafing me today.
Oh, I'll go just as hard as I want to, Scar.
Julius had moved over in this time, hearing them lost in their little make-believe lore about the unit being gay.
Julius is just listening, blinking a couple times. He sits down next to Icy. Are you hearing this?
Yeah, looking over at her parents. Hey, come on, Scar. Spread 'em wide, big man.
Damien covers
I'm
her face.
spreading, brother.
I'm spreading, brother. I'm spreading. Spread 'em wide for daddy.
They call me daddy of the unit.
Julius just pinches the bridge of his nose as he starts to chuckle slightly.
Daddy of the fucking unit. I see shivers thinking about it.
Don't think about it too hard. I see that. That's a recipe for mental breakdown right there.
Ah, Suletta taking down the picture of Soldier Clyde. Hunk, looking back over at Suletta. Finish off your bottle there, Suletta? Yes, I did. And now it's time. She'll put it away for another one. Pulling another one out.
Davine blinks a couple times. What does she have? A bag of holding under the fat rolls?
Yeah, Suletta, where do you keep those things exactly? In the fat roll.
Oh my god. I must ask, darling, how many do you have currently on you?
I think 4, 5. She looks around herself. I mean, I have the fat suit setting to 542 pounds, so I have quite a few rolls.
Yes, you do, as Julius can't take his eyes off of the rolls as she's moving around looking about herself.
You literally waddle when you walk. I know, drinking out of the bottle.
You get winded going to the kitchen, Auntie.
Well, this thing is rather heavy, and I was never known for my physical strength.
Julius just looks at Icy and shakes his head. It's honestly so depressing.
Looking over at Suletta, then Julius, and she is starting to smell.
She is it. Julius looks over at Hunk. Are you sure we can't, make her take a shower, Dad?
Look at the goddamn woman. Look at everything she's lost in her life and was robbed from her by your son.
That's a good point. A very good point, Dad. He leans back, not whispering to Hunk anymore, leans over to Icy. Doesn't mean she doesn't destroy my nostrils every single time I get a whiff of her.
It's approaching bioweapon level. Give it another month or two. Squinting at Suletta.
Yeah, and this time around you'll actually put the spell on our noses so we don't have to smell it anymore, right, Nicole?
Yes, sir. Looking over at Suletta.
Except for Carter. I think he deserves to smell it.
I would say Clive and Scar, but they're just gonna be like, hey, Suletta, caught him. Obviously, he's making you smelly by some arbitrary means.
He put a couple stink bombs in between your fat rolls and crushed them up, didn't he, honey?
Does Clive even care that you've air quote put on some weight? No. He just tells me times are hard around Elaine, honey. I understand it. We all have our vices.
Yeah, we all have our vices.
He's a very understanding man.
Such an understanding man. Julius looks at Icy. An understanding man that accused her of being a hoarder and...
Wait, what? Looking at Julie.
You didn't know about that?
Since when?
Do you remember when the kids took all the games and stuff, his collection?
Yeah, Elizabeth got me my Nintendo Power Glove.
Well, I'm gonna do it as Clive. Just give me a second. Honey, I'm so glad you got rid of all your collection. I was starting to get a bit worried. You're turning into a bit of a hoarder, honey. I was about to send you to a therapist so you can work all that out.
Of all people, he's suggesting somebody go to a therapist.
For hoarding, of all things.
All his shit. Suletta, I hear what you say. You left out the best part. Looking at Julian.
Oh yeah, what's that, Auntie?
When he called video games stupid.
Julius just looks down at the table and looks at Icy. Clive Rainfall called video games stupid. Icy.
And that's why his collection now resides with people who don't think they're stupid. The majority of it with Ricky's girlfriend.
Yeah. People who will actually appreciate and use the collection, and Suletta can actually make a collection of her own now.
You also forgot the part where he accused me of being a hoarder, blah, blah, blah. But he really drilled me on it, too. You can't be collecting this much stuff. You gotta get out and do some things with yourself. Be more active like me.
Oh, right. Yeah, no. Didn't he say something like, yeah, I know, honey, we all have our vices and such, but, we have to keep those vices under control. And, well, honey, you got to keep this hoarding that you do under control. You really do, sweetie.
And then he said to me, you do nothing but sit around all day, so about time you got up off your ass and got rid of that shit in the closet.
Davy just sighs heavily, rubbing her temples.
I'm out there making the money fighting on the front line.
Davy looks at Hunk. Can't we rough him up? Just a small bit. He's saying that to my sister.
He slams the table with his hand. I would really like to, as the cat jumps and runs off. Oops.
Julius also jumped up when Hunk slammed his fist down, and he covered up Icy and Rebecca just to protect them.
What do we do? Oh, nothing.
No, you're okay, darlings. We were just lost in thought, and we're getting angry because of it, darlings. It wasn't you two.
Pequod finally coming back with coffee. Oh, where's that rum cake? I wanted some. No, you didn't.
Julius looks back at Pequod and just shakes his head.
Oh. Looking at Suletta, it was rum handing out coffee cake, wasn't it? Handing Davy a coffee.
Davy nods. Astute as always, Pequod.
Towns comes over, hands Sasha a coffee, thank you. Oh, come sit next to Auntie Suletta, father of Colt. He comes sits down next to her.
As he passes by, Julius pats him on the back. You're a good man, Towns.
Yeah, your fucking aunt, not mine.
I know, buddy, I know.
You got the scarf on, she's your aunt too. Oh no.
You signed up for this shit, man.
A long time ago, before your wife.
A very good time before your wife, Julius, maneuvers so Pequod can sit down on his lap.
One decaf for my big girl. Handing Integra a decaf coffee.
As she takes a bite of her egg sandwich, she sets it down, holds her mother's hand, and gives it a kiss as she takes the coffee and takes a sip out of it.
She'll wink back at her daughter, glare over at Jace. What's he doing?
He's zonked out at this point, hugging around her, as around her as his little arms can. His face is still buried into her boobs. It's like when a seatbelt goes across a girl's chest. That's what his face is doing right now.
She'll pick up Thomas, give him a big kiss on the cheek.
He starts to giggle as he returns the kiss on her cheek, and he points at Jace and does a little punchy motion, and then himself.
You gotta keep nerds in line, Thomas. Make sure you do.
He punches the flat of his palm and nods.
She'll pick up Hale with her other arm, give her a big kiss. She giggles, your mom's cool. Looking up at Pico.
Yeah, she always has been, and I think she always will be cool.
And she's the one person who the hand thing doesn't work on.
Thank the Lord for that. I love my mother.
What's that crap? Pointing down the coffee.
Thomas leans forward, sniffs it a couple times. Huh. I mean, I know my mom and dad drink it in the morning quite a bit. Do you want some?
Tegra has one. Is it good?
Thomas will look around, lean forward, and as he starts to reach for it, Integra nods, takes a sip out of her decaf coffee. It is pretty good, but I wouldn't drink those ones, guys. Those will get you really hyper.
Hyper, you say? Trying to levitate one over?
Thomas hiding it from these two and his mother as best he can, summoning a couple, making the shadows go up to hide that it's levitating.
Can't hide from the gaze of Davy.
Davy looks down at Thomas and Hale. You do not drink that. That is not for children.
Oh, sneak thief. Kissing Thomas again, giving the coffee to Julius.
And Julius takes the coffee. You have to wake up a bit earlier than that to get one past us, kiddos.
She'll squeeze Thomas and Hale together, hugging them, kissing both their heads. Next time I'll get you both a decaf.
Thomas smiles and gives his mom a kiss on the cheek. He looks over at Hale. I'm sorry I couldn't get it for you, babe.
That's okay. Attention from your mom's good.
That is true. It is very good.
Looking over at Davine and Hunk, are you ready today, Mom? This is the last chance, basically, before Oscar season starts.
Davine, Pequot can see the immediate shift in her demeanor. She knows it well. She flips her hair and blows some of her bangs out of the way. Oh, darling, I am more than ready to get my little boy his Oscar, and I will direct him perfectly, won't I, my love?
Yes, she will. Kissing her on the cheek, nice and firm. That's good. You know the best thing I like about your sets, Mother? Pequod looking at Davy.
Oh, please do inform me, darling.
There's no shenanigans, no antics. I don't have to worry about people getting out of line or you needing help. I don't even need to be there. Yes, you do.
Julius slowly looks at Pequod. Yeah, he's pretty adamant about us being there on the set this time.
But Mother looks at Davine. I don't need to be there. You're so good at your goddamn job, it allows me time off, and you know I don't get a lot of time off to be alone with Julius.
Davine raises an eyebrow and tilts her head. But any good head of the studio would be at least somewhat aware of the goings-ons of their largest production, would they not, darling?
And I call in whatever the last thing you shot was, Perfect Storm. I called Nicole every morning that weekend, Saturday and Sunday, checked in, and she told me, we don't need your help. I see, nodding at Davine. This is true. I told her everything's fine, under control. Mom doesn't need anything.
But it is still a family bonding experience, is it not? That is a big reason why the Rainfall production crew is, well, to put it simply, darling, the Rainfalls.
That they are and that it is, but, you know, I'm getting dicked by my own son, Carter. I don't get a lot of free time because of him. In 2 years, I'll have a lot of free time, and then when you're directing your movies, I can be there. But right now, I need to capitalize on what little free time I have. Alright.
Davine sighs and nods.
Fucking Carter.
Fucking Carter, indeed.
Always throwing Carter under the bus, under her breath.
Julie's chuckling slightly under his breath. Smooth move, babe.
Pequod kissing Julius on the cheek, holding it there. We are not going. Well, we'll be on set for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Now 5 minutes, and then
cabin.
Cabin, indeed. Just the two of us for an entire weekend.
I'm getting tired of Carter. I really fucking am. I mean, just look at that. She's just drinking out of the bottle.
Davine looks over at Suletta and she snaps out of it and nods. Oh yes, no, that is very disappointing to see. I'm very, very disappointed in Carter.
And so he's all right, fine. Tell you what, you guys are more, I don't know, light. I don't even know. Not as strong, heavy-handed as I would be. If Carter was my kid, he'd be getting no band. Pequod, believe me, it's crossed, kissing Thomas and Hale on the head again, my mind.
Julius nods. As it has mine, trust me.
He can have his fucking band, but go get a goddamn real career.
Julius clicks his tongue. Trust me, Dad.
I don't understand. He's playing concerts every other weekend. Him and Memory Ann are doing concerts. The band, all of them, Elizabeth, all of them are going and playing places. Tommy doesn't even have to hook them up anymore. People call Memory Ann and want them. Why can't that little cockbite understand you can have this and still have a fucking job? I don't know, Granddad, or I don't know, Dad. I really don't. I don't know where he gets it.
Julius opens his mouth and closes it. It could be me that he gets that one from.
Well, because of Carter, Julius and I don't get a lot of free time. And we won't. Elizabeth can't take over Snarf's workshop for 2 fucking years. Soul
JJ,
can't be Vice Primarch and help on Gateway with Nicole. We have plans up there Sasha's trying to put in place, but that's all on hold for 2 years because of Carter. Hunt gets very angry. And now me and Julius, instead of being on set with the family on these big productions, we need what little free time we can get.
Davine sighs heavily as she puts a hand onto Hunk's cheek and starts petting it to try and attempt to calm him down.
Alright, well, once his little two bandier thing's up, you'll be on set for Mom's production. Absolutely.
You're goddamn right. We will be, Dad and Mom. We will be there with you guys.
Oh, it can't be any worse. You're making your father angry. Can't be any worse than Sunday night towns when Uncle Scar jumped. He leapt and roared across the table at Carter. Towns, why? Looking at Celeste. Clive had set down a glass of lemonade and said, "Here, your uncle made this just for you, mate." And Carter laughed at him, and then Carter was eating his pizza, because he brings his own food, and drink. The drinks Carter brings all have to have reusable caps on them, so he knows, he can cap it. Nothing can get put inside when he's not looking. Anyway, then Scar got mad, roared, and leapt across the table and tackled Carter.
Julius just blinking as he rubs his face. Jesus Christ.
Sounds like a good dinner. Drinking your coffee.
Sounds like Julius looks back at Sasha. Sounds like an eventful one, that's for sure.
Was it like at the boxing match when he leapt off the rope? Yes, I vaguely remember this match, but and just over the table, he covered ground quickly. Memory Ann screamed, "Oh my god!" and tackled Carter.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh. I know I'm laughing about my son being tackled and everything, but I would like to see that footage if there is any.
Oh, here you go. Frederick was there, Samuel was there, Krellin was there. And if Samuel's there, that means there's always footage being recorded.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Suletta will start typing on her wrist computer to get the footage. And they see a scar they haven't seen before.
Oh, Julius tilts his head. I'm sorry, Auntie. Who? What is that? Mad Scientist Clive or Scar or something?
I thought him wearing the lab coat was quite strange. I hadn't seen him in it until this past Sunday when they showed up at the house because they knew Carter and Memory Ann would be there for dinner. As Clive sets down the lemonade, Sasha, oh, this will be good. Squinting at the record.
Here you go, Carter. Father-in-law made that for you. Should take a good old sip of that. Probably quench whatever thirst you got in there.
Nice long sip, Carter.
No, thank you. Thank you for the offer, but no, thank you. As he gently pushes it away from himself and picks up a piece of pizza and starts to eat it.
Scar shoots his claws out of his paws. Roar! Dives at Carter, tackling him. Oh my god!
Oh shit!
Tackling Carter out of the chair. Suletta pauses the video. There you go.
And Julie's covering his mouth laughing.
Do you see Carter's face?
That's the most surprised I've ever seen that boy. God damn.
Apparently that was their plan. I heard them talking in the kitchen as Scar stirred the drink. It was, hey, we're gonna get him to drink it. And if that fails, you just tackle him. Okay, brother man, that sounds great. Laughing.
What a concrete plan that is. Iron tight, truly it is.
That was their fucking fail-safe. What the hell's with Scar's hair? It looks like he hasn't bathed himself in a month. Yes, it's getting all frizzly and weird.
It also looks like it constantly has wind blowing through it somehow.
I don't know. I don't know if he wears the lab coat around Groom Lake. He's highly decorated when it comes to degrees. Pequod sitting on Julius's lap with Thomas and Hale. Yeah, he's got about as many degrees as Clive has general stars.
Which,
The number just keeps increasing.
no, it does. Last time I heard, the amount of general stars he has is up to like 98, I think it was.
Pequod's, and they go after our daughter all the time.
Davine sighs. They call her Fatso, darling.
Well, not just Soul, Laz. Like Scar goes after Laz all the time. I got more degrees than you'll ever have, Pinko bit.
Oh yes, they do. When truthfully, I mean, she puts a hand on her chest. I know for a fact I could never get any kind of degree in mathematics or anything to do with it. They sure as hell couldn't. Truthfully, I just don't think they're intelligent enough for that kind of thing.
I mean, of all people on the lane, Scar, really?
The dock worker on Sword Base for, all the time that he was a dock worker, and then he just somehow gets kidnapped by Malcolm, and everything that occurs. Scar, really?
Scar, motherfucking free tooth, son.
Scar, motherfucking free tooth, man.
Oh, in lighter news, the town sets a picture of this guy down. Oh, great! Now who's that retard? Is that some type of like monk attack person they're sending after Carter? No, that's Goodwill.
Davy blinks a couple times. Darling, I think we'll need a bit more information than just now. That's Goodwill.
Sasha, you finally tracked him down. Towns, yes, we did. Goodwill, looking at Davine, and then over at Suletta, and ooh. Because he looked at Suletta as she was mid-gargling. She's gargling the alcohol in the back of her throat. Goodwill is the last known, air quote, associate of Tessin Hecker before he went on the interview. With, whatever that guy's, Sean Ryan. I see. Look at the picture. So he's actually located on a planet Tommy owns, Tommy Wiseau. Ash tracked him down.
Okay, good. If Tommy owns the planet, then, well, we could just have the kids go there and, have basically impunity if Tommy is there with them to, do what they want, right?
Hunk nodding his head. Yeah, or did Ash already talk to him? Towns, no. Ash just narrowed him down, saw this weird Buddhist monastery built atop of a mountain, and that's all Ash gets to do. Hecker is the kid's problem. Sasha, that's right.
They're the kids' duty and responsibility, father.
I get it, believe me. I'm still angry at Elizabeth.
You know what? Completely fair. Completely fine. I'm still angry at all of them, to be honest.
I mean, we were right there. I shook that asswipe's hand. Like, I could have crushed his hand and your mom could have just finished the job.
Handed the fucker, what was it again? Like 200 credits or something like that?
I was more than that, dear.
Davy just sighs heavily. Whatever, I could have killed that man with my bare hands, and he got away from us because our daughter didn't tell us who he was.
Nope, but she'll indulge that man-child of a man and live in my fucking house forever. Towns laughs, looking at the picture of Will.
David sighs. They'll move out eventually, right, love? They'll move out.
No, they won't. Pequod looking at Davy. Maybe one of these days you just have to kick him the fuck out.
David looks at Pequod and then at Hunk. We have to really start considering that, darling, no matter how much he cries.
Yeah, just get tired of it, It's like you walk by the room and it's like 4 a.m. I'm like, what are you two doing up? You should be in bed. Go to bed. And he's like, well, what are you doing up? And I just want to beat the crap out of it. I see laugh.
Davy nods. On top of that, I want I want to have my house to myself and my husband, I want to walk around naked for you. I want to do all that for you, you know?
I want my house back. We've never really had our own. We've never had the house. So that's just the truth of it. When we moved in, Nicole was there. Had to nudge her out of the nest. Icy sighs heavily. Pequod chuckles at the sigh. Then we had Elizabeth and we had JJ, of course, before Elizabeth, and that they were growing up. But when they were kids, we could be like, hey, Nicole, take your sister and your brother for the weekend. And she would. Then they got older, and JJ, eventually proved us all wrong, turned out not to be gay. Sasha laughs. Finally went after the girl he wanted, and he moved right the fuck out. Elizabeth had been in, months before JJ got with Sam, and still there.
Yes, they are. They are still there. Truly.
JJ got right the hell out. Scar was like, hey, JJ, I got this house built for you, and JJ was already packing his fucking bags. It was crazy.
Julius nods. Good man. I would have done the same exact thing, honestly.
Yeah. Pequod nodding her head, kissing Hale and Thomas again.
Truly, I wish Elizabeth was more like JJ.
Pequod, holding Thomas and Hale, can't stop herself. What did the Stooges used to call him? I see son good JJ.
Son good JJ, because, father good Scar and mother good Ash and all that. Son good JJ.
Just makes him sound Japanese.
Oh god, that's a terrible thought. What if on set today, because, Big Trouble in Little China, Asian ethnicity and everything like that, Krellin, while he's in costume, looks at JJ, son good JJ, you cannot do this, or some crap like that.
What did they call Elizabeth? Daughter good or good daughter Elizabeth? No, they called her bad daughter Elizabeth. Sasha, oh.
And Julius nods. Just like everyone else in the family, they were not pleased with Elizabeth. They really weren't.
She's not bad daughter Elizabeth, but she did hurt me and her mother greatly. Some wounds don't heal. But either way, I wouldn't call her bad. I hope they don't go around calling her that. I had to go down and set her straight. You should have seen how pathetic it was, stepping on her little ankle as she bit into her hand to try and be tough. Should have broke it, honestly. Now that's the old Suletta. But why do that when you could drink? She just goes back to drinking.
And there is the now Suletta.
You should have broke it. Oh no, I could never have brought myself to.
Davine sighs. And I appreciate you for loving Elizabeth that much, but I do agree you should have broken it.
She wanted to be a soldier to make friends, so,
Stupidest reasoning I've ever fucking heard.
Well, at least she's made her friends. And, there's that. No, she really hasn't, though. Looking at Don. I mean, Ricky, but then everybody else is in the family and or a given friend because they're dating one of her siblings or what have you.
Julius nods. I honestly do
and
not...
Benny.
And Benny, yeah. I honestly do not think someone like Oz and her would get along if Oz wasn't, in the beginning interested in my daughter or dating my daughter, as an example.
That's not true. You're leaving out, I've had too much to drink. That guy. The guy with the beard. What happened to him anyway? And the turtle guy, where is he? You never see him around. Town's just face palm. They're friends of Elizabeth. Oh, they were, yeah.
They were friends of Elizabeth, yes, they were. Julius leans back to Pequod. Do we tell her?
No. Looking at Suletta, shaking her head, just let her go.
Julius nods. He takes a sip of his coffee. They were good friends of Elizabeth. Yeah, they were.
Where are they? What happened to them? Elizabeth had a fight with them, and they don't like to come around anymore. Now she's a lot like her mother. Probably locked herself in a room, and they couldn't even talk to her anymore. Look at Suletta.
Davine sighs and rubs her face.
I do hate that gym. Just 1,000-yard stare. What's wrong with your mom, Thomas? Thomas has never seen it on his mom before. She's just 1,000 yards staring back into the house.
Thomas looking at his mom with a really worried expression on his face. I don't know what's wrong with her. He stands up on her lap and like starts snapping in front of her face.
Nothing happens. She's just blankly staring ahead.
She's not responding to anything. He summons a shadow clone, and the shadow clone hops on one of her shoulders and starts snapping in front of her face as well.
Julius, fix this. Sasha pointing at Beak.
Julius turns around and holds her close and gives her a kiss on her cheek. Hi, honey. Julius looking at the kids. I think our son's trying to get your attention.
Oh, looking at the shadow clone, she'll hug Thomas and Hale and kiss him on the head again. Sorry. Bad daydream.
Thomas hugs her close and gives her another kiss on the cheek and tightens the hug a bit with both him and his shadow clone.
You want to carry your girl around?
He nods.
She'll set them both down. Hand Hale to Thomas. There you go.
He carries her, Princess carries her around and goes up to all the cats so she can pet them and he can pet them as well.
Petting the black cat with Thomas. Look, pointing over at Sasha. All right, Jace, down and up and at him, setting him down and walking away from him.
Jace starts to cry.
Oh, she'll turn over and look at Jace. Shut up!
Immediately stops.
Crocodile fucking tears. Walks away from him to sit down on Julius's lap.
Integra just shaking her head. If you want to do crocodile tears, you gotta get good at it. You really do. And she takes a sip of her decaf coffee.
You don't do them around Thomas's mom, and, as the great Mr. Snuffles would say, no chance, so that's what you got. Playing it from Thomas's wrist computer.
Thomas starts to laugh while pointing at Jace, as does Rebecca, as does Integra. Julie's looking over. That's the same song Snuffles always plays.
Huh. He's got it on his little wrist computer, and she played it.
It's like, is it like an inside joke between the cat and the kids? I know Snuffles can talk to JJ, but can he also talk to the kids?
Probably. Looking over his shoulder at Jace, Thomas, and Hale.
Julius shrugs. At least he has a group of people he can talk to.
Mr. Snuffles don't like drama, dude. And kids don't cause drama.
No, they don't. They really don't. And, well, I suppose the closest thing that you get to drama is, well, that one and the Browse girls.
Jace, seeing Thomas's wrist computer sparkling, tries to make a break to grab it to call someone.
Oh, I got it now. He starts to rush towards Thomas as Thomas simply sidesteps out of the way, summons a shadow clone, and Jason runs through the shadow clone, making it disappear, and he runs into the wall over here.
Hale laughing.
Jason rubbing the top of his head. Ow! Give me the wrist computer, as he runs back up to Thomas, and Thomas just keeps on dodging out of the way. Hale, hit him on the top of the head.
Nah, watch this. Put up a barrier in front of Thomas that sends Jace flying.
Flying right into the wall. It makes a little indent into the wall as he falls back down onto the ground on his hands and knees. Ow! That really hurt!
Learn your lesson. Don't touch my boy's friend's wrist computer.
Yeah, or else that barrier is going to come back. Or if you somehow get past the barrier, which you can't, I'll just lay you out again.
Clear, nerd.
Jace looks down, shakes his head, and nods up to Ale and Thomas. Clear. He stands up. I don't understand why you're trying to keep me away from my girl. Are you working with JJ? Thomas just throws his free hand up. He's gone. There's no saving him at this point, Hale.
He's a fucking loser. Clearing it, Jay.
Keep the barrier up. I don't trust him. As he goes back and carries her back over to the cats so they can pet him.
He's crazy, Jace. Just like Clyde.
Oh my god. Jace has like the same accent that Clive does. If Clive didn't have that like weird way he talks.
Now all Jace needs is a yes man like Uncle Scott.
Thomas looks over at Jace and then at Hale as Jace is like rubbing the top of his head and his back since he got really hurt from the two moments of being knocked back. He tilts his head. That's something that we need to discuss as like a crew, We can never let Jace have a yes man. Is that clear, everyone?
Why even let him on the crew?
Thomas sighs heavily, looks at Hale. 'Cause he's my brother.
Fine. Looking over at poor Jace, rubbing the back of his head. Just relax, Jace. Count down the hours. Aunt Samantha's coming back later today to film the movie. Maybe she'll be all dressed up in pretty costume.
Jace inhales heavily, like gasps, and then puts a hand on his chest. Maybe she'll be in that. Oh, what is it called? What do they always call it? The Kiyoshi Warrior cosplay that she wears for me. Oh, I would love it so much.
For you? Looking at Jace.
Integra looks over at Hale. Can I dump the coffee on him?
That would scold him, I think.
She looks at the coffee and then at him. No, not yet. She doesn't wear it for you. She wears it for JJ. Obviously. Suki, which is what the character is based off of, the cosplay, I should say. He is JJ's favorite character, and when he was, younger, like 12, 13, something like that, he was attracted to that character. So, by proxy, Sam, Suki, JJ is attracted to Sam. Done. And they are married!
Printing out a picture of Suki Sam on Thomas's wrist computer. This will keep him busy. Look, Jace, I got you something. Handing him the picture.
Jace's eyes widen as he takes the the picture and just sits down on the ground staring at it.
Look, I bet you he's even gonna hug it.
He hugs it right to his chest and gives the picture a kiss.
That kid is... I don't even... I'm watching! I don't even know what to say.
I don't... She scratches the side of her head. I don't understand. I truly don't understand. How can a child be that interested in a girl at their age?
He's gonna grow up to be a virgin.
Dude, Julius starts to laugh and nods his head. Oh, for fucking sure.
We got you guys gifts. We want you to, put them on the kids, though. We got them for you guys to then thus give to the kids. So, we got this one. Gift to you, Nicole, Julius, and Patricia. Pequod lockets? Tilts her head. Hunk handing them to Julius.
Julius takes the locket. Davy leans forward. You remember how lockets were always a favored gift of mine to give out?
Yeah,
well,
I stood nodding.
Well, I thought it was a good idea, since she smiles at the three of them. Those two over there are always so close to each other, and, well, let's be honest here, somehow, someway, they are obviously dating, and their ages. I thought it'd be a nice gift to give them lockets of each other. Open them up.
Pequod will open one up. Julius will open the other one up. Oh, they're matching.
Oh, that's really cute.
Handing this one over to Icy. Icy, good idea. Looking in the locket. These are cute fucking pictures of them.
Yeah, no. Really cute pictures of them. Davy
This is the when they kissed at the anniversary. 12 Fox car.
Yes, exactly, darling. Someone luckily took a picture of them kissing, and it was just such a sweet moment that, well, we had to put it into the lockets. I, Julius looking into the locket and then at Pequod, the back at the locket. Thank you guys. This is
Adorable.
exactly. This is adorable. This is wonderful. A wonderful gift. Thank you.
Nicole put Thomas. They're both exactly the same, but he's going to be your son-in-law. Clearly. Scratching the back of his head, confused at Thomas. So Nicole can put Thomas's on. Julius, you put yours on your future daughter-in-law, because I don't think there's any questioning that anymore.
I do not think so.
Come here, Thomas. Pequod claps her hand.
Thomas looks over, picks Hale back up, and walks over.
Grandma and Grandpa and the rest of us got gifts for you.
He tilts his head as he turns around, looks at his Aunt Icy and Julius, gets down on both knees, and gently puts the locket around Hale's neck.
Icy will do the same to Thomas. Don't lose this, young man.
He nods as he looks at the locket, tilts his head, and opens it up. Look inside it!
Hey, it's our first kiss looking at the locket.
Oh, it's our first kiss! I always wanted a picture of this moment!
And then the other picture is the drawing you made of me.
He looks over at Hale and smiles and gives her a kiss on the cheek. It's my favorite moments of you, that's for sure.
This is She kisses Thomas on the cheek. Icy, oh jeez.
Oh, well, here we go. From their perspective, he gets the kiss on the cheek, and then he takes a step back like she always does and tackles her to the ground, protecting her head, and starts to kiss her.
Good God. Icy watching Pequod clap. Yeah, only at Rainfall Lane will you see infants at the age ranges of 5 to 1 having intimate affection.
Yeah, that's for sure. Julius has hands on his hips. He looks at Icy, then at the kids, and thinks in his head, Is that how we would have been?
I think so. Nodding her head, watching. Only probably not as smart.
Most likely. Julius shakes his head and starts to laugh. Neither of us were very smart back in the day.
Just in Julius's head, but she puts up her finger. Smooth move on Pequod's talk, getting you out of filming today.
Oh my god, thank God. Julius looks at Icy and shakes his head. You know how little we want to be here for those filming moments, you know that.
When in doubt, throw your son under the bus.
When in doubt, throw Carter under the bus. That's goddamn right. Although an issue with this plan presents itself once the band is over, I got no fucking clue how we're gonna get out of the filming.
Icy looks at Julius. You'll find a way, believe me.
Yeah. My wife is extremely intelligent. She'll figure out a way to convince Mom and Dad to get us out of them.
You know, I much rather would be like those two as a kid than that. Pointing down at Jace, what's he doing with the picture?
Jay. He's putting his hand in front of his face to do the picture of Samantha.
That's really fucking pathetic.
Extremely pathetic. He puts a hand on.
He's using the photo to kiss his hand.
I know, Nicole. He puts a hand onto Icy's shoulder. I think if anyone would rather be like him, rather than those two, they have something mentally wrong with them, Nicole.
Fucking Down syndrome. Going back, sitting down.
Julius starts to laugh as he goes back and sits down so Pequod can sit on his lap.
Well, alright, fine. You guys are gonna not be on set today, Carter, and all that. You're gonna go to the cabin? See, that cabin's paying dividends. We got that for you a long-ass time ago, and it's your little getaway spot. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. And we love you very much for getting it for us. Thank you so much.
Has anybody actually ever skied there besides me and Mom and Dad? No. Chuckling.
Julius chuckles. I I never skied there. No.
I did, if you recall. I skied there quite a few times. Is he okay? So everybody that goes there except the two of you. Well,
Well, pretty much. Pretty much. Julius hugs Pequod a bit tighter around the waist and pulls her in. You know, he shrugs. I think I got better things to do than ski when I'm there with my wife.
yes, we do. Pinching his chin. Hunk, it's a good thing we got all that skiing gear on clearance, dear, back in the day.
Oh yes, most definitely. We got quite a deal on it, and well, I suppose that deal is paying dividends at this point.
Hunk chuckling, watching Pequod and Julius embrace as out at Fort Bragg, the commander's walking tall and proud as Frederick has slipped away off duty. He's exploring around some of the buildings, and here comes the commander. Stand to and fire, Krell! Wow, take that, fat bitch.
To Fledwick or to Scar?
Scar is giving Krell an order.
Ah, okay. Clive will start moving down towards Fledwick as Fledwick exploring around this place, holding his paintball gun like he's actually like sweeping the place. He just looks at his gun. What the fuck am I doing? He holsters his pistol as he continues to explore, and he just looks around, checks if this door here is unlocked, and he opens it up and walks in.
He sees, propped up on the ceiling with wires, the outline of a shape. He can't place it. Looks like a kite, kind of, but he can't place it. And he sees two pumpkins, but they're obviously mechanical, not actually pumpkins as in the vegetable. Or fruit, whatever they are.
What the hell is this? As Clive walks in. Excuse you, Frederick. Oh, Jesus! He turns around, seeing Clive holding a katana and cattle prod. Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus! He puts both of his hands up and starts to back up. He backs up into one of the bombs and it falls to the ground and starts to roll. Oh, shit! Don't! You gotta be careful around this piece of tech, mate. You gotta pick that up and put it back up there. As Fledwick, listening to the crazy man with the weapons, picks up the pumpkin bomb and puts it back where it was. Sorry, what the hell is this, Clive? He puts his hands on his hips, looks around. Well, it's classified, mate, but he shakes his head. It's what we used back in the day in Baghdad to take down Izzy. What? To take down Izzy? Yeah, to take down Izzy. Oh, right. You weren't on that mission. I'm sorry. It was back in the day. Me and Scar, we had specialized equipment made to go and take down Izzy, right? So it was quite simple. We had her basically cornered on the highway.
Hiya! Scar in the flashback jumping up. Commander, I found her! His tail propping up. Pew! Shooting a laser bolt at Izzy. Izzy raises her hand, stopping the bolt, sending it back at Scar. Hitting his ass, falling on the ground as the commander is now coming into frame.
Scar, are you okay?
She's too strong.
He flies on his glider. Oops. Underneath this freeway, coming back up around, doing a little loop-de-loop as he comes up right here. Easy. You now stand before the Clive Goblin. As he pulls out one of the pumpkin bombs and hits the button, activating it, and throws it at Izzy to try and explode her.
There is a huge explosion destroying the highway and a cloud of smoke that abates, and all that is left is a pair of shoes.
As he flies back down, "Are you okay, Scorpion?"
I'm alright, brother. You got that bitch! Clenching his fist, shaking it. Blew her right out of her fucking shoe.
God damn right I did. I wouldn't be called the Clive's Goblin if I didn't. As he flies over to the shoes and picks them up. A trophy that we shall bear with us forever.
Pretty manly shoes for a girl, though.
Don't you know, she was a man, and then Julius forced her to have the sex change.
That's where Carter gets it from. Shaking his head, looking at the shoes as Clive, coming back from the flashback standing with Fred, even has the pair of shoes on it.
I like to imagine that they're hung up in the room, like they're framed in the room, with his hands on his hips, nodding. Yeah, those are Izzy's shoes, believe it or not.
Frederick realizes they're the wedding shoes, the shoes he wore to his own wedding that Suletta bought it.
Frederick points to them. Are you sure those aren't yours? Because I could have sworn you wore something like those to, your wedding to Suletta. No, those aren't mine. Trust me, mate. I took those off of her. Well, she didn't have a body left, but the dust and ash that was there, I took those right out of that pile, mate. Trust me, those are hers. What? As Frederick just pinches the bridge of his nose. Can we tell others about this, maybe? Well, he looks around. You do already know. I suppose we could tell the others, but I'd have to confer with Scar first, mate. Very personal what happened to him there, the laser bolt hitting him and everything like that. Fine, yeah, no, Frederick just looks at the glider and the pumpkin bombs. You aren't planning to use those in the future, right? Clive looks over at Frederick, leans in close to him. That's classified, mate. Way above your pay grade. As he'll grab Frederick by the arm and start dragging him out of the room. And you won't be seeing that anytime soon if you keep on asking questions like that. Oh, Jesus! As he'll pull him up to the firing range. Attention!
Ooh. Krellin's standing up. Samuel salutes half-heartedly.
Frederick does the same. He salutes half-heartedly as Clive walks up to Scar. Two things, mate. Do you know why we had these in the office? Holding up the cattle prod and the katana.
Scratches the back of his head, looks at the cattle prod, then the katana. No, That katana looks like hauntingly familiar. Do you know where that comes from, Julius? How? Why would we have one of the fucking weasel's katana?
Yeah, I mean, he like looks at it, touches the blade part. It's not even sharp. See, look at that. As he holds up his finger and it is bleeding profusely.
Come here, Clive. Pulling out his fucking medkit.
Oh, okay. He looks at Scar. I guess it was a bit harder than expected, or sharper than expected, wasn't it, mate?
Yeah, well, probably makes Patricia sharpen it for him because he's such a fucking lazy ass incel.
Lazy ass incel. A dweeb is what I would call Julius. A goddamn dweeb.
What on agenda today, Commander? Various elaborate traps to attack Carter? Or just going to try to tackle him over dinner table again? That almost worked, thank you very much. If he wasn't so fucking slimy, I could have finished the job.
We almost got him, mate. We almost got him.
And you know what? I was this close to strangling him out, but there's a silver lining in everything. Finally, Suletta got rid of all that fucking horse shit in the house.
Oh, thank the Lord. You know, mate, you know for a fact I was already planning on having a talk with her about all that shit in the house so we could actually fill it up with, I don't know, important things. But, you know, she did it on her own, and I could not be prouder of her.
It's not my place to inject into another's marriage, especially a marriage as illustrious as yours, Commander. But I gotta say, all she does is sit the fuck around all day and spend while you're out here working your fucking ass off. 4 times over. Collecting a scar.
Well, I know that, mate, but you know what? She's my wife. She's my girl, mate. You know what that means to me? I let her just sit around and look pretty like she always does, and I don't mind that one bit. If I have to provide the money so she can spend my money on, whatever inane video game she wants or what have you, I don't mind that. As long as she sits around and looks pretty for me, you know what I mean?
More like look fat.
Okay. You know what? He points at Krellin. I'll let you guys get away with quite a few things on the unit that you honestly should not get away with. But goddammit, we do not call my wife fat on this base. Is that understood?
It's a fact of life.
You son of a bitch, Samuel.
They got you there, brother. She's pushing 500 plus.
He
You gotta do something about that. Whip her ass into shape.
He shakes his head. He looks at Scar. I know, mate, I know, but she's still my girl, She still looks as beautiful to me as the day I met her. You know that, right?
Well, yeah, putting his arm around Clive. I get it, but maybe less sitting around all day playing games, more going out being active. Or is she afraid to leave the house because Carter?
I honestly think she's become agoraphobic, just so she has less of a chance to come into contact with Carter, honestly.
So if anyone failing, it you. Pointing at Clive and Scar.
He looks at Krellin, then looks at Scar. God damn it, mate, I think he's right.
Shaking his fist lightly up and towards the air. I could have had him that past following Sunday. Last Sunday, I almost had him. My paw was nearly around his fucking throat. If your daughter didn't fucking stop me, pointing at Clive.
Alright, we don't talk bad about Memory Ann, you know that, but I agree. If she didn't stop you, all of this would be saved. All of this would be changed. As he hits this wall with the sword and makes it chip slightly.
But that's very expensive. Not anymore, though.
Oh yeah, look, okay, mate.
If you don't care about it, why you just keep it then somewhere on base? We don't need this shit. The unit doesn't. We're not samurais. Unit doesn't use swords. Doesn't use cattle prods. We use military grade, he slams the side of his rifle, weaponry. Thank you, Krellin.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, mate, I might just throw these into the furnace unless you guys got a better idea.
That katana worth much money. Maybe not much for cattle rod, but get you more money for Area 51's secrets. You don't say! Looking at the katana.
Huh. As Clive holds up the katana and looks at it. You guys know any good places where we can sell it, maybe?
Samuel, about to say something, raising his finger. Krellin, Luna Games, Swords and Cattle Prods. Located in San Diego, California. Really? Big smile on his face.
I never heard about that place. Why did we know about that place beforehand, mate?
Clive used to shop there. Into Frederick's ear.
Oh, Jesus. As Fudwick rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, I know. He used to be like his favorite game shop, right?
Yes, nodding his... Scar, So they deal in video games like that crap Suletta plays? Oh yes, many games. But prefer katana and cattle prods. That's quite a wide selection they have there.
No, yeah, it is. That's why they're rated the best gaming store in San Diego. They take katanas, they take cattle pods, they take video games. If you guys want to, get rid of that stuff, I would sell it instead of just throwing it into the furnace.
And deal in straight cash. So just get you credits. Not traceable by Carter. Fuck yeah! Pulling Clyde closer to it.
Clive puts his arm around Scar. Oh, I'm not going to space more and more about a second.
Well, what do you say we fire up the fucking Chinook and we make a unit field day trip out of it?
Actually, mate. Clive looking at Scar. He looks at all the other members of the unit. I think they get the day off today.
I'm being generous today, huh? Thank fucking God. Throws his gun down.
What can I say? You can't work the troops 110% all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll get into one of our civvy. We'll get into my truck, hover truck, and we'll fly over there. See what Luna Games, katanas and cattle prodding is all about.
I like that idea. I really do, mate.
All right, well, hey, you're dismissed for the day. Frederick, no more dicking around in the restroom for 45 minutes, brother man. You got to be out here on the line practicing with your sidearm and your primary weapon. Am I under fucking stood, Frederick?
You're under fucking stood.
All right. Beat your meat. Get out of here. Meat?
I don't even fucking think he knows what that means. As Frederick will turn around and start walking away.
Ellen and Frederick and Samuel leaving quickly. Was he really in the restroom for 45 minutes there? Coming over here, picking up Frederick's pistol.
He found a glider, mate.
Cocking the pistol. How did he take it?
Well, I told him the story, mate. This is the day we took down Izzy in Baghdad. And I honestly think it was just bewildered and in like amazement by how amazing the two of us are.
Did you show him the shoes? That usually gets them real good.
I did. He pointed out that they looked manly and everything like that. And he said, "Are you sure that's not just the shoes that you wore on your wedding day? Like I would wear that pair of shoes on my wedding day. They're goddamn Izzy's shoes. Why the fuck would I wear that bitch's shoes?"
I mean, come the fuck, coming over here, pointing his rifle at the picture of Carter. Well, I was gonna say come the fuck on, but Frederick wasn't part of the squad back then. Krellin was Krellno, remember?
Yes, I do. And then Samuel was on the squad, right? He was
Sam Stereo.
Sam Stereo, mate. God damn it. Him and his illusions. He was the best of the best at him, mate.
We had to bring out this, well, he looks around to make sure nobody's within earshot. The sinister unit when this cocksucker started drama with Hazel, and this fat piece of shit, who I don't even know how Colt could find attractive, started drama with... Who do these people think dealt with Eric, Hazel, and Izzy? Do they think they magically just got killed on their own? No, it was the sinister unit.
Honestly, mate, I wouldn't put it past them that they think that they just poof up and disappeared off the face of the world, because you know what, that's stupid to actually believe it, mate.
Hey, Commander. You want to see something?
Oh, I'd love to, mate.
Handing Clive his rifle. Unzippers his pants and pisses on the picture of Soul.
Clive he just starts nodding. Yes, mate. Yes, that's what I like to see. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I think of the Moon Maiden.
Wow! Yeah, fuck you, Moon Maiden. As Clive will set his shit down and start pissing on Carter's face.
What the fuck? Krellin watching through binoculars, hands them to Frederick.
Frederick looks through the binoculars, immediately hands them over to Samuel. I think I think I'm gonna go request that my eye optics get removed so I don't ever have to look at that again.
Send video to Carter and so maybe they come out here, kill them, and end this nightmare. Understood. Typing on his wrist computer.
Hopefully they do.
And Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel will head out, make haste to get the fuck away from the crazy ass unit and the sinister unit. Back here, Oz has more coffee out. Finally, for everybody, Sam and JJ waiting up here. The rain's let off a little bit. And Elizabeth is just telling the squad about how much Clive badgers her and Benny, sending, just like Clive just picks random video games, inserts himself in, and bothers her and Benny about it.
I mean, like, you think of a video game, you name it, and he's probably badgered us about it. Kirby, Clive B.
Dig Dug, Dig Unit.
Oh god, what's another one? The fucking Halo, Clivo.
Super Mario?
Super
Clivio. Well, who's Luigi? Why are you even asking?
It's Scar. Oz, it's obviously Scar.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that's a good game! Pointing at Ricky. Yeah, Dead Space. Clive Space.
Clive Space. And
Isaac Clarke. Clive Clarke. Memory, good God.
And you know what? What's the funniest part of it all? You know who's his girlfriend that's actually dead the whole time? You know who that girlfriend is?
My mother.
Scar.
Oh, God!
Jesus. Jesus Christ. What about Half-Life?
Clive and Freeman.
Jesus Christ.
And all the head crabs are actually just drinks that Cot has poured and made the people drink them.
Gears of War? Looking at Soul, then Elizabeth? Unit of War. Gears of Unit. That's what he called it, yeah. Clive Phoenix and Scartio Santiago.
What's
The soul?
Elden Ring? What about that?
Unit Ring! Benny laughing.
And before you ask, yes, he's even done like presentations for MMOs, such as Star Wars: The Old Republic, Unit Wars: The Old Republic.
Who are they fighting against? Kata, the Sith Empire? Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And you can only play on the Republic side in his version of the game, because this is a direct quote from the document that he sent me. The unit would never be a part of the Empire that Carter runs.
Benny, God of War. Clive of War.
Elizabeth nods. And of course, Carter is Ares in the game. The line directly from him is, Carter, help me win this battle and my soul is yours. That is his line in the game.
God, that is fucking stupid.
He's got a second chin growing out of his cheekbone there.
Oh my god, he does. You can see the goatee. Elizabeth nods. But I mean, like, yeah, he's badgered us and, well, I don't want to say complained, because he hasn't really complained, but no, he has complained that we aren't taking any of his ideas and we're not trying to make any games out of them.
Benny, this one's my personal favorite. I want everybody to set down their cups of coffee, though. I don't want you to spill coffee on yourself. Colt will take Soul's coffee and set it down.
Oh, come on, it can't be that bad.
Set it down. As the medic of the squad, I suggest this.
Carter will take Memory Ann's and set it down. Laz will set hers down.
Oh, I can't wait. Benny. So, you've already seen him, Metal Gear Solid, but the face he made for Samuel to take this picture is just... Benny will put his hand up. Bear in mind, he posed for a picture making a face to then be superimposed onto this photo. Here you go. Oh god, he looks so fucking stupid.
But that's like the worst, most unenthusiastic face he could make for that pose.
He looks like he's
Look at him! Colt pointing at him.
He looks Looks like he's got a dick up his ass.
He looks like Carter got him.
That you know what? That is probably exactly what he would say. Yeah, no, that picture is directly from the moment that Carter gets me in the game and he rapes me up the ass.
Then I come back and beat him in Outer Haven.
Imagine,
Oh,
imagine Scar yelling Clive the way Otacon does if you die.
You know, I was laughing. Clive? Clive?
Soul starts to bust up laughing.
You can't die!
Carter wiping a tear from his. From
I think
his
I can
face.
do it better. Just give me one more chance. Clive? Clive? Clive!
So wait, would Clive be trying to do a snake impression? You know, Otacon, are you there? Are you reading me, Otacon?
Sounds like a ghoul from Fallout.
Carter starts to laugh.
Well, he's got to go into that mode to beat Big Cart.
I used to have a decent solid snake impression when I smoked.
Smoking most definitely helps when it comes to that impression, and you know what? I do not think Clive is going to be smoking for his role as Snake.
I mean, think about that though. You're right, Benny. Looking up at the picture. What was the discussion? Probably something like, okay, I'm gonna pose like I'm screaming and in agony, and then tilt my head slightly to the right. Then you take the photo, Samuel. Memory and
And you know, since Clive isn't that great of an actor, or at least this version of Clive isn't, he just looked super unenthusiastic and well, how you see him on the picture.
That's the kind of face you use when you yell no after losing in a video game.
I actually really like that game and that series of games too. So I hope that doesn't get greenlit. Not on our watch.
Elizabeth shakes her head. Yeah, no, this is never going to be seen the light of day, Oz. Don't worry.
Could you imagine Father trying to be Snake? Like, oh god, Metal Gear.
Carter laughing. No, it's unit gear.
Unit Gear.
Soul covering her mouth, starting to laugh. I need you to say, Otacon, the unit gear is on base. It is about to fire. Just say it for me, please.
Archon, the unit gear's on base is about to fire.
Carter's starting to laugh.
It's like I used to be able to do a good one of David, whatever the guy, Hater. It's like, Hind D. What's a Russian gunship doing? I'm trying to think. Like, Hind D. What's a Carter gunship doing here?
Hind D. What's a Carter gunship doing here?
Carter fuck.
This revolver soul's a lot.
So who's all? There's like so many villains in that game though. Who's Carter's one guy? Carter is all the villains except for Thomas. Thomas is a couple other of the villains, but they're all just Carter.
Psycho Thomas.
No, that's Psycho Carter. Pointing his
Psycho
finger up. They want Carter to be Psycho Mantis. He invades your anus like he invades your mind.
Wait, who's Sniper Wolf then? Please tell me.
Carter?
Carter.
Did they just put his head on her body?
Thomas is actually Revolver Ocelot.
Revolver Tom's a lot, huh?
The 1-year-old with fucking guns. That's just great.
Oh yeah, no, most definitely. Big Boss, Big Carter. Let me see here. Liquid Carter.
Solidus
Gray
Carter. Gray Carter.
You know, I'm on 3 right now. Ellie's having me play through them, and that means that all of the subordinates for the boss are just called the Carter or the Thomas.
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Tomalot.
So laughing. Instead of just like the end or something, he's just like Special Operations Greyhound. The Tom.
The Tom. Up here, Sam, JJ listening to the conversation. Sam, tell him about Unit Doomsday. Go ahead. Rubbing her head on JJ's shoulder.
It's JJ sighs. He
It was
turns
a
around.
secret they were keeping just between the two of them.
He turns around, one of his hands in his pockets, the other one around Sam.
It'll make them laugh.
Do I got a surprise for you guys?
Sam, yeah, so you guys get emails from them all the time because they know you're taking over the workshop in 2 years, maybe a little more, whatever the time ends up being. Well, they know we're taking over the production company the second the military career is over. So they are badgering JJ all the time about, JJ will pull it up, Unit Doomsday. Oh, they just wrote the text over the fucking actual text, and he forgot to capitalize the I and the T in unit, and the N in U is capitalized. Jesus.
There's four Clive faces on that poster.
And Baby Carter is Dr. Doom.
Carter just blinks. He points at the picture. I do not look good with green eyes.
Colt's laughing, looking up at Baby Evil Carter.
Dr. Doom is Carter. Baby Carter.
Why is Samuel always a woman? Oz pointing up to. I assume that's the Scarlet Witch.
Why
Yeah,
is
no, it's the Samuel. It's the Samuel Witch. Look at him.
Jesus Christ.
a better question is why Fredwick is always fucking shredded?
Yeah, that's true. And who's Krellin? Who is that? Deadpool.
That's Deadpool, mate. Dead Krell is what they want him to be called.
Dead Krell. Yeah, me Krellpool. No, mate, your name is Dead Krell.
We got Clivey Parker, Dr. Clive. That right there, that is just Scar. That's his name.
Wait, his name's just Scar.
Exactly, yeah, because his name is Thor, and I guess they couldn't be bothered, so they just named him Scar.
Has to brace himself on Laz from falling over. He's laughing too hard.
Laz is bracing him, she's bracing him the other way so she can laugh and lean onto him. Yeah, no, I believe that is Black Clither.
Oh, great! Another instancing of blackface.
And, love, I'm actually not sure who that one is.
Point to it again. Squint to get the photo.
That one right there in the corner there.
Oh, that's Captain America.
Oh, right, so...
The new Captain America.
That would have to be Commander America, because
Yes.
he's the commander of the unit and not a captain.
Commander, I believe in the script they sent us, it's Commander Unit America.
Commander Unit America. Ladies and gentlemen, the new Avengers.
And one of the... I mean, I'm not that smart of a guy, book smart. I never will claim to be. But one of the... He's a dock worker. Why is he Mr. Fantastic pointing at Scott?
Like the third smartest character in existence.
And the smartest man alive, Uncle fucking Scott.
Well, he has, what was it, 98 doctorates from Xavier?
Oh god, like I said, he's got as many fucking doctorates as my father has general store. The number just ramps up, and then if you confront him about something, it's like, well, you don't know about this, Uncle Scar. Boom! Degree from Xavier!
Legitimately, I can ask him about, I don't know, cooking a Middle Eastern dish. He has no idea on how to cook. He will slam down a piece of printed paper in front of me that he obviously just printed from his wrist computer, and he says, boom, from Xavier, bitch, and it'll be like home ec in Middle Eastern studies or something like that.
Oh, economics, Mediterranean doctor.
And he's a doctorate. He has a doctorate in all his subjects. It isn't just like a bachelor's or a master's or associates or anything like that. It's a doctorate. He has a supposed PhD in each of these.
Doesn't it take 9 years to get a doctorate in one subject?
Yeah, for research and creating your thesis, improving your thesis, and so on and so forth. It takes like a decade.
Yeah, I think they say even the smartest people take 8 years with skipping steps.
So wait a minute. Did they want to make this movie following up the other old Avengers movies that Disney company made, Samantha? Yeah, nodding her head. But they don't want to go back and remake those other Avenger movies. Oh
They-
my god.
They say that no character really, fits their personalities in those movies or anything like that. But apparently, Clive fits the character of a 18-year-old boy in this movie. So
Who's also dating an 18-year-old?
who's also dating an 18-year-old, or Scar definitely fits the smartest man alive, does he not?
I just love how they were so lazy. Oh, well, his name is Thor and your name's Scar, so we're just gonna leave your name Scar. Okay, bro.
That's good, brother, man. I really like that name. I think it fits the character well.
My favorite part is look close. Baby Carter has hair chin.
Second chin.
Carter starts to laugh. Oh, don't you guys know? When I was the ripe old age of 1 year old, I was growing hair on my second chin that I have below this one.
Oh, his mother was very particular about how it was trimmed, too.
Yep, it always had to be a goatee, just like Robert Downey Jr.'s.
So what is the plot of this movie, then? Pretty much Carter travels back in time, makes himself a baby, because he's stronger if he's a baby, and he becomes Carter Doom. And then the unit has to chase him through time and then multiple universes, picking up other variations of Clive and Scar, because they're the best. And then they gather the super team to beat the infant with green eyes. They push Carter Doom off the Grand Canyon. That's the climactic battle.
JJ with his hand on his face, just laughing.
That is literally how the movie. She's paging through the script. Scene direction, scene 1. It's the final page of the script. Clivey Parker walks up to Carter Doom, hands on his chest, pushing him into the Grand Canyon, killing him. That's it.
JJ reads the line. This'll teach you to mess with the amazing Clive, man.
And they wants to let it be Mary Jane.
Carter, covering his face, shaking his head. Oh God, that's certainly a movie idea. God damn it!
Wait a minute, double back. The start of the movie. Who's the starting members of the cast? Clivey Parker, Fred Arene, Dead Krell, and the Samuel Witch. And then, Mr. Scartastic. So my father is so good, they have to go... It's all about just getting more of my father and Uncle Scar to defeat Carter. Yeah.
Exactly, Marianne, exactly.
Alan, Frederick, and Samuel literally have no action scenes. Frederick has 2 lines of dialogue. Krellin has 5. Samuel has none.
Way to cut a cool character out of the movie.
One of Frederick's lines is literally, "Yeah, Clive." She's reading it, you see her finger going across the wrist computer. "Yeah, Clive, thank God you're here."
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, here. Yo, Clive. I'm so glad you're here. You're so big and strong and smart. We couldn't even try to handle all this without you.
So he just cast himself as all the heroes he liked. Let Ska have the second pick. And then the rest of them just got whoever. Because you know what? I don't think Samuel likes being a woman.
You know what? I don't think so either. Just, especially not. I'm pretty sure Scarlet Witch was a villain in her previous movie before this one was released.
I just love the level of effort they put into it. You can tell Father did this one. He just put the text over the actual text. Unit Doomsday.
They didn't even use a a font or, anything that makes it look remotely similar to how the actual poster looks. It's just, what is that, Times New Roman at size 52 or something like that?
Doesn't fucking Colt gesturing up to the screen, doesn't Uncle Krellin look like those video games where you can put big head mode?
Yeah, he does. It looks like a bobblehead.
Bobblehead mode, that's what it's called.
He really does it. It looks like I could just hit him on the top of the head and his head would go bouncing for a couple seconds.
Well, are you going to greenlight this when you take over the studio, JJ? Sam, shaking her head no.
JJ chuckles. You know, I actually don't think that this would make that much money. I think it would be absolutely hilarious, don't get me wrong, and it might make quite a bit of money, but for all the work that would have to go into the film and for as much torture as it would bring those three, I don't think I'm going to be greenlighting this one, no.
I think you want to produce actual superhero films. Like maybe with people like Carter playing Thor and this and that. And then you release something like this so the public gets what they want. Then you release the parody for the people who don't like superheroes but want to laugh at something. Yeah, nodding his head. I'm not really big into superheroes, but I would definitely watch this movie.
You'd probably make some pretty crazy money off of it, all things considered.
Yeah, the action figures alone. Looking at JJ.
JJ whistles and nods. The action figures alone would give us a good chunk of change, that is true.
Oh well. Sam will go to delete the photo and the script off JJ's wrist computer, and he's not gonna let her. He wants to keep it for a rainy day.
No. Just in case, love. Just in case the family really becomes, let's say, desperate for some cash. You know what I mean?
That's never gonna happen. Looking at JJ.
It could. You never know, love.
He wants to produce the film. I can see it in his eye.
Yeah.
She laughed.
That's the same look my mother gives a movie that no one wants her to produce, but she's gonna do it anyway.
Well, we get Aunt Nicole to write an actual Avengers series of a couple movies. Make it, then you can make your unit movie. Kissing JJ.
JJ returns the kiss. I like that plan, but that means I am going to keep the script and the promotional material that they so kindly gave us.
Imagine walking up to the Scar, the action figures, and Dr. Clive, and Dead Krell, and Scar, and then so stupid lazy. He is Scar, god of the power loaders.
God of power. Of course. I thought he was gonna try to beat Carter at his own element.
God of the fucking power loaders. God. Sam running her hand down her. They sent that to us the other day, and JJ was just blankly staring at the computer screen for like 20 minutes. I was like, what's wrong? And I came over and started reading the script. Oh, Lord.
You know what? I think it's gonna give us quite a bit of cash if we do ever decide to produce that movie, which I do. After the good Avengers films.
Sam goes to say something, and there's a loud sound, and all the statue's eyes start glowing. Sounds like something massive is unlocking as this statue up here ascends into the ground below.
Soul sighs and stands up off of Colt's lap and stretches her back out. All right, it's time.
Oz looks at the entrance. Be careful in there.
Carter nods, looking at Oz. Yeah, we will. He puts his hands on his hips and smiles at him. Thanks for the coffee, man.
No problem. And does this mean we can finally go back on the ship? Looking at Laz.
Laz looks up at the sky.
You're her favorite.
That is true. I am her favorite. I think we can get away with it.
Let's go. Picking her up, and their coffees are going on to the ship. Must be nice.
Lucky bastards.
Right, Moon Maiden, lead the way. And, oh, actually do something this time? Heavy hitter?
She nods at Sam and walks up, making her way into the temple.
They all will follow. You walk straight in, and this is what you see before you. Weird gold circular-like things spinning in clockwise and counterclockwise motion. Okay. Sam, look here.
Huh. That's kind of weird.
Elizabeth just looking around. What the fuck is this?
Look at that. Benny will come over here, lift his helmet, and spit down the hole. Well, off the ledge, trying to hear if it hits the ground. Nah.
Both Elizabeth and Soul go over to look. Well, can Soul pick up anything from looking down the way?
It looks like the void of space.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything down there for your spit to hit, Benny.
That's shouldn't be possible in a building.
She looks at Benny. A lot of things shouldn't be possible, but she gestures about herself. I mean, if you really think about it, people back in the day, in like the 20th and 21st century, they thought teleportation wasn't possible. Look at us now. We're here trying to turn off teleporters. So a lot of things aren't possible to our minds that can't really comprehend those sorts of things yet.
Shit, everyone in this room is immortal because your aunt's the time deity, I should say.
What kind of lactose fucking white bread fucking shit explanation is that? Putting his helmet back on. The best one you're gonna get. Pointing at Ben.
Do you have another a better one, Benjamin?
You're the spellcaster, the heavy hitter. You should know about this stuff. Gesturing.
Dude, there are just some things that are beyond mortals' understandings.
Contrary to what my father calls her, she is not a Novi.
Exactly. I'm not a Novian. I'm not all-knowing. I am not a deity. I have abilities that come from one. I am not a deity though. I don't have a vast library of knowledge like Aunt Nicole has. I
Even
I only
Cole can't fix my father, Benjamin.
I only know what I know, Benny, okay?
I hope you know how to turn this shit off. Gesturing up here.
Soul starts to look around, trying to find a place to turn off the teleporters. I'm figuring it out.
Does this place just go on forever? And it looks like it does from where JJ and Sam are.
JJ looking as far as he can into the distance. It looks like it does. It sort of looks like when you're on the sea and there's no land around you and you look out to the horizon, it just looks like it goes on and on and on, water and water and water. That's what it looks like, but with a sea of space almost.
How would we blow this place up then? Because Mom said if she can't figure out a way to turn it off, we blow the place.
Carter puts his hands on his hips. Well, this seems to be like if I had to guess, like a dimensional pocket almost. So we explode the outside, the pocket inside collapses, maybe?
What?
Wait. Oh, go ahead. Ideas? Pointing at...
Shoot a missile in the doorway?
But wait, before we do that and destroy an ancient, obviously magical structure built by a grand race, I have an idea. We have Kamo's sword. Points at Carter.
Carter will grab the sword off his back and unsheath it. Oh, yeah, we do. Maybe since it's an Ovian, I can.
He was the king of Anova. Pull the sword out and stand there. That looks like the center thing. Pull it out and stand there and announce that the king has returned or something.
Okay, I give it a shot. Carter will make his way up to the platform, put the sword up in the air. The wielder of the sword of man is speaking. Come to me and discuss with me a way to turn off the teleporters that have been opened up.
Dumbass. Looking over at Carter.
You got any better ideas, Samantha?
No, I don't. I don't even want to be here. We're only here because of your sister and you. So figure out a way to get this show on the road, Captain.
We're figuring it out. We know basically just as much as you do.
It was a good shot. Pounding his chest a couple of times. It was a good try, Carter. That was so lame. I am the king of men with the sword. Imitating Carter.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. Carter points over at Colt. Thank you. Thank you for being nice to me. And Carter points over to those two. And shut up. Help us find a way to turn this shit off, please.
Oh! Pretending to hold up a sword.
Carter just blinks a couple times, looking at Benny. Benjamin, stop it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. As he starts looking around on top of the platform for any like devices or anything that can help turn it off.
You feeling anything, Miss Moon Matron?
Besides creeped out, looking around the room.
She clicks her tongue a couple times. Maybe if I. She teleports up next to Carter. Maybe if I'm up here, maybe closer to the, well, sea, I guess. She walks up closer and starts to reach out and tries to feel for something.
She feels like there's somebody watching her.
She feels that feeling. Her hand shakes for a second, and she retracts it and takes a couple steps back, bumping into Carter, and he puts his hands on her shoulders. What? What was it? She points out into the sea. Someone was watching me. JJ tilts his head. Excuse me?
Like, what kind of watch and what kind of someone you mean?
She looks at Colt and then at Ricky. The kind of someone who can watch me from a space like this and, well, none of us being able to see him.
Oh boy, I don't think this is gonna be easy.
Maybe we just blow the place. Benny looking around.
I like his idea.
Carter clicks his tongue, turning around to look at Memorian and then at everyone else. If this thing is here, I don't think it would allow this place to be blown up like that. Just a hunch, though. Soul walks over to Colt, puts a hand onto his chest. She shakes her head. Carter will take a couple steps back. Excuse me. We turned on teleporters. I turned on teleporters. And we know this is the nexus of those teleporters, and we would love if you were willing to help us turn them off. Please help us turn them off.
At first, appears what looks like the closest things your brains can acquaint are a black hole. A small.
Soul puts a hand onto Colt's chest, patting him a couple times to tell him to take a couple steps back as she takes a step forward.
He does.
She takes the step forward, hands behind her back. Hello? Can you hear me?
The hole grows larger and larger.
JJ takes Sam and takes a step back away from it.
And he's getting scared now, but he'll step forward, raising his gun.
Oh fuck. He'll move with them.
Get ready. Looking at.
Carter cracks his neck. Okay. I'm not sure if this is a good or bad thing. We just want to talk.
Coming out of the center of the hole is what looks like a vague shape of a man.
What kind of energy is Soul feeling off this guy?
He's powerful. I wouldn't say dwarf Soul, but Soul hasn't met a lot of equals in her life. She's either had spellcasters like Icy, who dwarf her completely, and Lorelei, or people who she dwarfs, like Carter and Memory.
Soul Soul's back starts to straighten up as she stands up straight, and her hair starts to stand up on the back of her neck as she bows her head to the figure in front of her. We just wish to discuss the turning off of the portals that I idiotically turned on. Please, peacefully.
His head looking around the room, Soul can tell he's looking for an Anovian to speak with.
There are no Anovians here. But I can read Anovian, and I assume I can at least somewhat understand some of it, if you wish to speak to me in one of their steads.
He looks at Soul, his eyes glowing purple. I stare also into you. Then he disappears. And so does the hole.
He stares also into me?
That's cryptic. Sam lowering her rifle.
I mean, at least he didn't jump us.
JJ stroking his chin. Is it like a whole I stare into the abyss and the abyss stares back type thing?
Sam shrugging. I don't know.
He walks up, hops up onto the platform with Sam. Can you contact him again or something?
Boom! JJ sees Sam disappear.
JJ watches her disappear. Okay, what the fuck is going on?
Andy and Elizabeth disappear behind them. Oh shit. Turning around.
This is bad.
Okay, calm down.
Just Carter's gone. Just Soul and JJ.
JJ runs over to Soul. Do you know what's happening? Well, obviously we're being teleported away, or at least I think we are.
Teleporting JJ away.
Oh shit! Oh god! Well, come on, I'm right here. Teleport me too.
Appears, fading out of the black void.
She takes a step forward, points at him. Those were my friends. Those were my family.
Fight subhuman. And he'll teleport Soul away. And the party finds themselves split, standing, all separated in what they assume is probably another dimension. Ricky looking right up at this.
Oh, shit. Yeah, this is freaky, guys.
Sam screams JJ's name.
Coming, my love!
Roll initiative.
I really wish if you just like double clicked the token that it would open up the character sheet. That would make it a lot more simple.
Yes, it would.
Damn.
I really wish we could kill Nick.
I do. Damn, Sam.
Kandash, I will kill Nick and fucking Ashosh. I really wish you didn't even have to click the token to roll initiative. You shouldn't have to.
That would be helpful, yeah. Carter's gonna use one of his abilities, an Earth God Captain's Quality, to have Samantha go right after JJ. So their turns are right after one another.
Sending. She is. That would be everybody. Membrienne is up first, and Membrienne yells for Carter. Carter, are you okay?
I'm fine. We're all separated. Melee, get on that thing. Soul, fuck it up. Memorian, stay back along with Soul. Provide us support. Colt, get to an advantageous position. Benny, get to the group. Elizabeth, help us out. Sam, get to JJ. JJ, get to Sam.
Membrienne, she's first to go, runs to this ledge. JJ sees her stumble, and then she floats in the air, and I can fucking fly! looking at the creature. Colt, nice! Oh, then looks at the creature.
You said what? Oh shit! As he looks at the creature himself.
Carter can see Memrian floating around flying.
Okay, use it to our advantage, I guess.
Well, she might not this turn, but she definitely will on her next. Casting this on Ricky. That's all she can do for the turn, though.
He's gonna get a big smile on his face, look up at the guy, limit break, and launch himself at him. That means only 3 attacks. All 3 hit.
Would you please just roll a 66, and then we'll just take that value and times 3. I forgot to roll Colt. I gotta roll Colt's initiative right quick. He technically probably has the highest, so I'll roll up some damage on him while Ricky does that. I knew I was forgetting somebody. There we go. Anything else for you?
No, that should be all for him this turn. That is 2 of them that hit. Oh no, all 3 hit. 2 of
All
them
3 hit. No, all 3 hit. He's 18. Zoom in. 18. Okay, all 3 hit, and then 20. Where's the damage? 26. Okay, good. All right, moving on. It is Benny's turn. Benny, who I hate greatly. Nice and early into the fight. On to, he can't see Ricky currently. Well, he can see him, but Ricky's all the way up in the air. Benny can float over to Carter and right into Carter. This.
Carter pats him on the back as he floats by. Get over to Elizabeth.
Benny nods his head. As it's time for the Guardian's turn. His head is snapping around very quickly. Looking at all the air quote combatants, we'll say, and then his head whips over to Ricky, eyes flash, and he'll do this to Ricky. And then he'll disappear and reappear over here closer to Samantha. She looks up at it. JJ sees poor Samantha get hit for 14 and 17 points of damage, sending her flying this direction. And Ricky failed his wisdom save. So, the next closest ally. You grab your measuring stick. 35, 55, 50, 35. Soul's way out of range, He's all the way over here. Alright. She's the closest, because he doesn't have to fly. Because he'd have to fly to hit Samantha. He can just run up to her. So Eliza gets attacked once by Ricky's basic attack.
Alright, here, since it can be used from range now.
It still
He
has to
missed.
roll to hit and everything, right? Okay.
Yeah, he missed,
It
but-
misses.
Poor Elizabeth! What the fuck?
Ricky, what the fuck are you doing?
He cast something on him, looking at the creature.
Yeah, magic stuff. I didn't choose to do that.
It's okay, just focus up.
Yeah, not gonna happen again.
Moon Maiden! Screaming, floating through the air. We'll end the creature's turn, and JJ, seeing his girl floating in the air, getting hit by the dark matter balls of energy, throws out of his hands. JJ,
just to get his ODM dice up, he's gonna, do the whole insight check on him, and then slice and dice for 46. 8 times 6, that's...
Gotta move JJ. He's all the way down here.
Oh yeah, no. He has, 80 feet movement. Yeah, he was moving up. He was getting ODM dice so he could get more movement speed to move up to Samantha.
Bring it on, JJ.
So he has more movement dice. And then, since he has more movement speed from that, he's actually going to spend more movement, grab onto Samantha, and while she's with him, going to carry her over closer to the beast.
Okay.
And then he will make his 2 attacks. Oop, should have advantage. Oh well, that one misses. Both of them miss.
Sorry, JJ. Jacob.
I believe that will end Jacoby's turn.
Eliza. Ugh.
Eliza is going to... Gonna move up here. And shoot at it a flame grenade. So DC 18 dexterity saving throw. Or, yeah.
Take the 7.
Alright, so it will deal 23 fire damage in a 5-foot radius for 2 turns, centered on that guy.
Copy. This is probably the best one. That.
And then after that, she is actually... Yeah, she's going to harpoon over to him. And since she has her maulers out, she is going to mauler stalk strike him. Or at least try to. Jesus. So heat up to 20. And then... So that's 1, 2, 3 attacks. One more. 2 attacks with her mauler at him. God damn.
Sorry, Eliza!
Alright. That is all Eliza can do.
Moon Maiden.
Moon Maiden is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, she can get in range. And she is going to want to take care of this guy quickly. Lunar Bombardment him.
He shields himself, putting up his hands. Elizabeth knocked back slightly by the lunar bombardment. JJ and Samantha knocked back slightly, and there's a cloud of smoke, and all they hear and his black form is pulsing green, and he chuckles at Soul.
Soul breathes heavily. Oh shit!
Sub-sapien. Looking at Soul, glaring at him.
I don't think my
Then kill him some other fucking way! Do something for once in your fucking useless life! Glaring over at Soul.
Soul is going to glare back at her, casting a level 4 lightning bolt. As lightning, no lunar damage or anything like that.
That hurts him! He lets out a "Ugh!" and goes backward. Thank you!
Alright, at least we know he can bleed. Or it hurts at least.
He's immune to her lunar magical fucking coming up this direction slightly. Somehow, some fucking way.
I don't know how, I don't know why, but he is immune, and I will fucking kill him, Samantha. Just shut the fuck up! And that'll be Soul's turn.
Cancer.
Carter is... Oh, by the way, I think you skipped over Samantha's turn.
Ah!
She's supposed to go after JJ.
Alright, just take Carter's turn.
Okay. Carter is going to fly up to him. Yeah, he's going to
Sure attack. Yes.
make two. I think 3 attacks. Yeah, 3 attacks against him, and then this damage gets added onto him. Fucking hell, I have a lot on the sheet. And static aura as well onto him.
That hurts him. He's not immune to that type of magic.
And then he has 4 electrical charge up. He's actually going to lightning surge to surge his dot again to get another electrical charge and deal 8 more damage onto him. I have to take 2d6 damage to him. But then I am going to... Yes, electrical overload him for 27 more points of damage. And then that's all Carter can do.
From down a little bit. So we gotta do... I think that's a good one right there. Alright. Colt trying to catch up with the rest of the group. I'm gonna have Colt roll damage, shooting the being. Samantha. Will. Should actually say 50. She gets some upgrades too. Not 20. Post time skip. So Soul should be in it. Memory End's not, but that'll be fixed. So Soul's in the mana amp gauntlet as well. Ricky can go because Memory End's gonna do just something so.
He's going to charge back into big guy. Nice.
There you go.
3 hit. 1. And he'll spend a key for Flurry of Blows. So 2 more.
While Ricky's doing that, Elizabeth notices Benny floating over her head, trying to land next to her, but he can't. So he's like floating here, reaching for her.
Elizabeth is going to reach out and bring him down to the ground next to her.
Thank you, babe.
You're welcome.
That should be it for me.
It was 26 from memory. Yeah, we'll just keep the same 26. Finally, Benny's time to shine with his new rifle. Feeling like ash. Check me out, and he'll shoot the thing.
That's good. That's good. You hit him. That was really good, honey.
That damage value is actually to himself. He disappears, but I'm not going to take him off the map, because then I have to re-roll initiative so you can see it. Otherwise, you lose it when you hide them under the map. Redundant program and all. And he'll appear behind Soul and grapple her.
Soul gets grappled. Oh, shit!
Let's just see. He'll do that. Let's see. Well, Colt fails. Aha! He will slam Soul into the ground for 16 points of damage, letting her go. Concluding his turn, JJ.
JJ is going to go ahead and rush towards him, using one of his actions and one of his ODM dice to charge up his Thunder Spears. Once, two, so that would be 60. And then use 2 attacks against the Guardian. 1, 2. There we go. 1 hit, sneak attack damage. And then, since he has a maximum of 20 with Samantha by him, he's going to use 12d6 for plasma infusion, 37 damage, and as long as he's by Samantha, it automatically crits.
Letting out a very loud groan. That's all he does. He groans. He doesn't like "Arr!" and scream. But it's hurting him.
Okay. That will be the end of JJ's turn.
Should listen to your friend and do something with your worthless life, subbreed. Looking down at Soul.
Soul starts to grit her teeth as Elizabeth is going to let's try this again. 5. Harpoon back over. Pull that up real quick. And then try for another stock strike. Hitting. And 2. Actually, yeah. 2, 3, 6. 6 shots with her maulers. And she'll use a bonus action for fighting spirit, so she gets advantage on these.
Bring it on, Eliza, you sex bot.
4, 6. Okay. All of them hit. Let them deal damage. And that will be all she can do.
Swinjay.
Soul is going to restore sorcery points. Okay, she's going to use 1 supremacy stack to regain a 4th level spell slot, and as she's being held by the Gate Guardian, she will cast a level 4 Thunder Step onto him. Basically, it's a Misty Step, but she can already take someone with her. It deals damage when she teleports, basically.
Yep.
She will teleport over to here, out of their grip, and will quicken spell, spending another supremacy stack to regain sorcery point, and another supremacy stack to cast another 4th level lightning bolt onto him.
Staggers backward.
That will regain her. What's wrong character sheet? Jesus. 2 of those. And that will be all she can do for this turn.
Cancer Wingy Mortis Valoria.
Carter is going to look at Samantha. Fuck him up, Samantha! He's going to give his turn to her.
Good idea, because she'll just stack her turns. She'll move JJ out of the way. JJ hears the of her grenade launcher because she stowed the LMG. And I'll just use both of her turns now. Just feed through the barrel until it's out of grenades, blasting him backwards, covering his gigantic face, letting out the groans that reverberate strangely in this strange sphere. 1 second. I will have Colt do his a per usual attack. Continuing the barrage, pushing him back more and more. Memrian, who I hate. Ricky can go, because Memrian's just gonna fire a plasma rifle this.
Well, move there, and for the first time against an enemy. Three hit. That will be the turn for Ricky.
16 points of health back to everybody who's taken damage from Benny. He's gonna heal this turn. The Guardian, getting fucking barraged, will throw his arms out. Maybe he's starting to get a little frustrated. Just a little bit, maybe. And boom. No changing maps and losing initiative. That being said, people are now teleported completely apart again. Memrian's over here. The Guardian's back in the middle. Ricky's right below it. Colt's all the way over here. Soul's right next to him. JJ's over there. Poor Samantha is well out of mana amp gauntlet range from Soul down here with Colt. And Eliza has been sequestered out here, past poor Carter. But his turn's not quite done yet. Oh no, Ricky. No. Now, mind you, you can fly, but if you fly into these, you'll be sucked down into it. That is how these work. And for good measure, Malefice on Cancer!
Natural 20.
Nay!
It would have been Elizabeth too, which is funny.
Poor Elizabeth. Alright, well, Elizabeth lives to fight another day. Thank goodness. That concludes his turn, so JJ, who I hate. Samantha, I'll come to you, pointing over to JJ.
JJ nods as he will... Yeah, he can make it to him. Will zip his way over to him. Subtract down there. He is going to have to do that for some more dice. His unerring eye ability. He'll have to use that for some more dice, and then make his 2 attacks. Actually, he'll use another die to charge up his spears one more time, and make his 2 attacks now. One of them hit, sneak attack, and then he'll actually only use 2d6 for extra plasma infusion damage.
Copy that. Who is next? Oh, Eliza, try your best, you little whore. Aha.
Okay. She will. Yeah, go right here, and then harpoon her way up to him. It increases up to 10. Another stock strike from the Mauler. Oops, not supposed to be at advantage. And 2 more attacks from her Mauler. After that, she can make one last attack with a stock strike. Damn. And that is all she'll be able to do.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eliza. Miss Winjay.
Miss Winjay is going to... Yeah. Spend a supremacy stack, gain a 4th level spell slot back, and cast a wall of fire. Right. Yeah, right across this way. So it's basically like, not encompassed, but, you know, passing through the Gate Guardian.
Okay.
So 21 fire damage there, and then another rolling destruction, and 2 more of those. She is then going to go ahead, reach out, and she's actually yeah, 2 sorcery points to cast haste on Ricky, actually.
Okay.
So there you go. And I believe that's all she can do.
Try it, Cancer.
Cancer is going to 30. He can luckily make it moving around the Midnight Pulse. He will go ahead and make 2 attacks. 1, 2, 3. 3 attacks. God damn. So that one misses, but lightning damage from Lightning Surge, static aura damage. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then he will go ahead and do another electrical overload onto this sucker.
Okay.
That is all for Carter. Yep.
I took Colt's 2 attacks with his sniper rifle. Samantha coming up to JJ, as promised. We'll swap weapons again. Actually, yeah, some laser damage to it, which definitely affects him and hurts him greatly. Mimbrian, chugging her way around. Her Ice Blast now dealing way more damage, finally. There you go. Oh, give him the snail. Alright, and Ricky is up.
He is gonna move right in. And open with 4 to see if I can do it.
And just throw that out there from Benny. Ooh, that's a bad one, but oh well.
3 hit. Last attack, he'll use the haste attack for Blade Rush, spending all 8 energy dice. So that means... bad luck on the rolls, only 1 extra attack.
You see the 11 from Benny?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Oh, I'll take that for the extra attack. That'll be Ricky's turn.
Appearing behind Colt, picking him up. Shit! Getting grabbed by it.
Shit, I got you, baby. Don't worry.
He'll slam Colt into the ground twice and laugh at Soul. And for good measure, as he laughs at Soul. He'll hit her for 12 points of damage. Laughing at Soul. And now we'll go to JJ. Eliza, Miss Wingy, and Carl.
I forgot because it's the first time this is activated. He gets the afterburn dot put on him. I won't.
Alright, keep going.
Okay. JJ
Got it.
JJ is going to move up. Boom, right there. And
What's good for afterburn? This guy screaming? Yeah. It's good for afterburn. Screaming guy.
JJ is going to make 2 attacks. Both hit. Sneak attack damage, and then plasma infusion damage. 4d6. And then, with his last attack, JJ will shoot out his double charged thunder spears. I'll have to roll the damage myself, but it's 77 damage to him.
Is Samantha moving with him or staying back?
Yes, Samantha's moving with him.
Okay.
So 29 damage to the Gate Guardian.
Copy that. Eliza.
Eliza is going to just within range. Yeah. Just get a harpoon to him again. And then make 3 attacks with a stock, 2 attacks with a stock strike mauler. 1, 2, both hit, sending her up to 50 heat. And then as her final attack, she is going to use a force grenade.
As she does this, he'll slam Colt. He is slamming him face first. He looked at Soul, lifted him up in the air, flipped Colt in his hand, and now slammed him back first into the ground, looking at Soul.
All right, that will end Elizabeth's turn.
We will take the 15. And I will give this to Eliza. Colt is set free from his grasp by the concussion grenade. But not before what he did to Colt.
Oh, Jesus. 65, okay, so 5. Okay, she could just barely make it. She goes over to Colt, and she is going to Misty Step over here to get him away from the Gate Guardian.
Okay.
And then she is going to pull out her Centurion Defenders and shoot 2 shots into this fucker.
Anything else?
Let me see here. Let me see. She's gonna put the ring of... Oop, that's the heal. The ring of Basilisk onto Colt as well. She looks at him. He's trying to target you. Here's a bit of a shield, babe.
Thank you! Rubbing the back of his...
His AC will raise by 5, and any attacks that the Gate Guardian does onto Colt will return 66 radiant damage.
Nice. Okay.
That's all Soul can do. Carter is going to... Lightning can do a lot, but Sam can also do a lot to this thing. You know what? Yeah. He's gonna whistle out. Sam! Keep on
turns around.
fucking it up!
Oh, neat. That is what Samantha likes to hear. She really, 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 really does. Whipping out 2 plasma pistols. Pushing him back into the corner. He's backed into a corner again, trying to fucking pathetically defend himself with his arms up. Benny actually chuckles watching her whip them out and blast him as he's just putting his hands up trying to block the shot as she screams loudly.
That's all for Carter's turn that he can do.
I hate Carter. You understand this, right?
I do. Carter is a terrible human being.
Colt looks over at Soul. Oops, excuse me. Looks over at Soul. Gift from Uncle Blaze. Types on his wrist computer. One of the same nanite rocket launcher that he gave to Hunk. Blaze made for Hunk to go to the island with Carter, the Stinger missile. Colt has one, albeit it's smaller and more compact. She sees it form, he puts it on his shoulder, and will blast this thing, knocking him, for a change, into space. He's gotta catch himself. He starts floating around. And he quickly catches himself and reorients himself.
Soul starts to laugh. Yes, Colt, yes!
Memory Ann letting out a very sharp whistle as she looks over. See, I'm actually gonna have her fly. She'll fly in the... She will... It should say, like, ice-infused sword, but it'll just say ice gauntlet for Carter's sword. She'll do that to Carter.
Understood.
Carter's sword, I should say.
And Carter looks at the sword. Thank you very much, honey!
Whistling to Carter. You'll roll 66 on Carter's next turn to keep track of that damage. Samantha will go after JJ. Ricky's...
Alright, he's going to use the speed to get right back on him.
And we'll also just... This is what he's going to be doing for a while, so... Throwing out more healing.
Okay. And where is it? He gets another tick of that, and... 5.
I gotta move him to see all the things. Okay, keep going.
Play believe that's all 5 hit. And that'll be Ricky's turn.
Okay. Benny threw out the healing to everybody. On to Miss Wingy. Chuckling at
Fuck.
Nee!
Alright. Attack the nearest target. Okay. She is going to... She has him in her hand. She's going to shoot him, and in return, she is also going to take 66 radiant damage.
Colt falls over, getting shot.
Shit! I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. It was a spell. Are you okay?
Laughing at Bates, looking right at Soul. I imagine Ricky flying around his head, and he's just ignoring Ricky, laughing at Soul as Ricky's shredding him alive.
This guy's a fucking asshole.
Colt, oh god, I'm good. Shakes himself off, holds his stomach.
Carter will get on radio. Benjamin Colt!
Copy that. He looks around. Okay, copy that. Then he will heal Colt. It'll be JJ, then Samantha.
Okay. JJ is going to, since he's next to Sam, freely spend them, charge up his Thunder Spears once more. And she will be moving with him. He moves to the Gate Guardian. Advantage 2. So then sneak attack gets added along with 12d6 plasma infusion damage, which auto crits. And then that will be his turn.
Bring it on, Eliza. As Samantha will a healing dart into the side of Soul's neck.
Soul will nod towards Samantha in thanks as Elizabeth. Boom. And then we are going to do... She needs to vent heat, sadly, so she will do another flame grenade onto the sucker. Flame grenade, venting 20 heat, which allows her to make 1, 2, 3 attacks.
Ooh, flavor the crit.
He will, she shoots the flame grenade. It hits the Gate Guardian right into the chest. She, using the momentum from the harpoon, since she's floating, she can't really control the momentum, but she starts to like spin around in the air. She hits the first stock strike right in the shoulder, but with the second one, she stabs, or at least attempts to stab right into like the nape of the neck area.
Very nice. Miss Wingy, please stay by Colt. I implore you.
Miss Wingy is not going to stay by Colt. No. She is going to move up here and first she's going to shoot a lightning bolt. Yeah. Level 4 lightning bolt at the sucker. so 26 damage altogether. And then with her second attack, she has 8 stacks of Rolling Destruction. She's going to cast Rolling Destruction. And the damage is going to be pure force damage.
He's evaporating him. Bitch. Looking around.
Soul breathing heavily, her teeth bared, just using this huge amount of arcane energy. That'll teach you, you son of a bitch.
Ha 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 ha. Booming, weird, reverberating laughter abates.
I legitimately hate that laughter.
As they get teleported and split apart yet again, Mortis. Joy. That baby on the map layer. We'll leave a midnight pulse over here. Gotta look at my drawing. Vandava. Vundava. Midnight pulse there. This one a bit smaller. We'll put it here. Benny is all the way over here. Samantha finds herself next to Carter. Colt is right next to Soul. JJ is all the way out here floating, but he has control of himself. And Elizabeth and Ricky are in the boat together, standing in the boat together. And the Guardian will unfurl from space and time, yet again, revealing himself right, he shouldn't be that big, right there. Boom, boom, boom. AC's back and visible. The flame wall is still here, mind you. It's still there. It won't go away, just like the midnight pulses. But, yep. All right, back to the top of the order. It was Carter, right? And then... Oh, no, it's Carter's turn, because Soul devastated him. Carter?
Okay, Carter is going to move in around. He can only make it up to there, which he will move up to there.
The extra damage from memory on. You rolled that, right?
Oh
no, this is the first turn of it.
Yeah,
I'll roll it. I'll roll it.
He will go ahead and make his attacks. The dot will trigger for 8 points of lightning damage on him, electrical fury damage, and then, you know what, it is working electrical overload right into this fucker.
He definitely doesn't like elemental damage. I rolled a strength check for Colt, because I am going to have him pass his turn to Soul by grabbing her and hurling her into the sky, and he'll pass his turn to the love of his life, trying to get her in range of the beast.
Soul, on her turn, she is going to, using the momentum that Colt gave her, thank you, as she'll push herself off into the magic amp area, and will... Honestly, she has the supremacy stacks and sorcery points for it. Just straight up. 2 lightning bolts. 2 straight lightning bolts right into this fucker.
Very nice. Don't mind this. It's a multi-turn channel ability. She summons one gigantic ice wall that the squad and her friends can freely pass through. If Ricky wanted to pass through this for some reason, he could. He'd just get a little wet.
Understood.
Multi-turn thing, so that's all she's doing this turn. Ricky's up.
He'll move right up, swap to the flails and energize them, and 4 attacks off the bat. Hit, and I get the Treyu as well. Missed, and then my Mushin rolls, and that'll be my turn.
When it comes to Benny, big numbers coming out from him to everybody. He'll have to attack sooner or later, though. It's not looking good for him. I mean, gotta, just like Elizabeth, gotta lower the heat. Mercenary from Sotor. Sam yelling to JJ, "I'll meet you in the middle!" Pointing to JJ.
JJ will nod towards her. Just gotta... Sorry, I had to increase health.
Mm-hmm.
He will make his way right here, just to in the area to get her closest to him, and spend another ODM dice. He's gonna need to recharge him to.
I'll just put it right here. I mean,
okay. To charge up his Thunder Spears, and then boom, boom. 2 attacks, sneak attack damage, plasma infusion for that much, and then he'll also throw his Thunder Spear, so 99 damage.
he slams up against Memrian's ice wall. Doesn't break this one. This is a strong fucking wall.
Carter will yell out, "Keep the pressure on!"
Let me see here. Where are you? Aha. I'm just gonna let her do this again. So Elizabeth can attack freely next turn. Sam will reposition here, blasting the bastard. Go ahead, Eliza, with your free hits. Try me, you little whore.
Hell yeah. Speaking of reducing heat. Thank God. Okay. She still has ammo left in the Mauler. She'll shoot the Mauler 3 times, reducing her heat by 15. So she's down to 20. And now she's run out of ammo. And she will just do a strike Mauler. Increasing her heat back up to 40. Those 2 attacks hitting, causing an additional 10 fire damage.
Very nice.
That
Oh,
will-
Miss Wingy, you little whore.
Miss Wingy is going to... Soul knows that the lunar doesn't affect him, but would the gravity manipulation, does she get a feeling of the gravity manipulation? Would that be able to affect him?
Roll it and find out.
Okay.
All I'm gonna say is the lunar healed him to full.
All right. So she is going to not risk that, and instead fly right up to him. You know what? He wants to do Area of Denial. She will do the same thing. One spell this turn to cast Wall of Fire. Again, in the same way that... Actually, no, she's going to start like boxing him in using the Wall of Ice and then the Wall of Fire to start boxing him in.
Okay.
And a Lightning Bolt onto him as well, also at level 4.
Oh, Miss Wingy. Ugh, cancer neck.
Cancer is going to fly up to him. Is the Ice Sword still going on him, or is that one?
Yeah, this does not run out. It lasts all fight.
Understood.
Same with the one on Ricky. It lasts all fight.
Since he's attacked the same enemy for more than 3 turns, he gets Clash onto him, which allows him to get advantage. 1, 2, 3. 3 attacks. The dog gets triggered for 8 damage. And then he will also do this damage. That is going to be Carter's turn, actually.
Marianne and Colt fired a rocket. Rocket screaming over Elizabeth's head, hitting him in the chest as Carter attacked. Memrian summoned another ice wall, but you can move freely through them. Ricky's up.
Alright. All 4 hit, meaning an extra Atreyu.
And he's going to shoot this turn.
And that'll be all for this turn on Ricky.
Radioactive. Haha. Okay, it's easier if they're there. Alright, Benny just takes a shot. JJ and Samantha.
JJ is going to... right there. Charge up his Thunder Spears once more. Yeah. Two. Sneak attack damage. And Plasma Infusion.
But yeah, the Guardian got deleted because I took him away for thematic effect. He'll go after JJ and Sam. I never rerolled his initiative. Alright. He'll just go whenever. This turn, we'll see what he gets. Oh, well, that actually honestly makes things a lot easier on me. If he goes last. Anything else from JJ who I despise?
No, that is the end of JJ's turn.
Samantha will glide. Well, I like to imagine it's like 0G, but she'll crawl up JJ's back, her feet on his shoulders, push off of his shoulders. She can get some air time. And fire her rocket launcher, which is better than Colt's, into it, but he slams up against the ice wall again, grabbing his face from all the damage everybody's been putting onto him since he's been trapped by Memrian's ice wall, the flame wall, the first ice wall, and then the flame wall, grabbing his face, letting out a guttural, this is now a scream. And Eliza's up.
Eliza is going to... Damn. She is going to... Okay. Yeah. Dervish smokescreen. So enemies attempting to attack allies within the grenade's radius roll at disadvantage on Elizabeth and her allies, while Elizabeth gains advantage on them.
Okay.
So within basically the box that they're making, disadvantage on the allies, Elizabeth gains advantage. Then he gets heated or vented, and then using that advantage attack. 3. She's actually just gonna have to shoot some buckshot into it twice. So she can then Stock Strike Mauler it once, which she misses, but that gets her her last stack of Underdog that she needed, so next turn 5 free attacks.
Holding his face, well, mouth area with one hand, he puts up a finger and wags at Soul's direction, and she sees Colt getting tugged. He's, no, getting tugged towards the group. I think Soul should be able to discern what he's thinking of, but we'll do the in checks to see Colt right now. So, first roll off. If she wins, Colt will go back. If she loses, he'll get dragged closer. You take the 21.
No.
Sorry, baby girl. Nick. It was a constitution on the first one. He is designed not to lose these for the most part. Getting dragged right next to Ricky. Last one. And we know she's probably not going to get it. But
Nope.
And Colt's right next to her. Soul's up.
Okay. Soul is going to not allow this thing to have Colt next to him. She's gonna grab Colt and cast a level 4 Thunderstep out. So he gets teleported. Colt gets teleported away with her.
So hot.
She winks at him as she'll just Misty Step back into the fray. And you know what? She's gonna complete the box. She's gonna cast a Wall of Fire right here. And then that's the Thunderstep damage.
I'll be that. Oh, cancer, my cancer.
My cancer indeed. Carter is going to... Damn good work, team! As he will, yeah, he's gonna make his attacks. Advantage. Sort of. 1, 2, 3. Electrical Fury damage. And then Static Aura damage. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 electrical charge there. Carter is then going to Electrical Discharge. So 19 plus 7, that's 26 points of lightning damage to him.
Very nice. Hard for me to keep track of these abilities since I don't play those characters, but hopefully this helps out Elizabeth. If not, I'll put it on Benny.
Ooh, yes, that definitely helps her.
Alright, good. Then Colt's turn is very well spent, as Memrian, letting out a very loud shriek, summoning the final ice wall, will fuck you! And collapse her ice walls, not the fire. She doesn't do anything with the fire, but collapse the ice walls on top of it. He falters again. But there's no going prone here. But he can't catch himself as quickly this time. He's faltering in the zero gravity, we'll say.
God damn, that is so hot!
That being said, he is the bottom of the turn order. He needs to go as he falters in the air. Nick. Ricky's the first to notice it. He sees him putting his hands in front of him, and then a small orb appears in between his hands as he's faltering through the sky. I like to imagine Ricky, Elizabeth, and Soul see it first just because of the orientation of his body.
You guys seeing that?
She tilts her head. What the fuck is going on?
The flame walls are dissipated and defeated. Midnight Pulse, as he catches himself are taken away. Suggest you run. And that will conclude his turn. The description carefully. Is some free space. Marianne and Benny and Colt have already went, though, so bear in mind.
Carter looks around the AoE. He points at Samantha and JJ. Get Colt, I get Marianne. Elizabeth, Soul, you get Benny out of there. Understood?
Right. Nodding.
Ricky, you join me with Marianne. Understood?
Yes, sir.
It will be Benny's turn, and hearing the orders from Carter, Benny's a selfless guy. He'll throw Marianne towards Carter.
Carter will catch Marianne. Soul and Elizabeth are gonna be there for you in just a click, okay?
Forget about it! Waving him off
No!
as he chuckles at Carter's feeble attempt. JJ's up.
Okay. JJ is going to follow his orders. He's going to ODM gear, grab Colt on his way out, and move up to this little piece of free space here.
I should have said I'm waiting for Carter's turn because he said for Ricky to go with them.
Yep.
Okay.
Sam's up with JJ. Eliza, what you gonna do?
Eliza is going to follow her orders. Move her way up to Benny, grab him, and she'll have to dash, but 45. Just barely enough movement.
That's what I was thinking, wrapping his arms around her, floating out here.
Yeah. Great minds think alike, hun.
Chuckling as he summons the hole. What you gonna do, Miss Winjay?
Miss Winjay is going to... Oh man. Can I just say, I absolutely love how Soul plays now.
I think she's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah. Soul is going to grab Carter and Marianne first, and Thunderstep out of there. So she Thundersteps over to here to bring those two over here. And then she is going to Misty Step back in, grab Ricky, and Thunderstep again.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
still a crazy strong amount of force. It's a miniature black hole. Oh, Jesus Christ! Grabbing onto a rock.
JJ piercing his ODM gear into the rock around him, holding on to his brother-in-law and his wife. I got you guys! I got you, don't worry!
Benny looks down for something to brace, and him and Eliza start going in! Sorry, Eliza. Bad thinking, Benjamin.
Oh shit!
Yep. There's the sound of a ranger grappling hook. Oh! Piercing Benny in the butt and dragging Benny and Elizabeth back by Sam's grappling hook on her hip.
Carter over the radio. Fuck yes, Samantha! Fuck yes!
And the Guardian. The black hole will conclude. There's a blast of dark matter explosion. Well, energy, I should say. And he'll tumble and fold into the hole, disappearing. Prick. Wiping saliva off her chin, looking at Soul, not the Guardian. Sam says that.
Soul breathing heavily. She'll look over there. Is everyone all right over there?
My ass. Colt bends over. He's looking at it. He'll pull the grappling hook.
Elizabeth looks at Benny, or he looks at his ass. I think, yeah, that's gonna be alright. That's just a flesh wound, honey. That's just a flesh wound.
Is it over? Please, God, it's over.
Soul is listening out for the laughter, and so is Carter. They're not taking any chances.
Don't hear anything yet.
Carter slowly stands up, takes a couple steps forward, hops down off this rock here. Samantha, report. Is everyone okay?
Wipes some more spit off her mouth and looks over at Soul. She's not talking.
Carter clicks his tongue. Understood. Soul is going to teleport over to Colt and check him out. You okay? You okay? You got out in time, right?
I'm good. It's the only wound is him pointing at Benny's butt, hugging Soul, and then the laughter.
Oh, come on.
Ding. Initiative order will need to be re-rolled as the squad finds themselves finally, nobody can fly anymore. The Guardian in these like pillars around him, circular structures spinning around him, and the Guardian's in the middle, and there's all these strange, look like magical cog devices spinning in what looks like space-time. Not in a machine, but yeah.
Carter looking around. What the fuck?
Marianne, it's the control center, looking at all the gears and the Guardian in them.
The Soul points to all the gears. We need to fuck these things up.
Colt pulls out his rocket launcher. Roll initiative, Nick.
You got it, Moonman.
There are 2 Carters on the board. Which one should I choose?
That one. Actually, I think it was the other one, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I hate Benny so much. Sam will just go after JJ, so whatever JJ's initiative is, Sam will go after. Stacks, all buffs carry over. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is nearly everybody. We're nearly ready to go. And when I say nearly, I do mean nearly. Spilling out of these strange floating orbs, or gears rather, that seem to be mana infused, but yet they're floating, not in a machine, are all... They look like little copies of the Guardian. Spilling out of the machine parts. But it's not over yet, JJ. No, no, no. Sorry, Jacoby. They're not smothering JJ, but they're all around. Ricky finds himself surrounded.
Oh, shit.
The most surrounded is actually our quintessential underdog, Eliza. Memory Ann. And don't let their size fool you, they're gonna hurt. Whether you like it or not. Good luck, bitch! And we will start with Elizabeth, because I'm going to roll Colt very plain and simple. And then I will roll Memory Ann. She's going to do something, but Colt is very, very simple. So you can take Elizabeth's turn, just let Colt do his thing. Firing his rocket to help Elizabeth. He'll clear these ones out. I'll even give him these two. And these two. To help Elizabeth out. Go ahead with Eliza as Memory Ann surrounded.
Eliza is going to... Shit. See that Ricky is surrounded over here, actually. She's going to make a break over to Ricky, and she's going to start opening fire. Actually, not opening fire. Yeah, Waller. And she'll use Fighting Spirit to gain advantage on all her attacks. So that's 5 additional attacks. So 3, 4, 5. 2 stacks of underdog built up because she missed twice. And then builds up to 50. She's going to switch to her shotgun for buckshot. 2, 3, 4. 4 shots of buckshot. Helping out Ricky, just clearing out as many as she can around Ricky.
Memory Ann will definitely jump on a tree, and just like Kai volleys from Dragon Ball, she can now Ice Blast volley, and she will blast the ones around her, trying to get up the tree to get the fuck away from them. Takes out a significant portion, hits in a very large area of effect. It's Memory Ann's turn. Alright, who does Eliza want? Which one?
Eliza is trying to take out as many as she can around Ricky to help him out as well.
How many attacks did she hit on?
She hit, let me see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5, 6, 7.
Buckshot?
Buckshot and Mauler strikes.
We'll get her these.
And she is not done yet. She's going to action surge. And she loses the underdog strikes, I assume, so just 5 or 4 more shots from her buckshot.
Memory Ann yelling out, "Go for the machine, Ricardo!" Pointing to this.
Understood.
opening created by Eliza. And one of the single... I'll get these guys off the board for the beautiful little whore, Eliza. Anything else?
No, that's all for her.
Ricardo.
He's gonna zoop down there
Yee.
and swap to his Keyblades, opening with spending all 8 Mushin energy into a Blade Rush on it. So that is 6 of these.
Move all the little dudes out the way. 20 to hit. You hit 2.
Yes, I did, so that is 2 more Atreyus.
26 from memory.
And then my regular attacks.
Very nice. These are old, delicate machines. They don't have a lot of health. Exploding.
Nice. Yeah, that's gonna be all he can do. He'll use his last. He'll use a key to do flurry of blows on the ones next to him, and then that'll be my turn.
JJ. Actually, I'll have Sam go first. She'll look over to JJ, then bite her lip and look behind her and see Soul surrounded. What's Soul doing?
Soul's looking around. She sees Sam look at her, and she points at JJ. Go get him!
She'll blink twice and run into the group and hurl Soul out. Nick and Ash, I hate Nick. I hate Nick and Ash. I really hate Nick. Ash. Boom! Huge explosion. They all die. She's gone. But they die. And so does the machine, actually, behind the map, apparently. Anyway, keep going. JJ's up. Sam's gone.
JJ sees her blow up and then is gone. What the fuck? He is going to start looking around. He's gonna go on a bit of a rampage all around him. So that's 1, 2. Just going for the whatchamacallits, the ads, I suppose you would call them. So 1, 2, sneak attack, and he is going to plasma infuse. So boom. And then, after he takes out as many as he can, he's going to use his Thunder Spear charge. So that would be 10d10 damage, aiming for the machine.
Very, very nice. It will die very quickly. The machine, that is. And JJ finds himself here.
He's gonna use his movement to go over to where Sam once was.
The Guardians switched the map as I made a mistake and accidentally deleted the map as Sam appears here.
JJ over here, I like the thing, he hears her over the radio go, huh? As he turns around, what are you doing over there?
Displacement grenade, pitching one in her hand.
Oh, okay. He will make his way back over to Samantha with the rest of his movement.
And now it's Cancer and then Miss Winjay.
Cancer. On the radio, he's gonna call out. Memorian, are you good over there?
I'll be fine.
Understood. Carter is going to see. Yeah, shit ton of people here. It's a simplest answer, I suppose. Carter, yeah. He's gonna go up and start attacking into this group around Ricky and Benny and all of them. So, yeah, and he's gonna recklessly attack. 2, 3. Boom. He's going to spend 8 or 7 electrical charge to electrical discharge all around him.
He dies.
And then he is going to action surge. And go for an attack on this one. I don't think I have a I don't have a macro for it, but he's gonna decapitate the one in front of him. And then he is going to turn around. Yeah. And use the rest of his movement to move up near Eliza and start attacking 2 more attacks. There. 1, 2, boom.
We'll give him 3. Oh, Miss Winjay.
Miss Winjay is going to 5, 10, 50 right here. Expend another 8 stacks of rolling destruction. And boom. Force damage.
No, that blows the fuck up. And with all of them gone, the machines, all the little eidolons, copies of himself, disappear as well.
And then she's going to quicken spell and fire another lightning bolt into the Guardian.
Staggering back here. Grabbing his chest, he'll look at his hand, flex his big corporeal fingers for a second, looking at it, and then look up at Soul.
She tilts her head at him. What? Did the subhuman hurt you?
He'll raise both hands to the sky. Lets out a chuckle. As wherever the light's coming from in this dimension dims greatly. As there is a large, and now you can't fly. A large meteor tumbling down. Memorian, oh god, looking up at it!
Why'd you have to talk shit?
It was a bad decision, that's for sure.
20 AC, as you have now 2 turns to destroy it. And we will go to a Benjamin, who will very smartly fire his rifle up at it. Oh, wrong roll. Fire his rifle up at it. Now to the top of the order. Colt, Mary Elizabeth, Eliza may go. Because Mary Elizabeth's gonna fire at it.
Yeah, Eliza's not much else she can do but fire at it. Yeah, she's also gonna use her last fighting spirit for advantage on these attacks.
Cool, we'll fire at with a rocket launcher. Ricardo is up after Eliza, who I...
Eliza has done her turn. She's done.
Alright. Then Ricardo gonna do the only thing he can and swap to the LAR rifle and 3 shots. 1 hits.
JJ.
JJ is going to expend one more ODM dice, try to charge this one up as much as he can, and 11d11 to the meteor.
Chainsaw from Samantha. Or, sorry, chainsaw, yeah. Stinger missile from Samantha. What are you going to do, Cancer?
Carter is going
As it gets
to,
closer.
He's going to run up and point at Samantha. Keep firing, damn it!
She will. Firing off more Stinger.
He passes his turn. Soul is going to... Yeah, she's going to use Lightning Bolt, and she's going to use Force Damage with the Lightning Bolt, so 2 casts of it.
Sam looking up at Miss Winje. He's immune to Lunar, but is his fairy meteor?
Her eyes widen as she'll...
What would I know, though? Looking up at Soul.
She'll snap her fingers.
An
and
almost shocked expression on his face.
Lunar Bombardment, the meteor.
It explodes into, I like to imagine, multiple smaller pieces. He loses control of them, tumbling down onto him. And then there's a huge shockwave. God damn! Benny reloading his rifle.
Jesus Christ, man.
Carter with his sword in the ground, bracing himself from the knockback or shockwave. Holy shit.
His ass is gonna get up from that, isn't he?
The stones break to smaller stones and then rise up into the void of space beyond. As he'll look around the room, scan around the room, and place his arm across his lower stomach area.
Soul watches him do that. She'll start to walk towards him, and she'll do the same. She puts her arm onto her lower stomach area.
Marianne, yeah. Puts her arm there, pretends a very fake, disrespectful bow, and comes up and grabs Carter.
Carter puts his hands on her face. You good? You okay?
I'm fine. Let's go. I want to go home. Looking at the thing.
Oh, trust me, I do too. Soul will continue to walk up towards it, and will give it a very deep bow, to the point where her face is almost touching her knees.
He'll put his finger up, and it glows. And then the party finds itself back where they started. Brave stand, and noble. Looking down at Soul. One request.
She takes a couple steps towards it. I thank you for this request that you grant us. It is the same as the one that I requested when we first entered your domain. Please turn off the teleporters that I
Why
saw.
were they turned on to begin with?
I was manipulated and tricked. I was told it would help us fight a threat who is very elusive, sir. Easily encompass them to destroy them and corner them, sir. She
He
shakes her head.
stares down at her. Keep going, or whatever you want to say.
I was tricked, and it turns out that the portals are going to be used for very, very nefarious deeds. Please turn them off for any chance to prevent these nefarious deeds, please.
He'll raise his hand and the pulsing circles stop.
She looks around. Are they turned off, sir?
He nods his head. Meddle not with what you don't understand. Staring right down at Soul. You have no right to dabble in Anovian culture, artifacts, or magic.
She will give another very deep bow again, to the point where her face is almost touching her knees. Of course, never again.
He'll nod his head and collapse back onto which he came. Disappearing. Okay, coming up behind Soul, grabbing Sam will leave.
JJ will follow after her. Soul turns around, looks at Colt. They're off. They're turned off.
Thank fucking God. Falling onto Carter.
Carter holds her up.
Okay.
Jesus H. Christ.
At least we did better against this one than the last time we fought a godlike thing.
I'm pretty sure last time we would have died. This time we beat him. Smiling, looking up.
Carter pats Benny on the back. Hell yeah, we beat him. Whoa. He looks up at where he just disappeared from, the net back at Benny. Yeah, we beat him, bud. We beat him.
Benny will crotch chop the direction he disappeared to. Oh, God.
Carter's gonna hit him upside the head. What did we tell you about that?
Hey, I got stabbed in the ass, motherfucker, okay? And I saved your girlfriend while you were playing with your sword.
Well, I thank you for that, but still, we do not crotch chop things that are beyond our domain, Benny.
Picking up Soul, bring your own. Yeah, no, I don't want to go round two with that thing personally, even more so after they left, gesturing to them walking off.
Yeah, in fact, I'd rather not have to go round two with most of the shit we fight.
That shit was like something out of a video game. We should take notes on that. Look at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. We should take notes on most of the fights that we're in, unless, they're like black bag ops or something like that.
He chuckled. Sorry,
I,
just the black bag thing.
I'm sorry. It's an actual term that we have to use, you know?
We actually do it for a living. Do you think this will be made public? No.
Yeah, no, I think this one is gonna be, not swept under the rug, but it's not gonna make the light of day for a while.
Black bag shit, Moon Maiden. You wouldn't understand.
You go.
Soul nods. Black bag shit, indeed.
Imagine the dipshit college kids that would try to come here if they knew this was here.
Oh, Benny! Hey, Carter, look at that shit. He's coming back. Running over there.
Carter's head shoots over. Oh, shit!
He crotch chops the direction.
You son of a bitch, Benjamin. God damn it. He starts to laugh.
Move the fuck out before he angers whatever the hell that man thing creature black hole monster was, and he comes back and decides to go round two.
B Squad, move out.
And they will, but we'll stick with the kids. They're on the ship. Oz lightly clapping. Benny crotch chopping the direction. Not anybody in the group, obviously. But yeah. That was good! Memory hand pats her lap for Carter to sit down.
Carter will go and sit down. Elizabeth laughing. Now you can crotch chop, honey. Now you can.
Bitch!
Gotta say, that felt good.
Yeah, about fucking time. Looking at his rifle, finally able to fight again.
Soul turns to Colt and grabs around his arm. You did very good, honey.
Thank you. Kindly. God, that fucking... He was playing a game with us, I think. I think he was enjoying himself.
I think he was. When do you think he stopped enjoying himself?
I think everybody did their fair part, and not playing favorites. I think when the ice wall crashed onto him, that was the loudest, most aggravated groan. Yeah, yeah. I think he took that one personally. Fixing her hair!
Carter turns to look at Memory Ann. It was very. I said it during the fight, but it was very hot, honey.
Been working on that one, and the gauntlets, pointing at Ricky and Carter.
Yeah, those felt nice. Well, now my sleeves are soaked.
Hard work and training pays off. Putting Elizabeth on his shoulder.
Elizabeth riding around on his shoulders. Yes, it does. And my good nights and everything. I quite enjoyed how they worked out as well.
We got you this, by the way, Ricardo. Final Fantasy Tactics. Chucking it over to him for Ellie.
No shit, thank you guys. I appreciate that. I think she's gonna love it. From what I read, this one's good.
One of the rare ones Father did not have in his collection. The squad pitched in to get it. It's, well, Father's former collection.
Mostly Ellie's collection now.
It's better that way. Stuff like this is history, patting his lap for Laz to sit down. It should be treated by people who will respect it and take care of it, not sell it for stool softeners and laxatives and paintballs and fake military gear.
Basically, use it for exactly the opposite of what the unit was using it for.
Most of that stuff in his collection should be in the Smithsonian. Shrug it!
Well, we're probably gonna end up playing this when I get home.
Enjoy. You've earned a nice, good weekend. We all have. That did feel good. Flexing her fingers, no apprehension, no fear. I didn't feel out of my league for a change.
Felt pretty damn nice as he leans back into Memory Ann.
And it felt nice to watch. I've put that afterburn on so many dummies. It felt good to actually see it on something real.
He was fucking with me, I think. And you. Looking at Soul after Ricky finishes listening to Ricky. He was fucking with us.
Soul nods. Most definitely, he was definitely fucking with us. He obviously knew that you were important to me, and well, he was definitely using that to his advantage.
I think he was mainly fucking with you, Soul. I mean, he seemed like he only gave a fuck about you for most of the fight.
Prick.
Carter starts to chuckle. You know what? I definitely think that's true. As Soul shrugs and nods. Yeah, most definitely. Even though, honestly, she's the one that he needed to be scared of.
Her jaw's just unhinged and she's moving it back and forth, thinking.
Well, I mean, doesn't that go the same with anything we fight?
Pretty much, yeah. As, Soul is going to walk up to Samantha. Lean in. Punch me, I deserve it.
Before that, come on, Carter. Stop being a fucking baby and just crotch chop once. Elizabeth would love to see it. Yeah. He'll pull up his wrist computer.
I don't.
Come on, this is a rare opportunity here, Rick. Don't pass this up.
I mean, yeah, you should. Come on, Carter. We just beat a demigod. Come on.
Don't do it, Carter. Don't lower yourself. Carter, come on.
Don't do it. Don't do it, little brother, please.
What kind of good fucking leader doesn't indulge with his fucking troops? Come on. Can you say no? He'll take the mask off of Elizabeth.
To this face? As she, makes her eyes like puppy dog eyes and flutters her eyebrows at him and stuff. And he looks over at her. One, that doesn't really work on me. Two, Carter will stand up. Benjamin is correct. What kind of leader would I be?
You gotta do the booyah.
He closes his eyes. Can't believe I'm doing this. He crouch chops and booyah!
Oh, God. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Carter. I think that's gonna be saved for eternity, right, Colt?
Gotta make a gif out of that. And on Mom's birthday, I'll send it to her.
Oh, great. You're gonna give basically my head on a silver platter to your mother for her birthday. Wonderful.
After we're retired, shaking his head at Carter.
Thank God for that, at least. As Lass is covering her mouth laughing at what Carter just did, and Elizabeth is doing the same. Well, she's openly laughing at it.
God, about fucking time.
That'd make a hell of a good reaction gif, wouldn't it, Colt?
He ought to be doing it on stage, Colt. Yes, it would, and yes, he should. Pointing at Benny. Could you imagine that, Rick? Putting his hand up in the air at the beginning of every concert is christened by a Carter crotch chop, and that's how he closes the show.
Does it right before jump into crowd surf.
Oh, one day he'll have to do it at the Hall of Fame and crotch chop at his acceptance speech. Jesus Christ, God.
Oh, Jesus. He looks over at Oz. I really put myself into a pickle by doing that, didn't I?
It's rather unflattering coming from you. But then again, it's unflattering coming from anybody, Benjamin.
Carter laughs. He pats Benny on the arm. It was... I gotta admit, it was sort of fun to do.
We deserve it. We deserve to celebrate. Fuck that guy. Whatever his name was.
Carter shrugs. I don't know, he was big and freaky and did a lot of space stuff, and you know what, honestly? He shakes his head. Was not a fan of him. Not a fan.
Why did lunar magic not work?
Carter looks at Memory and shrugs. I'm not actually sure. Would Soul know why lunar magic didn't work?
Oh, she can remember the time deity beating up her dad and Hale, well, her dad with 2 broken legs and Hale floating around her dad. That's about all she can put 2 and 2 together.
Soul looks over. Well, it might have to do something with, like... When the time deity fought, you know, us, and, you know, on Icy killed him and all, Hale was unaffected by the time stop. And she was, like, floating around my father while he had 2 broken legs and all that, so maybe it has something to do with the Novian blood, genes, or something like that, but she shrugs.
I remember that. That was around the time Love was deaf. She was just coming out of a sudden death attack.
Laz nods. Yeah, no, it just suddenly, it was like a snap of a finger. I couldn't hear for like a solid 20-30 seconds maybe, and then like a snap of a finger again, I could suddenly hear, and I gotta be honest, that's really terrifying to have happen to you.
Didn't know if it was magic or she lost her hearing. She went to the doctor. Well, Aunt Nicole looked at her ear, said nothing was wrong. She was so concerned. Maybe Aunt Nicole missed something. She went to a doctor on Gateway the next day. Then back to Aunt Nicole again. It was troubling times. Rubbing her shoulder.
Oh, most definitely. She shrugs. I went to the ear doctor more times in like that 1 week than I had in my entire life.
Come on, Laz. One crotch chop. Oh, God.
Lass shakes her head. No, Benny, no. I'm not gonna crotch chop.
I tell you what, Benny, when you take over Snuff's workshop, then I will do a crotch chop. Done.
Done deal, Los. Done deal. She looks all around. Make sure we have our cameras ready for that.
I got that recorded. Typing on his computer. And you know what? What do you say you give them a crotch chop, Love, when they get inducted into the Hall of Fame for Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? How about that?
That is a wonderful idea. When you guys get inducted, I will go ahead and give you guys a crotch chop.
Why does everybody keep talking about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? You have to be a band for 10 years to even be considered. Unless the people vote you in. There's a people vote. Currently, I don't think we're on track to win that.
Maybe not. But her tying it to a dare like that, I think that's gonna make the universe want it to happen.
I would bet money we do not get inducted until well after the 10-year of 10 years. And you'll be sitting in the crowd because you can't go up on stage. Of course I can. I write the song.
I will fight tooth and nail to get her on stage, Benjamin.
Do they really not let the songwriters? And I'm the band manager now. Nope, just the performers.
Carter shakes his head. They do not.
Oh, that's so lame. She shrugged.
Yeah, it is extremely lame. Very extremely lame.
All that work of writing songs and managing the band, no recognition. That's terrible. And that's what you're gonna get.
She's the important part. Before every single concert, I'm gonna make damn sure to let the people know. He nods towards Memory Ann, just who the most important person in the band is.
As you sit in the crowd. God, that fucking sucks.
Yes, it does very much fucking suck. He'll start petting the top of Memory Ann's head and give her a kiss on the head.
I mean, somebody has to write the music. They should get credit. Well, you don't.
I will be giving her credit and doing everything that I can to get her all the recognition that she so deserves.
Oh, well, it's one day, and it's far, far, far away. What does Soul want?
Soul will walk up to Sam. Thank you for yelling at me, and I'm sorry for yelling back. Punch me in the face. I deserve it, please.
She's still got her jaw unhinged, moving it back and forth. She'll look up at Soul.
Please, I know you want to yell at me, and go ahead, please. I deserve it. I yelled at you, and you did not deserve it. And
you know, that attitude is exactly why Okir's dead. It's why probably thousands of people are going to die because of you. That's your problem. I'm not going to waste time hitting you. Or effort or energy. But I'll tell you what. You get it from your dad, obviously, that anger. Look where it got you. Look where it got Okir. Your job is to do something. Doesn't matter what I say. Doesn't matter what Ricky says. Your job is to do something. Kill the bad guys.
she nods. Understood.
I grew up in a rich family too. I don't have half the sense of entitlement you have. Straight A student, multiple extracurricular activities, sports, hardly any free time. What did you do?
She shakes her head.
Besides date Eric,
Played
what do you have to your name? She'll stick her finger onto her shoulder and push it in. Look me in the eye and tell me what you have to your name. You didn't even work to get those lunar powers. They were given to you.
She looks her in the eye.
Go ahead, get mad, snap back. Maybe next time one of us will die. And then you'll carry on.
I don't have anything. I'm not...
Except my brother.
Exactly, except for your brother. She opens her mouth and closes it. I'm not like you, Samantha. I'm not cool like you, okay? I've always had these abilities. I've always been strong. I've always been strong. I'm not cool like you. You go out with your guns and your rockets and your missiles and everything like that, and you get shit done. Plain and simple. You get shit done.
Oh, what? You're not gonna raise your voice and get angry? No attitude. Raising her eyebrow.
No.
You actually can talk to somebody?
Yes.
Squinting at Soul, who isn't my brother. You can take criticism. Tilting her head.
Soul nods.
In any other outfit, you wouldn't have lasted 30 seconds.
I know. Let's not be generous. I wouldn't have lasted 10.
Your fucking daughter on the oil rig. One of these days, she'll lean in. One of these days, one of these colonial planets are going to call for help. And there's going to be hundreds of those bugs running around killing people.
She nods. And it's all gonna be my fault.
What are you going to do? Get angry?
I'm gonna do my best to help the colonists in any way that I can. And eventually I'm going to take responsibility when I give my address to the people of EarthGov about exactly what I did.
Till then, drum in your band and have your bad attitude.
Yes, ma'am. She is going to nod towards Samantha and walk back over to Colt and hold his hand.
Looking at Sam. I think she has a good attitude. Petting her on the head.
Soul shakes her head. I just yelled at your sister for her trying to help me. It's not a good attitude.
It's a sense of entitlement. Looking over at Soul, that's exactly what it is. You think you can speak to everybody the way you want. When you amount to nothing, other than mistakes and people's lives. So maybe it's time to turn the other direction. Because to be frank, she'll kick off the wall. I don't want to be here. I've never wanted to be here. Put yourself in my shoes. I have to look after spoiled fucking brats who took almost 2 years to achieve even moderate success. Rookies, my own brother, my sister-in-law who I love and care about who showed up pregnant on an oil rig. You are tiresome. Looking at Soul. You are tiresome, and maybe your aunt wouldn't tell you, and maybe Lorelai's too much of a flight to tell you, but you're a disgrace. I've served with spellcasters that are way weaker than you, but way better.
Soul nods. Okay.
I'm honestly tired of your attitude. I'm tired of looking at you. I'm tired. Every time I look at you, she'll come into her face. Every single time I look at you, all I see is that stupid face of that Eric kid. And that's my brother. Tired of looking at you. I'm tired of hearing your fucking voice. Don't speak to me for the rest of the day. She'll go downstairs.
JJ just lets out a whistle and goes back downstairs with her.
Yay, bro, where the fuck you going? We're celebrating, bitch.
To my wife. That's where I'm going, Benjamin.
Well, I enjoy Final Fantasy Tactics. Back in his shit.
Yeah.
It's a good game. Me and Laz played it. I'm not very good at them. But, well, we played it on an emulator. I don't have an original copy. Ellie will appreciate that. But he's so good at subject change.
Thank God for it. Carter just awkwardly chuckles and rubs his face. What's your favorite Final Fantasy game? Oz?
You know, kind of an off-the-wall pick, but I really enjoy 2, actually.
Really? I hear a lot of people don't like 2. My favorite is 5, actually.
I think there's a cult log, so valid reasons to not like 2. It's divergence from the, main franchise. The first game in some ways, heavily, but...
No, most definitely. Plus, it was the first attempt at a solid story and everything like that in a Final Fantasy game. There are definitely a bit too many bumps in the road for my taste in Final Fantasy II. As Soul hugs around Colt and just shakes her head. She's right. She's obviously right.
You shouldn't talk that way to somebody that saved your life and your brother's life multiple times. I was gonna celebrate, invite us all out to KFC, see if Krellin wanted to come. Now it's ruined.
Carter just clicks his tongue. Well, lost we tried.
She's not right.
Soul looks up at him. Yes, she is.
She always has hard points to argue. That's why I never argued with her as a child.
There was no arguing her points. There really wasn't. It's just... She shrugs. That's just how it is.
Well, maybe you should be a little more appreciative, Benny, patting Soul on the head.
And She nods. I'm going to be. She looks at Colt and hits her fist into the palm of her hand. I think, not today, obviously, but sometime next week we're gonna cook up something, okay? And she.
How about we invite her over for breakfast tomorrow, Saturday? I can sleep in, yeah, but then make bacon, eggs, grand slam.
Soul nods. Would you mind if I helped?
Oh, absolutely. We can sleep in and then hit. I do think the anger from Julius is like really not good, personally. Shrugging. I mean, it's good when you're in combat, but if you take the amount of time we're actually fighting things and superimpose it to where we're either doing military duties, training and working, and then living our personal lives, it's not good. There's a reason Carter's your father, but years of anger management.
Carter nods. Maybe talk to him about it. Try to get the anger management thing started earlier in life than he did. Maybe that's a good idea.
He also has good, valid reason to have those anger issues, which I think Samantha failed to articulate. You don't. Looking at Soul.
That is also true. He does have good, valid reasons to have those issues.
Yeah, I think that's the point of what she was trying to say. So basically, the down low on Carter's dad, or Carter and Soul's dad, is Davine actually tried to kill Julius because she was in a cult. He knows, and Ricky does know.
Yeah. I was briefed.
Okay, but you see, Julius has good reason to have these type of issues. Lots of trauma. Soul's just a crybaby. I can hear you looking over at Betty.
Oh, it's true. I am.
I mean, to be fair, Soul, there's also a couple more people on the squad currently who've got good reason to have issues like that, more so than you.
Everybody's gonna have their issues. It's just about keeping them under control. So that's all. And don't piss her off, please. I would hate for this squad to go without.
Yes.
And with her goes JJ, in my opinion, whether you don't like Samantha or not.
Last nods. They are a package deal. I mean, just look. She nods towards the door. Anywhere that he went, or she went, he went. She just clicks her tongue and shrugs.
Maybe try to have a discussion. So. When she's cooled off.
Soul nods. Tensions are high right now, and yeah. She looks at Colt. Do you think she's gonna cool off?
Given the fact she brought up Okir, not for a while. I got dad. He touches his chest. I got dad. I can talk and deal with people. I actually like talking to people. In another world, I probably could have been a good salesman. She is not good at expressing her feelings. Clearly. She's kind of mean to Okir, regrets it, and he's dead. And you can't change that. Just like that poor old dude that we got capped. We, not Carter, not you. We, collectively, got him fucked up. And Bash. Shrug. She got mom.
Soul nods. When she's cooled off, me and her will have a discussion. No raising voices or anything like that. Just a nice, calm discussion over some tea or coffee or whatever she would prefer, juice, anything like that.
Just wear a cup. Even if you don't have balls, it hurts.
Yeah, I'm gonna say from experience, wear a fucking cup.
I got one. Nodding his head.
Carter points to Benny. That is a piece of damn good advice right there. Wear a cuff, soul.
Personally, I'd like to see Carter get the ball kick from Samantha. That would be great. I do it enough fun.
Oh.
Laz just sighs heavily. Yet another thing I didn't need to know about my little brother.
There is this thing called TMI, too much information. You should learn that, Marianne. She chuckled.
Elizabeth just staring at Marianne. You know, we all know you guys are into some sort of kinky stuff, but we did not need to know about that about Carter, please.
Yeah,
Marianne will laugh. Go,
when Ricky's involved, please assume anything to do with Carter's cock and balls is too much.
Magical power of KFC. Heal you balls, Ricky.
Given everything else Krellin says it does, I'm pretty sure it can do that too.
Heal your relationship with me sister. Try to make Soul feel better.
So lets out a bit of a chuckle and gives Colt a kiss on the cheek.
And what's the unit up to? As Clive is looking at a sign on this building that just says Luna Games. Retro game.
This is the place, right? Your wrist computer says this is the place?
Yeah, right here, brother man, right. He pulls it up, shows Clive on the map. This is the only Luna plus anything in this fucking state. Beautiful state of fucking California. Hands on his hip. I fucking love it here. I'm actually from here, you know that?
Oh, really? You live close by?
Laguna Beach, actually, is where I was born.
Okay, Laguna Beach, a bit of chefing and all that. You know, I was a championship chef back in the day.
Back in '84.
Back in '84, god damn, those were the years. Remember the hair that I used to have back in '84?
That's how we met. I waxed your board.
You waxed my board while I was over in the corner, you know, combing out my mullet that I used to have back in the day. Man, the body that I used to have, it was somehow even better than the one that I have right here, right now.
That's where you met fucking Suletta. Remember, she was a beach babe back then, just laying out on the beach in her silver bikini.
Ah, god damn that silver bikini.
Clive has a vision of Suletta on that fictitious, well, it's not fictitious, but on that beach lying out in her silver bikini.
Oh man, the way her curves her curves were just perfect, mate, and the way that the swimsuit clung. Oh god.
What's wrong? Looking over at her?
Oh god, she really let herself go, didn't she?
Oh. Putting his hand on his shoulder. We were trying to tell you that earlier today, brother man, but you didn't want to hear much about it. I just think you gotta have a chat with her, you know, like, hey, honey, you gotta get active. I stay in shape. You stay in shape. That's, you know, the deal. You are near peak of men's physical health. The least she could do is shave off a few pounds and, you know, I'm not saying cut back on the drinking. I'm not. We all deal with our own problems in our own different ways. Guiding him into the store.
Yeah.
She can at least hit the treadmill for a couple hours a day.
That is true. Those kinds of conversations always go well. Yeah. I'll have to have a discussion with her then about, you know, staying in shape and all that.
Is that the ambassador? I think so. Look here.
Clive will wave at the two people behind the counter. Hello. I am the 45th Star Commander of the unit, as he'll take out a business card that he had just made and slide it over towards the two people behind the counter.
She'll pick up the card. What does it say?
Clive Rainfall, 45th Star of the, Star Commander of the unit, Beastmaster, Clive Goblin, professional movie star, movie writer, 2 degrees from Harvard University, not as many, in parentheses, not as many as my good friend Scar Rainfall. You should ask for his card as well, in parentheses. In addition to all of this, I am an accomplished rally car racer and a freestyle diver.
She lowers the card slowly, looking at Clyde. Here's mine. Handing it over to this guy whose eyes go wide, reading it. Her hand shaking. What can we do for you today, Ambassador?
Well,
Professional juggler, man of men, king of men, slayer of Kamul. Keep going.
well, I mean, it's quite simple. We're here to offload some things, if you wouldn't mind.
Survivor of ass rape by Carter, battered husband. What the? Keep going.
It's just this katana here. He sets the katana down onto
Her
the counter.
eyes go wild.
And cattle prod. Set the cattle prod down, Scar.
That actually is a typo. It should say battered godfather, not husband. But Samuel wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, he wasn't really paying attention when he wrote those out. If there are any typos, please let us know. We'll get those corrected ASAP.
Scarpion. Scar. Scar fantastic. Just keeps reading. Cattle prod and katana, you say. Well, so we're a game store that specializes in retro games, but we also have, the new game products from Snarf's workshop. We don't take cattle prods. I don't know why you'd have one. Black bag shit. Right? Or katanas. Especially katanas, and that katana actually looks real, which is even more concerning.
It is a real katana. I mean, guys.
Professional minor league Yankees baseball player to himself.
I mean, guys. He puts his hand onto the counter. You take these, you're gonna get people into the store. More importantly, you're gonna get women in the store, mate. This thing right here, this is a chick magnet, mate.
A chick magnet looking at Clyde.
Exactly, a chick magnet. I mean, like,
Makes them wet.
exactly. He takes a step back and frames, like a little frame up above these two right here. Oh yeah, mate. You seen what I'm seeing, Scar?
Oh, I tell you what. More men like video games than women. You want to get guys in here? Where the commander's pointing is where you want to put up that sword. You want to get girls in here, I should say.
Yeah. You want girls in here? You'll wise up and put that sword right up there, mate.
Professional masseuse keeps reading the card. PhD doctorate in philosophy. He's just mumbling to himself. How did you fit all this text on one card? Yeah, Samuel, we got a good typist. He's a stenographer by trade. 20 years my junior in stenography, though.
No, he's a fast learner. Let's say that much. Not as good as Scar here though, but he is a fast learner. Should we add stenographer to your card, mate?
Yeah, nodding his head. I'll have Samuel do it on the next revision, actually. So, Katana. She smiles big, looks around, clasps her hands. Are we on camera? Is this one of your skits? Skits?
What are you talking about?
Are we gonna be part of one of your shows on E2?
What? And Clive points to the lady behind the counter and looks at Scar. What the hell is she talking about, mate?
Sister, look, the unit don't discriminate. If you want to join as a woman, I mean, you have to pass through. Well, there's a lot of hoops you gotta pass through. If you want to join the illustrious company of, like, Xander Haas and Mad Max the Mandalorian, who are unit trainees, you gotta work for it, honey. You gotta work for it. We're talking multi-degrees. We only take the best of the best. Oh, we are on TV! Grabbing this guy! Xavier University's only for black people, though. Looking at common misconception, pointing at it.
It's all Leogan school, mate. All Leogan.
Oh, I had a friend who went there like 20 years ago. Quiet, we're gonna be famous.
What is she talking about? Like, are we being pranked right now, mate?
How much could this katana possibly be worth? I think we are.
They're trying to make a joke out of the unit, are they?
This katana's actually legit. She's looking on her wrist computer. The unit only deals in legit weapons, ma'am. We're not some clown show like Alpha 9. She starts laughing. We're gonna be on YouTube! E2! He's just still reading the card.
Why does she keep thinking that they're gonna be on E2? What? I mean, what? Are we filming right now, Scott? Are we gonna upload this?
I mean, Samuel's not here. I don't got any of my body cams on. Look, perky tits. She smiles big! How much can you give me for that katana and the cattle prod? I'll have you know this cattle prod was up Carter Rainfall's ass. He drops the card, looking shocked. I don't know. We can take this stuff off of them, right? I'm sure EarthGov will reimburse us. Sure. Squinting at Clyde.
Wonderful, wonderful. How much are we gonna get for this stuff then?
I mean, I don't think I can legit afford this. Well, it's dinged, but this is a piece of history, so... Oh... I can only afford about 50 million credits. And that would, well... That's literally all we have here on site. Which is a lot of money. It sounds like a deal to me! I mean, I thought that katana would be worth at least, like, what, 2 mil at the most? No, it's a real katana, sir.
I mean, well, obviously it's a real katana. I mean, what do you know? You think we're just gonna give you a fake katana like that? I mean, come on, mate.
Tell you what, perky tits. She smiles big! I'll even throw in the cattle prod for you, and if you like, he'll pull out his sidearm and shake it. I'll let you take this baby for a test run. Trying to get some, Clive. Looks at Clive!
Clive nods towards him, pats him on the back. You get it, mate. You get it.
Oh, well, I'm married. Yeah, that's what they all say, honey. Slicking back the hair behind his ear.
Just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score.
Then there's a loud banging coming from the back. God damn it. She looks back over her shoulder.
Clive ducks down a bit. He points towards the back. What you got back there?
You won't believe me if I tell you, Ambassador. Handing Scar his card back, thank you.
Now try me, mate. Try me.
So, came into work today. Everything was normal. We opened 2 hours ago. Normal, quiet. Was having my breakfast sandwich with Lan here. She was having one too. Then we started to hear loud ass banging coming from back there. I went in to check, thought it was somebody who broke in, so she was here waiting to where it was safe, opened the door. All I saw was 2 large wings and a beak and claws. There's some type of large fucking bird stuck back there. We called 911. I think they thought we were joking because we requested animal control. They haven't showed up, and we called an hour and 30 minutes ago. Likely story. Wait, you say a bird? Yeah, nodding his head.
Mate, you don't think you hit
Carter's fucking bird, dude. Look at Clyde!
He's got his fucking bird in there. He's trying to take out this wonderful store because he knew we were gonna sell the katana and the cattle prod here.
And he wants to fuck her. Pointing at the woman!
Right up the ass.
We ain't gonna let that happen. Setting... Here you go, perky tits. Looking at Clive. Orders, Commander?
Get in there and take that damn bird out.
Cocking his pistol. Watch and learn, baby. Winking at the girl who's admiring the katana.
And don't worry. I'm a professional beastmaster.
I'll handle this one. Let me go in first, Commander.
Gosh. Go for it, mate.
Raising his pistol. Tactically going through the door, closing it behind him. Loud thud.
Oh shit! Carter's bird got him. Clive is gonna burst through the door. Put him up!
The bird is just looking right at Clive menacingly.
Oh yeah. You're scared of me, aren't you? You know who the true Beastmaster is. Come on. Come at me.
Jumps on Clive's face. Flashing to the academy. Coming back from the cat house, coming into the cafeteria. I see, whoa. What are they doing here? Krellin eating steak, Frederick and Samuel happily watching. Mama Lan cook me steak, Frederick.
Oh my god, that looks really good.
One day you'll be human, then you enjoy food.
Frederick looks down at his lap with a look of sadness on his face.
Have a working penis. What Jesus? Covering Thomas's ears.
Julius covers Rebecca's ears.
Yikes. What are you guys doing off duty? Oh, did Clive let you go for the drunkily stumbling through the double doors of the academy into the gym?
Yeah, strangely enough, okay, she's gone.
She's fat, can't hold her balance.
Yeah, she's very, very fat, but probably just stumbled her way in there, not even thinking.
Just lying face down on the ground. You guys want to move into the gym and tell us what's going on, please? My sister's lying face down in the ground.
Yeah, no, of course. Let's move to the gym. Oops.
Krellin coming in eating his steak. Suletta face down in the ground.
Davian hops out of Hunk's arms and gets down next to Suletta and starts like checking out her pulse and stuff.
Oh, I'm fine. I just slipped a little bit. The floor was slippery. Help me up.
Yes, of course, darling. Davian looks up at Hunk and mouths, I don't think I can lift her.
I got it. He gestures to her, puts his arms under her. Oh my god!
Julius rushes over and starts to help him out, lifting her up.
Okay, we got her. You got your balance? Oh, I've got it.
Dude, that's good. Julius will slowly let go of her, just in case she does not have her balance and she falls over.
I'm fine. She'll sit down on the bleacher, sits down, boom! The whole bleacher rattles from all of her weight. Good God.
Oh my god. Julius walks over. Dad, there's gotta be a way to get her out of that fat suit.
Does anybody here know where the on-off switch is? Nobody does. Somewhere in all them fat rolls.
Frederick shakes his head. Not a damn clue, sorry, Hunk.
Oh, I could use some steak. Here, come eat with me. Come, Frederick. Comfort cool Suletta.
Frederick will sit next to cool Suletta and start comforting her.
So what's going on? Look, I'm happy picking Davine up. I'm happy to see you guys here, sitting down. Very happy to see you guys here. We don't really see you much anymore. Me no.
Yeah, well, Frederick looks down at his lap again. We're sorry about that. We really are.
Quad, bring you over Thomas Hale. Keep going.
Just not much we could do about the unit, you know. The unit always takes up our time and stuff, and I just don't know how much more I could handle of it, honestly.
So old Ahab let you guys go for the day? We got some very strange day.
Actually, he said something along the lines of, you can't work them 110% all of the time, and then he let us go.
Asshole. Shaking his head, not for letting you go, just what an asshole in general.
Oh, very much so. Quite the large asshole, honestly.
Oh, Clive, picking Jason.
Jace gets picked up. Oh god, not again. Please, no, not again.
Pulling out some Smirnoff. Time for my afternoon cap.
Davine covers her face and just rubs it. Time for her afternoon cap, darling.
Well, maybe you should hold off. You got Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel here. They'll be spending the night with you. Oh, it's a long time till the night.
Frederick just looks at Suletta and puts a hand on her shoulder. We don't need to drink right now, cool Suletta.
Oh, fine. I'll wait till we go to the film set. Putting it back in a fat roll on gag slightly.
I know it's a fake fat suit and all, but it looks so disgusting.
How fake is it when it's starting to smell like that, though? I see. It's pretty convincing.
It's pretty much real at that point. He bounces the ball a couple times. He looks over at Hunk. Hey, Dad, you want to play some hoops?
Yeah, he'll take off his shirt and wink at Davy.
Davy lets out a cat call whistle, as Julius will do the same thing.
Holding the kids as Hunk comes over, taking the ball from Julius. Well, you gotta be happy to be off for the day. Very happy. Stupid fucking Clyde.
I mean, how many times can you shoot a goddamn paintball gun aimed at, Carter and Soul's face?
What's the news out of Bragg and 51? No clue what go on at 51. Can't get in. Don't have the clearance. I see.
Out of all of their, quotations, black bag shit that they do, Quinn Wake is actually like pretty black bag. We can't figure anything out that has to do with over there.
Have you guys just tried to walk in, sneak in? A very ancient locking technique.
Something that we just can't figure out, honestly, and
Even beyond the machinations of star children, most advanced culture to ever grace galaxy. Handing the ball to Julius.
Julius gets handed the ball as he'll do a quick check and start to try to get to the hoop. God damn, that has to be really fucking complex then.
Is Julius gonna try to shoot?
Yeah.
Hunk will jump up, almost tip the ball, but Julius still gets it in the net. Nice one.
Julius laughing. What can I say? Nothing but net, Dad.
Bringing the ball back here. Alright, dribbling it. Trying to fake Julius out, going left and right. So, you got a picture of this advanced lock system? Yes. Samuel even tried punch it. Didn't work. Pull up picture, Samuel. Samuel pulls up a picture of a basic tumbler lock as Hunk shoots the ball and gets it in the 3-point.
Julius completely distracted by the lock. He grabs the ball and walks up to his father. They used to have those locks back in Gallia. I remember picking quite a few of those locks.
Hunk will change positions with Julius. Most advanced tech. What did he say? Greatest machinations of Star Children.
Beyond the greatest machinations of Star Children, as Julius will try to fake him out, juke him, go left and then go right, and he's gonna try to also get a 3-point shot into the hoop.
Jumping up to impress Davine, swatting the ball to the bleachers. Ha!
Davine starts to clap. Oh yes, darling, oh yes!
Icy's rubbing her temples with her index fingers and letting Rebecca float around, putting kinesis on Rebecca so she can float around and have fun. Most advanced, you say? Oh, it's just a tumbler lock, Krellin. You just put the key in. Can't be done!
What? Okay, Krellin. What can't be done about it?
Try every key imaginable. See? Pulls out a giant key ring!
Where did you get that?
Given to me by Zap. Keys for all places on lane. He say, key going to be on here somewhere if for lane. Try it in hole. But none work. Even Frederick confounded.
I got no clue, man. Nothing in my databanks tells me what that walk is, and he looks at Suletta. That's honestly pretty scary. I can't figure it out, cool Suletta.
Obviously Scar and Clive must have the key. Just lift it off of that. No, some type of phase matter door. Clive phase through. Advanced technology. Oh god. Rubbing her forehead.
Julius covered his mouth, starting to laugh. He goes over and grabs the ball. He looks at his dad. This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
How much you want to bet those cocksuckers wear the key ring to that door on their belt every day?
I would bet a good amount of money. How much you want to bet that I could go there, not even moosh and break, and pick the lock? Even though I haven't picked a lock in 40 years, give or take.
A bobby pin?
2 bobby pins. That's all I need.
Of Frederick have theory? Teleportation. Me think phase matter door, you phase through. Frederick think teleportation to get inside Area 51. Much like the Institute in Fallout 4. Peacock laugh!
I think, I think it's quite simple actually. They have a teleporter set up in some unknown location, and they use the door as not only a red herring, but a piece of defense, a line of defense, because not even Samuel punching it could break it down, guys.
Frederick looking for hidden teleporter entrance today on base. But Clive find him. What you doing in here?
This is this is the Clive Goblin glider. It's what I used to get. As he just looks at Snuffles and starts petting her, petting Snuffles.
Snuffles nodding his head. I would say happily that he didn't bring up his.
Fudwick smiles at Snuffles and gives him a knowing nod, like, yeah, I know, I'm glad I didn't either.
Well, I mean, I don't think getting into Area 51's that big of a priority, guys. Must know what's going on in there. Who know what crazy Scar doing in there. Mad scientists sometimes come out all disheveled, hair all fucked up. Because what? Looking down.
Looking like he hasn't showered in like 3 weeks or something like that.
Call himself Scar Jenner. I see what? Girl pulls up. Oh god, he looks fucking mentally fucked. What the hell? Well, he already is, but more mentally fucked than usual.
Julius looks over at the picture and just starts laughing again. Oh my god.
How is that worse than the picture of him we saw tackling Carter? It's worse!
He just looks so disheveled and tired, and oh my god, it's so good. It's so perfect. He gesturing over to the picture.
Even Clive concerned about him. Spending too much time in the laboratory. Gotta get out and get fresh air.
You gotta get out and get fresh air. Take the damn hazmat suit off. You know how it is, Scar.
Wait a minute. Icy puts her finger up, pulls Rebecca back, hugs her. Did you say unit goblin?
Yeah, no, I said that.
What the fuck is a unit goblin? Oh, well, a goblin that is on the unit?
Fudwick looks at Snuffles and he tilts his head like, should I tell them?
Just tell them about the unit goblin. It's how they killed it. What's the name of the person sold data?
Eric.
Say it's how they think they killed it.
So, they think that they're the ones that killed Eric, right?
We kill him with assistance of Moon Maiden and Mr. Wiser.
Exactly. But, you know the Hobgoblin from Spider-Man comics and stuff like that?
Oh no! Looking at you.
Like, a glider and pumpkin bombs and everything like that. Yeah, exactly. They had the Quive glider, the pumpkin bombs, and he would call himself the Quive Goblin, and he would talk like this, like really high tone pitch of voice and stuff like that. It was honestly pretty funny. Apparently, he blew up Eric so hard that there was nothing left except for 2 loafers with his shoes.
I see. Of course, they would think a comic book villain is a fucking hero.
Oh, also, Skull is Scorpion.
Even better. Even better. Shaking her head.
Great. I mean, hey, we're 2/6 of the way there to the Sinister Six. Maybe we can get all of them.
The Sinister Unit. Big one laugh. What about that? What do you think about that, Thomas? Hale, looking down at the Sinister Unit sounds scary. Hale laugh.
Thomas looks taken aback and he just shakes his head at his mom and with a look of like, of course it isn't scary.
Fucking dopey ass Clive. Cross-dressing to be an old lady to Tom.
Cross-dressing to be an old lady, dressing up like a goblin to ride around on a glider and blow stuff up. Yeah, right. And just being Clive altogether, just walking around acting like you're a part of the military when you're not.
And then I kept trying to point at him, and Aunt Marianne be like, hell, not polite to point, and put my hand down until...
I mean, like, it looked like my brother was, keeping an eye on her, him, whatever you want to say, for at least a little bit, at least. Hell, you look so much like your mother.
Her eyes sparkle. Thank you, evil Clive. If you knock out Jace, is he gonna be like, you look so much like your mother? And then Jace will claim I'm his goddaughter.
Oh god, do I want to risk that?
Well, I think he's on the path to be like Uncle Clive.
Oh god, he really is. Hopefully, Thomas looks at Hale. Hopefully, he does not become like Uncle Clive, and we can actually have, a normal sibling around us.
Hale reaching over, licking Thomas's face. Oh! Let's keep it PG-13, Thomas.
Thomas looks up at Hunk with like an incredulous look on his face, rolls his eyes, and then we'll just give her a quick peck on the lips.
Good boy, patting him on the head. Definitely learned that one from Samantha.
Oh yeah, no, most definitely. She does that to JJ all the time.
What if, Icy puts up her finger, we get you this device from SIS that you can stick into locks. It will form the key inside the lock, then you turn the key, and you can go into Area 51. Will not work. Impenetrable. Okay, she just stops talking.
It's an impenetrable force that we can't do anything against. Julius leans over to his father. I'm not going to tell them about the bobby pin thing. I think it's funnier to see them, try to get into Area 51 and fail.
They'll be at it for the next 25 years. I never see Clive or Scar go in. Never. So have to be either phase door or teleportation.
Oh my god, Quentin, what if they're invisible and they're facing through the door?
Quantum entanglement.
Quantum entanglement is when you take two quantum particles and you entangle them so you could then pass through them.
Krellin claps his hands together. Just like Hecker said. If plumber firefighter could understand quantum entanglement, lowly dock worker and electrical engineer could. I see that is not how it works.
No, it's not how it works at all.
The madness of Scar. Pointing up at the picture. Pequod, I would like to know what's going on out there too, seeing how Scar looks, that disheveled. I'm not gonna lie, Julius. That's what he looked like, and I don't like bringing it up. The week after we found out Integra passed, that's what he looked like.
Julius looks at the picture. Oh my god, it is. That does look just like him. That looks like depressed Scar. Oh my god.
Just exchange the fucking cheap-ass lab coat for a flannel, and... yeah, looking at Davine, do you think he looks like that?
Davine nods. Oh yes, no. Exchange the lab coat for a flannel, put at least 4 cigarettes in his mouth at the same time, and him holding a coffee mug, and that looks exactly how he looked, the following week after we found out what happened.
And don't try bring Integra up around Scar. Get angered! You think you're getting through to him because anger thinking about Integra? No, just get angry and say, I don't know who that is, stop bringing name up! Oh, resting your head on Rebecca's little head.
Rebecca turns around, hugs around her head, and starts giving her a kiss on the top of her head.
Don't have time for any woman. Have to stop Carter.
It's my job to stop Kato. Maybe you guys should take a page out of my book and stop wandering around with each other.
Is piece of pussy going to protect family? No! Good God.
Julius just sighs heavily. The fact that he called Integra a piece of pussy is oh god.
Hey, they were in each other's age range, and they loved each other. Rubbing Julius' shoulder.
Yes,
But
they
yeah.
did. Yes, they did. They loved each other very much, I think.
That's like thinking about your grandmother, 'cause she was like a grandmotherly figure to me. So.
Yeah, no, she was my grandma too, or at least a grandmotherly figure to me. So that is really awkward to think about.
And a class act. God, she had the best taste in cigarettes. And booze.
She definitely was. Julius points to his father. I actually walked in on him one time.
Oh, you poor kid. Hands on his shoulder. Give Dad a hug.
Julius gives him a hug, and in the hug, he could feel Julius let out a shiver. Oh, it was not a fun sight to look at.
Integra was happy. She was like, serves you right, Julius. This is what you get for making me walk in on you and Patricia all those years.
Julius starts to laugh. I was reaping what I sowed. I definitely was, yes.
Pequod, looking at the picture, take notes, Nicole. Maybe we could make some type of Lovecraftian with fucking madness of Scar at the Mountains of Madness. Done. Looking at the photo.
Davine starts to laugh. She hugs around Icy. Oh, that I would most certainly direct if you wrote it for me, Istram.
He would be a good mad scientist. Just look at it. All we gotta do is lock him in Area 51 for 3 weeks.
Julius crosses his arms. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think he would make a good Frankenstein.
Clive's the doctor.
Yeah, good. Clive's Dr. Frankenstein, and then Scar's Frankenstein's monster.
Pequod, wait a minute, wait. All military bases have garbage. They produce garbage. At a lot of military bases we own, EarthGov, I should say, the military, they have these big incinerator units. You chuck the garbage in and you just burn it, and unless it's chemicals and stuff like that. So, do they have any garbage produced out of Area 51? Just piles and piles of bodies of dead rabbits. Oh, that's concerning.
Dead rabbits?
Scar eating them? No, just lying there with shit all over their ass.
Julius just he actually just picks up Thomas and hugs him because he needs to hug his child. They're killing rabbits through the usage of roofies. Oh my god.
Sounds like whatever they're testing is now on animal testing.
And after that, well, they're on rabbits, so it might take some time before they get up to humans, but after animal testing, it's human testing. Oh shit.
Why rabbits? Easiest thing for Scar to catch. Oh.
Yeah, just think about it. Think about how many conies he got for coney stew and all that.
Catch female one and male one, make them breed big family, then experiment on animals.
Oh dear Jesus, that is terrible!
Yeah, I think I'd look that bad if you locked me in a secret base for 3 weeks and I had to experiment on animals. Pointing up at Scar!
Had to experiment on not just animals, but little bunny rabbits.
Just a bunch of shit all over, and piles of rabbit shit everywhere. Yeah.
Dear Jesus. Okay, the public can never find out about this, because that would make it seem like we condone animal cruelty.
He's either doing one of two things. He's trying to perfect the laxative to be stronger, and the stool softeners, which, believe me, it's strong enough. They overuse them to begin with. Or he's trying to make it like an airborne weapon. Oh, God!
What do you think is worse? Like the air. Honestly, I would probably say the airborne weapon, but them making the laxatives worse altogether, or the airborne weapon, do you think?
Airborne. Pequod says it at the same time as Icy.
Yeah, most definitely. Hopefully, they're just going with option one, and they're not trying to make the very potent laxatives airborne, because that would be very bad.
How? It's Scar we're talking about, people. That's like setting me down in front of a kid's chemistry set and saying, make it happen. Make it happen. Airborne laxatives. It would not happen. You need to be intelligent. Like Nicole. Like Suletta. Like Patricia. Like, you need to be book smart. Like Laz. Oz. Oh, JJ. You have to be like that.
Yep. Honestly, Dad, you just never know when it comes to the unit. And we'd rather be safer than sorry.
And the day I see an X-Lax rocket fly over my house to hit fucking Carter's house is the day we just shadow raise and moosh and attack that base. No. No.
Dad, you sure, Dad? Because what if an X-Lax rocket comes and hits your house, and you and Mom are out for the count? Let's say.
Then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But anger issues you both have under control.
Julius just looks at Icy and gives her a knowing nod, like, if it happens, we might do it, okay?
She nods her head as Pequod. Look, if they go to that length to roofie my fucking son, he's made his own bed. He created his own worst enemies, okay? And one of them is that fucking nut job pointing at Scar.
That is very true. I'm less concerned about Carter and just more concerned about
Memory Ann.
Memory Ann, yes. And the fact that they'll have X-Lax rockets to shoot off at anyone who might have wronged the unit, in their opinion.
Well, if it gets that bad, we'll cross the bridge as a family and hear everybody's opinion as we go. But until then, let's just, try to keep an ear around Bragg, since we can't keep an eye in Area 51 for now. Unless you're sure you don't want the, it's an amorphous key, they call it, and you stick it in. Oh, it will not work.
Trust us, Hunk. You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to this walk. We do. It won't work.
Wait a minute, why don't you just get a rope, throw it over the wall? I can get you a grappling hook from Gateway, SIS or Ranger. You fire it, electrify the fence on top of wall. Good God! I see eyes go wide and her head recoil.
To the point that even someone like Samuel is extremely terrified of going up and climbing around the fence. So that's just a no-go on that situation.
And sometimes walking around perimeter of Area 51, Scar come over loudspeakers on all walls around 51, tell us, leave now, you on motion sensor. Jesus!
They have almost state-of-the-art defenses around Area 51. Is that what I'm hearing here?
All because my fucking son wouldn't pick up the wrist computer and call Memory Ann.
Yeah, Julius just reaches out and pats her on the head. All because of our stupid son.
Alright, dear, come on. Let's get to the film set and get the show on the road. We need to change the subject. Let's get the beret going and everything.
Oh, yes, darling. You have the beret, correct? As she stands up and whips her scarf around her neck.
Oh, come here. Pulling it out of his back pocket.
She walks up right next to him and points at Icy. Istrum, I trust you have your beret and aviator glasses.
She'll put them on as Pequod gags Suletta clap.
Julius just walks in, sits next to Pequod. There's no R in glasses. Why the fuck did she roll her R?
Oh, pretentious fucking... Gritting her teeth, looking at Davy. And putting a cigarette in her mouth, you don't get one. Pointing at Icy, and then lighting it for Davy.
She takes a drag off the cigarette and pulls it out of her mouth. Oh, thank you, darling. Just what I needed. Might I say you are looking mighty handsome on this day.
Thank you kindly, rubbing his chin, pecking a kiss on her. I don't get one? Maybe when you're older, Nickel. Alright, let's go. Move out! Come on, Pequod! Oh.
Older? She's 40 years old!
She's the favorite.
Yeah, being the favorite doesn't come with all the perks, I guess.
Guess not. Oh god, I don't want to do this.
Neither do I, love. Neither do I.
The big picture of Mad Scar will follow the group so they can keep talking. As up here on Gateway, Sasha and Towns await B Squad's return, and they have returned. Who I hate them. Coming into the room. Bring me good news?
Carter gives a salute and lowers it. Yes, ma'am. Good news.
Debrief.
Well, we got to Anova at the scheduled time that you requested us to be there, ma'am. We waited outside until the sundial lined up perfectly, and we got entrance into the temple. We got into the temple, investigated for a little bit until this... The only way I can describe him is like a... He looks over at Sol. A gate guardian of some kind, extremely, extremely powerful, ma'am. Was not hurt by my lunar spells, but instead it looked reinvigorated by them, ma'am. Carter nods as he looks at Sol and then back at Sasha. We ended up fighting against this guardian, not defeating it, but we did convince it through our combat prowess, or more accurately, I suppose, Sol's combat prowess, to close all the portals that she had opened, ma'am.
Taps her hands on her desk. Well done. Good job. We're sure they're shut down?
Sol nods. I made double sure with the entity, ma'am. He said they were shut down.
Alright, perfect. Good. Then, problem's not solved, but contained. And if it's contained, we can deal with it.
Carter nods. Damage control, ma'am.
We have something for you.
Yes, ma'am? What is that?
Towns hands a picture of goodwill to peaceful will to Carter.
Carter looks at it. It looks like some kind of monk, ma'am. Are we supposed to investigate him?
Memory Ann taking it, squinting at it, then handing it to Ricky. So Ricky can look at it, Colt looking at it, all the kids looking up at it. But I'll put peaceful will back here. Everybody's just looking. That is Wilgard Fortium.
Carter nods. One of Tessin Hecker's lackeys, ma'am.
As far as we know, the last surviving member of his raid team, save for Crazy Steve, Oz's brother, who is still in a mental institution. So, we've tracked him down. Guess who's gonna go get sent out to question him, interrogate him on any information he might have that can give us a lead to Hecker's whereabouts. If Hecker's really out to kill all of his former raid members, then he's probably gonna come for that guy.
We're gonna be sending B Squadron, ma'am.
That's right. And if you didn't have a movie to shoot today, you'd be going right now. He smiles big.
Understood, ma'am.
But you're saved by your pretentious grandmother.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank God for pretentious grandmother.
A Shaolin monk or some shit. Squinting down at the picture.
Is being on the set with her an improvement or a negative over going and beating up some monk, ma'am?
Well, ideally, if he's a Shaolin monk or whatever the hell he thinks he is, he should be peaceful. We got nothing really out of Adonis, save for the hard drive, which did have some stuff on it, but it was like 99.9% porn. It gave us the lead to Will. Towns, I'm calling him Peaceful Will. Pointing at the picture. Either way, he should be more amicable, maybe actually speak to you, not call you and Ricky a crackers.
Carter has to hide a chuckle as he clears his throat. Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am. Does he live in like a monk-filled a monastery, I believe they're called, like a monastery filled with monks on some outer colony planet?
As far as I know, he lives up in a monastery on top of a mountain range, completely and utterly alone.
Oh, alone. Okay. So then I guess that'll make it easier for us to find him then, ma'am.
It's on a frontier planet that Tommy owns. He's currently developing it into another one of these resort planets. Ash tracked the guy down, and that's how we have the info. But Ash didn't go talk to him or anything. That's on your hand. And if he doesn't, Sasha speaks up, know anything about Hecker, then we have 0 leads. We're dead in the water on Hecker until he does something stupid and we can capitalize on it. God damn it.
Understood, ma'am. If he does have any information to give us, we will we'll make damn sure that he gives it to us, ma'am.
We kicked ass today out there. Coming over here so Sasha can see. Oh, yeah.
I'd like to say we did pretty good, ma'am. The thing we fought was pretty freaky. I don't even know what to call it.
I was shaking and baking like the NFL, Sash.
Carter just looks down at his feet. Benjamin, that's not what we call the Ranger General during debriefings.
General. He salutes. Shaking and baking, huh? That's right, smiling at her, nodding his head.
Carter looks at Sasha. The squad did well, in my opinion, ma'am. We used all of our training put together. We fought against an entity far powerful than any individual. But we managed to defeat it as a team, ma'am.
And we had a nice bonding time around the campfire. It was raining, miserable day on Anova. Sure was.
That too, ma'am.
Yeah. Thanks again for stopping the rain, Soul.
Soul nods. Oh, it's no problem at all. The least I could do.
Sam will, I imagine JJ's holding her, take his arms off of her and walk out here to look at her mother. Looks over at her daughter. She'll salute her mom. I would just like to thank you and the powers to be at play for this most illustrious assignment, Mother. She looks at her hand and plays with her wedding ring.
Carter just looks at Sasha, looks at Sam, and looks at Sasha, and nods his head over to Soul.
And now I'd like to be dismissed for the day. You can go home. Let's go, JJ.
JJ will pick her up and take her out.
You gotta be a dumbass to piss her off that much. What'd you do, Colt? I didn't do anything, Dad. What'd you do? Pointing at Benny. Bro, nah, I did nothing, boss. Pointing at Towns. Oh, God. He is not cut out for a career in the middle.
Carter shakes his head. I would actually have to agree with that, sir, but it wasn't. It was Soul. Soul nods. I yelled at her when she was just giving me advice. She was just trying to encourage me, how Samantha usually does, and I snapped at her, ma'am.
Then she saved her from like 100 of these little things. Little crawly little copies of the big void black guy. Oh, she scoffed. Yeah.
I shouldn't have yelled at her. I'm going to speak to my father, get started on anger management earlier than he did to, get a jump on it, ma'am, and I'm going to have a discussion with her once she cools down, of course.
Well, spellcasters are emotional by nature, scratching her forehead, so sometimes you gotta give into that emotion to do whatever you do, which I won't. She'll put up her hands, claim to understand. You know, I've seen your aunt do crazy shit that my brain, I see it happen. I saw Nevermore get summoned the first time, but what I saw happen still doesn't quite comprehend in my frontal lobe. 25 ships getting blown up. She was sucking their souls out of the ship. People like me can only understand so much. Oh, that's the button you push when you need to kill a lot of shit. Got it. That's as far as it goes. She shrugs. I can get Mushin, because it's a fighting form, you know. Just one that is beyond any other. But spellcast is shit I don't understand. And he laughs.
All the kids that I play actually start laughing. Laz especially starts giggling to herself.
I would just like to make it clear, I think my daughter would have got JJ one way or another. I don't think getting this assignment got her JJ, and I don't think that's how she sees it, even if JJ says so. It's a lie. Eventually she would have just stormed down to the lane and tried to talk to him. Probably failed quite a few times. But eventually she would have got tired of waiting. That's what would have happened. I know my daughter better than anybody in this room besides Towns. So, or he probably would have just stormed up looking for her. At some point, they would have got sick of playing the cat and mouse game.
Understood, man. That's very true. Very damn true. Knowing what I know of the both of them.
And just to preface, being under Ash in the military is about as good as you can ever get.
Yes, ma'am. We trust me. Most of us here realize that, ma'am.
One day I'll be under Ash. Yeah, right. Looking over at Betty.
Carter has to hide his face. He looks towards Towns' direction, and Towns just hears him go, "God damn it!"
Wouldn't last 30 seconds. Looking at Betty.
Carter shakes his head. I don't think he would, sir.
I'm gonna plead.
Either way. Oh, good.
I'm gonna plead the fifth on that.
No, say your opinion.
I've trained under my dad with guns recently, Benny. I don't know about that, especially with how hard he probably went on Sam.
Yeah, no, you will not be under Ash. Looking at Betty. Alright, fine. But either way, I'm still pretty good. Yes, you are. Everybody looks, relatively speaking, happy and healthy, so you did your job.
Thank you, ma'am. We thank you for the commendation.
Either way, I think if you have to get your shoulder broken and your wrist broken and then somebody snaps and bitches at you, I can understand where it's coming from. Especially coming from somebody who's caused so much problems. So I would look to either nip that in the bud or she's my daughter. I'll take her off the squad. And JJ. And then you're on your own. And if you think you can get by without her, good, more power to you. That means you're confident in all your spellcasting abilities and your understanding of spellcasting at large. Looking at Soul, that is something you can only tell me. I don't know spellcasting.
Soul looking at Sasha. We're gonna have a breakfast tomorrow, like a quote-unquote B squad breakfast. We're gonna be making breakfast for everyone at our house, and I'm gonna nip it in the bud, ma'am.
Good. It's best to nip these problems in the bud early, or next time you get in trouble, Unfortunately, she will... Well, no. Fortunately, she will always protect you, because... Gesture's the goal.
Yes, she will, and trust me, I definitely appreciate her doing that for me.
Samantha shows her affection and love in strange ways. Just know she cares about you, otherwise she wouldn't have an outburst like that. If it was bad enough for her to salute me and thank me for giving her a job she never wanted, that's bad.
Carter opens his mouth and closes it and nods. Yes, it is bad, ma'am.
As the computer in the middle of the table starts ringing, and Townsville, what's a civilian line? It's being routed through like 6 other fucking offices. Can I answer it? Sasha will sure. Maybe it's Samantha calling to talk to Soul. Sasha looks at Soul.
So nuts. If it is, then I'll gladly talk with her.
Hello? Looking around, scratching his head. What is
Carter
this
takes
shit?
Carter takes a step back. Oh, that's not Sam.
Oh, okay, finally! Pointing up at Sasha. Ranger General. Her eyelid twitches, civilian calling this office. Unless it's a rainfall or Saris, never happened. So, you guys are not gonna believe. You're Carter! Pointing up at Carter!
Carter nods. Yes, Carter Rainfall. How can we help you? Who
Oh,
are
you're
you?
the dead guy in the Perfect Storm at the beginning! Pointing at Ricky!
Of anything, I'll take it. Yeah, I am.
It was a good scene. Colt stroking his mullet for so. So, I love your music, by the way. Pointing up at Carter. I'm voting for your band, The People's Choice.
Thank you. All credit goes to her, though. She's the
All
one
the
who writes.
she's just the writer. Throwing his hand up in memory. Yes, I am.
You kidding me, dude?
Anyway. I've been trying to reach somebody with the last name Rainfall and wears a scarf for the past hour. The ambassador is here at Luna Games. It's in San Diego, California. You don't say. Benny fixing Elizabeth in his arm.
The Ambassador Clive is there, sir?
Yeah, yes, and Scar Rainfall.
What can I ask? What are they doing there?
They walked into our store, attempting to sell us a katana, which we did buy, and a cattle prod. Oh, God. Remember it? His head sinks into her shoulders. And then, so, you won't believe it, but we have a large bird. It's a falcon trapped in the back room. Got in through the roof somehow, through the ventilation. Anyway, it was trapped in here. The unit, I think Scar was trying to hit on my female employee that works for me here, and the unit said they'd go get rid of the bird, said something about it being Carter's bird? Such a laugh! Yeah, Carter's Ice Takuno, is that what it's called?
Carter nods. Yep, that's what it's called. Does the bird eat any ice or anything like that?
No, it's a legit just falcon, native to this area.
Right, so it's not my bird.
Now, we called animal control, they didn't show up, the unit insisted on handling it, and, well, this is the aftermath. Scar and Clive lying unconscious on the ground. Scar... Carter... Marianne... Now, we have them here behind the counter, so people don't come in and bother them, but they've been like this for the past, hour and a half to 2 hours. And I can't get on Rainfall Lane, nor can I leave my business to drop them at the gate. We'll come get them.
Carter nods, leans forward. You can expect us there soon to pick him up and get him out of your guys' hair.
Thank you. Kindly nodding his head, hanging up. I'm not carrying either of them. I'll carry Clive.
I got Scar.
We should have told them not to drink anything that the unit touched.
A bird took them out? She strokes her chin, thinking.
According to them, a normal-ass falcon, ma'am.
Putting his hands up in the air.
Laz starting to laugh again. No, please!
Fucking Carter! Can you imagine Uncle Scar punching a bird?
Soul actually starts to chuckle at that one.
Come on, you damn bird!
I think the best part is that the bird won.
2v1. Just like Frederick. Shrugging.
They're not good at handicap fights, are they?
No, they're not.
Yeah, apparently they're absolutely shit at them.
Alright, she'll stand up. Dismissed for the day, Ricky. Your parents are waiting for you down, Palo Alto with, Well, actually, we got room in the car. You can come with us to pick them up, and then we'll drop you off.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
San Diego's not too far from Palo Alto. And then I gotta get you guys down to the film set. So let's move. Hustle.
Yes, ma'am.
Coming down to the film set. Pretentious Davine sees her gorgeous son, JJ, come in with Samantha.
Oh, that is my star. As she walks over, it grabs his face and looks at him. Oh, so handsome. That is my little boy, and oh, his beautiful, beautiful girl. Look at you. Are you ready to be on film today, darling?
Yes, ma'am, nodding her head.
Oh, beautiful. May I give you a kiss on the head, darling?
Sure, smiling at that would feel good right now, actually.
She takes her cigarette. Hold this for me, darling. And she hands her cigarette to JJ, who just holds it between his fingers. She hugs around Sam, squeezes her very tightly, and gives her a kiss on the head.
That's actually nice. You might have been the reason JJ got sent to basic, but you didn't give me the worst job in the history of fucking ever. Thank you. Smiling at Davy. What the hell is that about? Looking over.
Julius sighs. I would have to say some type of drama. And you know how drama goes in this family. Julius looks over at his dad.
Drama? Okay. It's probably Samantha and Carter. He's got a way of rubbing people the wrong way, as Sam will nod her head respectively at Davy and come and eat pizza.
Julius gently puts a hand on her back and rubs it. You doing okay, kid?
Yeah. Eating pizza?
You don't want to talk about it with me?
Just annoying. Come eat, JJ.
JJ will hand the cigarette back to his mother as she makes her way back and start eating with Sam.
Carter can rub people the wrong way. It's been scientifically proven. I'm sorry, I cannot stop looking at you, Frederick. Looking over at Fred Pan. I know, he looks fabulous. Drinking out of her flask.
Bugsy is doing a very good job.
Yes, hell of a makeup job. Learned from the best. Putting some more mascara on Frederick's eyes. It's not Carter.
Julius looks at her, raises an eyebrow. Who?
Soul is just such a whiny brat.
Ah, yes. Julius looks down at the pizza and then back at her. Honestly, he leans into her. You want me to be completely honest with you? And this is coming from her father, by the way.
Eating a piece of pizza, then putting one up to JJ.
And JJ takes the bite and gives her a wink. She was always a bit of a whiny brat.
I figured after I saw her riding around in the hover chair.
Julius laughs and rubs his face. Don't get me started with that. People always say Carter has a way of rubbing people the wrong way.
And boy, does he!
He does. Soul does too. In her, how do I say this? It's not unique because it's the same way I rub people the wrong way, and trust me, I do. I did quite a few times back in the day. But it's a unique way of doing it, I think. He rubs the top of her head. Do you just let me know if anything ever happens, okay?
Just tired of working with them. I go out on missions and get my shit kicked in so they can come back pristine.
And trust me, I am very...
If I wanted to be a linebacker, I would have joined the NFL.
Julius chuckles. You would have been pretty good in that line of work, I think, sweetie.
Yeah, but you got JJ. No, I didn't. Okay, eating pizza. That one doesn't work anymore.
No, it does not. Davy just shaking her head, eating some of the pizza herself.
Used to work.
Oh, it definitely used to. Julius actually reaches down and holds her hand. I'm gonna be very honest with you, okay, Sam? You got like jack shit out of this position. Less than that, honestly. You were very skilled. Way more skilled than any of those kids probably ever are going to be, truth be told. But you know what is a really good thing about being put onto this position?
The pay.
Not the pay. Well, I mean, of course, the pay is nice, but do you know how many people I would have trusted to watch over any of those kids? Not just mine, my sister, your brother, any of them at all. Do you know how many people I would have trusted?
One, Ash.
Pretty much. So basically, I hold you in the same regards I do Ash. And do you know how highly I hold Ash, sweetie?
Pretty darn high. Fetching another piece of pizza. Sam nods her.
Julius gives her a gentle kiss on the top of the head. I appreciate what you're doing for these kids. And it's for what you're doing for us. This is a big reason why you won't really have to do anything after you're out of the military. He shrugs. We think that's what you deserve, and, well, a life of calm, working with JJ, however you want to work with him, distract him, all that you want. It's our poor way of trying to give thanks for the unsurmountable services that you've given us, let's say.
Will you hold my pizza, JJ, for 1 sec?
JJ will hold it for her.
See my hands? She'll turn her hands out and look at.
Yeah, I see him.
I didn't have Okir or Bash's blood on them before I got involved in your kids' squad. Now I do. And that's what bothers me the most about how she talked to me.
Julius sighs. He'll take her hands and look at him. He looks up at her. Do you know how much blood I have on my hands?
Probably a lot more than.
Probably. Doesn't mean it hurts any less to have blood on your hands. Once you're ready, don't yell, don't do anything like that. Just have a conversation with her, okay? If she rubs you the wrong way and, yells at you again, fuck yeah, punch her in the face. Do what you do. She deserves it at that point, but have a conversation with her. And I will also have a conversation with her about yelling at you for what I assume to be nothing, because I trust you when it comes to that sort of thing.
Not today, maybe tomorrow. She'll look away from Julia. Did you think I was gonna punch her? Look at JJ.
And JJ nods. Oh yeah, most definitely.
Maybe I'll tolerate a conversation with her tomorrow.
JJ nods. I'll be with you every single step of the way, darling. He smiles at her and puts up a piece of pizza for her to eat.
She'll bite it tomorrow, looking at Julia.
Julius rubs her back. Whenever you're ready, okay? He'll go back to eating his pizza.
It's a big set, you can stay away from her. She's not fat anymore, but you know. He laughed. She laughed.
And JJ also lets out a laugh, and Davy nods. Wherever you're comfortable being, darling, you are one of the stars of this show, and we want you to be as comfortable as possible, darling.
I tell you my own personal experience. Car and soul, they drain the life out of me. I'm glad. So dramatic.
Julius looks down and starts to chuckle. He's very dramatic with how he puts it.
I say to her, we're going to go shopping. We go into groups. Ricky, you come with me. You go over here, you go over here. You see, so doing nothing. Doing nothing. Thinking coach should just come to her. What type of entitled brat is that? You gotta give a little to get a little. Then they're Carter. Finally with memory on. Go through basic training. Carter do nothing. He do nothing. She push him about Hazel. He said nothing. Then I get them together. Then come round at last, Hazel and Eric, and we almost go back to square one. Finally, so not going to have this anymore, get into a fight with Colt, problem solved. But Carter wrought upon us destruction. Like never seen before. Got my first gray hair because of Carter, actually, right here. Yeah, I see it!
No, yeah, no, I see it, Tommy. It's right there. Yeah.
Horrible. You want me to fix it for you? No, I keep it as a reminder.
Julius covers his mouth and chuckles slightly.
To never forget what Carter put me through. Could be worse, could turn into crazy fucking Leogan experimenting on rabbits, though. Yeah, that's true!
There is always a silver lining to these kinds of situations, I suppose.
I just know Thomas will not let me down. Named after me? Yeah, he
Yeah.
won't. Look at him, he's feeding Hale pizza.
Yeah, look at him. As he's doing like a little airplane thing into Hale's mouth with the pizza. Look at him. He's making you proud, isn't he, Tom?
Named after the best, as Jace sees his woman.
Jace sees his woman, and he will.
Don't start glaring over at Jace.
His mouth is open, and
No crying, just come here. Picks him up.
he gets picked up, and he sees her, and he'll just hug her and pat her head and give her a kiss on the cheek.
Give me your hand.
He'll take his hand to her.
Waiting for that one all day, huh? Kissing his hand.
He starts to nod. Vigorously nods.
Oh, Jace, big fucking nerd. Look at that kid. Wait now.
Such a goddamn dweeb, that kid.
Yeah, well, look at that. Oh, Hunk, seeing the rest of the group coming in. Well, I'd say that is about time. There's Soul. Hunk pointing up here. Everybody's favorite Moon Maiden. You don't get many of them in the family. You know, Moon Maiden, Time Deed. I'll stop talking. Looking at Davey.
Davy nods. Probably for the best, darling.
Sasha coming in. Keep going, as Sasha just wants to come in and tell them what happened to Clive.
Davine, about to go out onto set. She looks at her. Is everything okay, darling?
Yeah, we're a little late because we had to drop Clive and Scar off at fucking Bragg. What? Look at Sasha.
You had to drop him off? Julius turns around.
Sasha will look at Julius. Apparently, Uncle Clive and Uncle Scar went to Luna Games, katanas and cattle prods. Oops. Looking over his shoulder. Hawked your fucking katana Pequod bought for you. The lady actually bought it. They got the cattle prod for a deal as well. It was bundled with the sword. There was a bird trapped in the back offices, like a legit falcon. I saw it. It's a falcon. They said they could handle it. They couldn't. The bird took them both out, and they were unconscious behind the counter for the past 2 hours. They called 6 different offices, finally got routed to my office on Gateway, and told us what happened. We went and picked them up and dropped them off at Bragg. And yes, they were groaning for Carter and Memory Ann the whole time, respectively. I see laugh.
They got fucked up by a bird.
I'm working on getting the footage from the back room. The guy said he'll send it to me tomorrow. I always knew you had it in you to be a rainfall.
We need that. We need that footage ASAP, Sasha, please.
I see. Can you imagine? Come on, you motherfucking bear.
Julius starts to laugh as he just covers his face and starts shaking his head.
Oh, and they think it's Carter's art ice Takuda. That's even better!
Are you kidding me? The falcon that looks nothing like the bird that Carter has?
Downs, did you get a picture of that fucking bird? Oh, yeah. I snapped a picture. Let me see if I can find it as he goes on his wrist. Hunk, while you look for that, let's get this show on the road. Go check on the grandkids, dear.
Oh yes, let's. She'll move out into the set.
Blaze ready with cinematography, Samuel operating the cameras, Hunk setting down. Town's looking for the picture of the bird on his wrist computer. Alright, JJ, are you ready to play your father, basically?
JJ looks over at Sasha, swallows his pizza, and nods. More than ready. I think I'm gonna do a pretty damn good job. Confidence is key when it comes to this sort of thing, you know.
You'll do smashing, pinching his chin. Sam.
JJ smiles down at her, leans in, and gives her a kiss. I'll do smashing just for you, darling.
Here's the bird. Towns pulls up a picture.
And Julius points at the bird and starts to laugh.
That's the bird that got them? Yeah.
It looks derpy, honestly.
And I want the back of my car cleaned out, because they were covered in Falcon shit. It was shitting on them, literally! Oh, Clive defeated by dumb burn brain.
Oh,
Bird brain.
oh, oh, oh.
Probably think paintball guns do anything. That's Clark.
Julius just pointed at the bird, laughing. We'll get the back of your car cleaned up, Sasha. Don't worry.
Thank you. Mercurius units, please, and thank you. Pizza. Coming over to get pizza as Icy. God, that footage is gonna be so good. Walking up this.
I cannot wait to see that footage. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Mr. Snuffles following JJ as JJ's sitting down here next to Blaze with Samantha and Jace as the rest of the kids come in. Teleporter's off. Icy looks over.
Soul nods. Teleporters are off, Auntie.
Nice job. Giving them a thumbs up. Oh, it was fun. Got to flex our newly acquired muscles. Sitting down behind her grandfather.
Soul walks over to Icy and leans into her. I have a question for you.
Yeah. Leans down. Have a soda.
Ooh, thank you. She'll open up the soda. Are Anovians immune to god stuff?
Drinking her soda. She smiles and shrugs.
Because when we fought the gate guardian, I tried to use my lunar magic on him, and he just, looked invigorated because of it. And the only thing that I could really equate that to in my mind was when I saw little hail floating around my dad's head when the time deity attacked and he stopped time.
There's a lot I don't even know. Looking down at Soul, look at this. She'll pull up a picture of her at Cancun with the family, but Banksy's rubbing her shoulders and her hair appears as blue flame. Ever noticed that about me before? Because I didn't until I was like 22. It was Banksy who pointed it out. Thought my hair was on fire. He freaked the fuck out.
She points towards the picture. I noticed it sometimes when, the light just got, hit just right and everything, and you always looked really pretty, so I didn't really question it at all.
I don't know why that happens. Looking at the photo, I couldn't tell you. It only seems to happen when I'm relaxed, though. She shrugs. I do know that time deity was afraid of me. Like, for some reason, he was very afraid of me. And he insulted Anovians, said we were a blight. He was really fucking afraid. I mean, I don't think back on it too much anymore, but he didn't really try to fight me. He tried to run and shoot stuff at Mom, to kill Mom. And whoever else he could. He was scared. She shrugged. And I absorbed his attacks. I ate his, it's called elemental fire.
She looks down at her hands and then at Icy. So would it be safe to assume that if I fight another being like that on Anova, I just shouldn't use lunar magic straight up?
If it's a human Anovian, yeah, I would probably take it off the table, for sure.
Okay.
The animals can't be, because I've seen tons of animals on Anova get throttled by all different types of magic. The Hydra, shrugging at Soul. You hit it with lunar magic, and it throttled it.
She nods. She starts to stroke her chin. I suppose it's humanoid Anovians then, and she nods. Thank you for, giving me what information that you do have on that situation.
Colt coming over, taking a drink of soda. I see. In 100 years, we probably won't know everything we wish we could know about the Anovians. They're, even with the ancient ones around, they're gone. Like, for the most part. And all that knowledge is either so deeply buried under the earth, it'll take... We'll be around, she'll shrug, but 4, 5, 6, 700 years. And if it's even there.
Probably take a good couple eons for the information we really want about the Onovians to either surface or we dig it out of the earth itself.
The best way I can acquaint it is when we first learned about Kamul from Krellin, nobody had ever heard of that guy. Nobody ever heard of Kamul. And Lorelai even scoffed when she was like, we'll see, we'll kill this king of men. She had no idea who Kamul even was, and he was fucking crazy powerful. Oh, Jesus! For a man, he was insanely powerful.
So nods. I mean, just look at all the statues that appear of him and artwork and stuff like that. And we had no idea who he was or what he did or anything like that.
And Nevermore alone is some type of collective avatar that Anovians created and then could be shared across. One day Hale will be able to do it, whether I like it or not. She shrugged. So who the fuck knows? They were whack, dude. In a good way.
Soul laughs and nods. I would certainly say so. We know basically nothing about them. I would say that's pretty whack.
I mean, even the ones at that island with Carter, we went to the island, the magician woman, she summoned water spirits from the water. Crazy whack Colt. Nodding her head.
No offense, sis, but that is how you can equate most Anovians. Whack.
I mean, Krellin even said they were the most powerful species back in the day. They were strong enough that the Star Children didn't fuck with them. In terms of, like, trying to make contact with them or experiment, not on them, but with them, like they did with planets like Gallia. They were afraid of what amounted to an ancient culture to them, because Star Children were crazy advanced, though they can't get through basic tumbler locks, but yeah.
Soul tilts her head. Basic tumbler locks?
Area 51, the highest level of security, tumbler lock.
It's just
It's
just locked by a tumbler. I could have that thing open in like 2 seconds.
I could have something else open in like 2 seconds, appearing in Spider Quad. Cold. Oh, gross.
Soul looks at her mother and then just looks the other way, just staring at the wall over here.
Smacking her ass as she walks up in the latex suit. I see. Have a good weekend, Julius. Giving him a peck kiss on the cheek and walking away.
Yeah, I'll see you later, sis. Julius picks her up. That's my job, by the way. And he smacks her ass for her.
We're out of here. You okay? Looking at her dog.
Soul smiles and nods. I'm okay.
Alright. Have a good weekend. We are out. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. Alright, Patricia. See ya.
Have a good time, you two. As she waves at the both of them.
Get me out of here. No. She's putting the beret back on.
Julius limit breaks and flies them out of there.
And there goes your mom and dad, kissing her on the cheek.
Soul chuckles. They certainly got out of here pretty quickly.
Handing her soda back. All right, dear, the show is yours. All the kids are fine. Elizabeth's here. Icy hands Elizabeth back her beret and aviator.
Elizabeth puts both of them on, fixes the beret on her head. Oh, I feel so fancy with these on.
You look good too. Kissing her.
She kisses him back as Davine leans in her chair and slowly looks over at Blaze. Blaze, darling, my director of photography.
Yes, madam. Looking over at her.
What would you suggest as the first scene we film? It's very important that we get the scene correct.
I say put JJ's feet to the fire, personally, madam. The knife scene.
The knife scene, you say? She taps her lip a couple times. We do the knife scene. Make sure Fouet Pan is ready.
Fred Pan's walking up here. Icy will put a spell on him so he levitates slightly off the ground like the movie. Sam putting JJ's wife beater over him and then biting onto his chin.
JJ smiles at her and nods. He leans in close. That was dull. Honey, save it for the scene. Come on.
I like to think I would have gotten you without being on that horrendous squad.
He gives her a kiss on the nose. You would have gotten me, or I would have gotten you. It was a matter of time.
As Frederick comes up, interrupting their intimate moment, Sam. Oh dear God, good luck. Good luck acting opposite of that, sweetheart. Looking at JJ.
JJ was completely enraptured by Samantha as he looks over. Oh, Jesus.
Can't go on to film until ceremonial ass smack. Oh, Banksy shivers and looks at Frederick.
Fudwick smiles, turns around for his ass to be smacked.
Go get him, Tiger. Smacking his butt.
Ooh, you put a little pepper on that one, huh?
Now is the time. Banksy comes sit next to his fucking wife.
Elizabeth, her mouth covered with her hands, is laughing at Banksy.
Wow. Pointing at Grandma Davine. We get to see her film Thomas as they will get into position. Sam is in this shot though, but she doesn't have to act.
That is honestly really cool. Thomas looks at the scene itself. He squints his eyes. Hold on, as he'll walk out over here and start to frame the shot himself as he closes one eye and tries to make it look as best he can.
Stroking his chin, watching Thomas. I was gonna interrupt him, but I think we let him indulge himself.
Davine looks over. She taps her lip a couple more times. Istrum, darling, get the boy a beret and aviator sunglasses, if you please.
Hiya, hiya, snapping her fingers onto Thomas's head.
He like jumps at each thing that pops onto his head and his eyes, and he looks over at Hale, shoots both hands up into the air. I'm a director!
Hale clapping loudly, whistling sharply at Thomas, and you look fucking hot, too.
Oh, honey. He walks back over and hops next to her and gives her a kiss.
Oh, doesn't it just warm your heart on this pathetically sad day of my life? Alright, let's get the show on the road, dear, please.
And Davine inhales heavily and then exhales. Yes, let's. Marianne, it's quite simple. This scene, all you have to do is, basically try to refute Frederick's efforts to, fondle over you and everything of the sort, darling.
Yes, ma'am, nodding her head.
Also, she snaps her fingers and points at Krellin. We need our thunder up there, darling.
Wah!
Thank you very much. As she pushes up her aviator glasses. Quite on set. Ready? Action! As Fledwick will put his hands onto Marianne's shoulders. Look into my eyes.
Don't belong to you. Master, you flash!
I am. It worked. Ting-Tir is appeased.
Don't belong to you, Fred Pan.
No, you don't. You belong to Ting-Tir. I must sacrifice you, but I love you and I need you. As he puts his hands on her face and pulls her in closer. As JJ hops into the scene. Not so fast, gentlemen.
Who you?
Is it too much to ask, Fundo? Kill him! For me!
Walking up between.
Eh, it won't solve anything, Dave. Too many people have been dropping like flies. Cut! Davina puts her hand up as JJ jumps a bit and he looks at her. We will not be doing the accent for this film, darling. I will have you know that much.
Elizabeth holding Integra. You're trying to win an Oscar, JJ, not win the bedroom tonight. You've already won that, my friend. It's okay, JJ, yeah.
Okay. Okay, understood. He nods towards his mother. Okay, take it from it won't solve anything, please. Ready? Quite on set. Action! It won't solve anything, Dave. Too many people have been dropping like flies already, and where's that getting us? Nowhere fast. Nah. You know what good old Jack Burton always says at a time like this?
Who?
Jack Burton. Me. As Carter will front flip into frame, stand next to JJ in a fighting pose, and the two of them nod at each other. Oh, Jack always says, "What the hell?" As both JJ and Carter rush towards Thunder, to which landing no punches, getting blocked almost constantly. Eventually, JJ gets knocked down to the ground, and Carter sidekicks Thunder, rolling away as he runs over here this way, and Thunder starts to follow after him.
Ah!
Oh, oh God! As JJ pulls out from his boot his knife. He points it at Fred Pan, throws it up in the air, and then throws it straight at Fred, completely missing, hitting a gong over here in the background. Bong! Fred pushes Memorian away as he goes over and picks up the knife, twirling it in his fingers. It's a good knife. Goodbye, Mr. Button, as he throws it at JJ. JJ expertly catches it, throws it back quickly, and darling, now the knife effect, she says to Icy.
Snapping her finger.
The knife embeds itself into Fred's head, and all the statues around them start to collapse and fall and topple as Fledwick as he falls straight onto his back, T-posed, like he's being crucified, looking up at the ceiling. Once the last statue falls, puts his hands on his hips, walks forward, looks around, looks right at Sam. It's all in the reflexes.
Comes up and kisses it.
And cut!
Sorry.
No, darling, that... She stands up. I actually quite like the addition of the kiss, darling. It was beautiful improvisation, Samantha.
Helping Frederick off the ground. Krellin's still chasing Carter.
They
Ah!
cut! They cut!
Oh. Looking back at the camera. This fun. Chase Carter.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Carter looks over at Benny. It's surprisingly scary to have a giant demon-looking person running after you, trying to kill you.
A lot more intimidating than your fucking father-in-law helping Frederick.
Fledwick stands up. He brushes the robe off. Oh, I think that scene went pretty well.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. I hate to do this to you, Banksy, but you gotta get him an old Frederick. Right, I already have the prosthetics ready. Come on, Frederick.
Oh, yes, of course. He'll go with Banksy to get put into old Fledwick.
That was good, son. I like the accent. The non-Brooklyn one.
Oh, thank you, Dad. Can you guess who I based it off of? As he
Me?
nods towards his father. Goddamn right.
It is hot.
Yeah, JJ looks at her. Oh, yeah? Is it hotter or less hotter than my actual accent, love?
Less hot.
He gives her a wink and a kiss. I think you did smashing that scene, love.
Just standing here looking pretty.
Oh, darling, that's all you ever have to do, and you'll make me the happiest man in the universe.
Oh wow, these so fun. And they make these vases to break but not hurt. Oh, watch this. Picks it up, smashes it over Carter's head, but it's actually not a false vase. Oops.
And Carter stumbles, and he sort of stumbles into Benny and has to balance himself on him. I don't think that was a breakaway vase, Krellin.
Well, should have them on set. I see we'll heal Carter from a distance. Let's try not to hurt the talent. Carlin, why don't you sit down? Okay. He'll come sit down, pick up Jay.
Davine pinching the bridge of her nose, shaking her head. That was just unacceptable what just happened there.
Yeah, can't have that happening on set, Big Krell. Understood, sir. Holding Jay!
Davine nods. Don't let it happen again as she flips her scarf up in the air. Carter pats Benny on the shoulder. Thanks for keeping me up there.
No problem. What the fuck? As fucking Banksy comes, wheeling Frederick out in a chair.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
Twisted and malformed by machinations of the unit.
I think I look pretty good. Oh god, that's not the accent he's going to be using, is it? I don't think I'll be able to keep a straight face.
Am I in this scene?
No.
No, dear, you're not. You're over here with us. Oh, good luck. Kissing him on the cheek and coming over.
Yes, all we'll need for this scene is JJ, Carter, and a very good Fred Pan here.
Cameron will come take Thomas and Hale. As JJ and Carter will get into their seats, Banksy will tie them in, Fred Pan going behind the stage.
We got this. We got this, JJ. Yeah, no, we most definitely got this. As he looks out at where Fredwick is stationed at the moment. Okay. Davine reading over the script quickly. Okay. I believe we all know what to do in this scene. Quiet on the set. Ready? Action! As actions sounds, little Fudwick, rolling up in his mechanized chair, rolls up right to them. Oh boy. Look, we came to see David Lopan, alright? David Lopan? Then you have succeeded, Mr. Burton? What? You? I don't get this at all. I thought, shut up, Mr. Burton. You are not put on this world to get it. Come on, Lopan is like nothing you can understand. There are many mysteries, unanswerable questions. Even in a life as short as yours. Well, the way I see it, doesn't mean we shouldn't ask. Where's my truck? You aren't looking for a truck as he rolls around the office. You're looking for a girl. A girl with green eyes. Yes, Carter says. There must be something extraordinary. Well, I'm about to waste another 2,000 years as he rushes up with the mechanized chair right into JJ's face. JJ has to lean back. There can't be many Chinese girls with green eyes these days. There are not. Never were. So beggars can't be choosers. But I can. me about Mamian. What province is he from? Hunan? Her mother? Her father? He must be a holy man. I must know. Getting right into Carter's face, Carter turning his face looking to the side. You got a tongue, Dave. Ask her yourself. Fled glares at JJ as he points at Carter. What the? Oh no, go do that! What do that? Mr. Button, if you have any influence over your youthful friend, you better exert it now. Otherwise, I will send you both to the hell where people are skinned alive. It's that simple, understand? Are you crazy? Is that your problem? No, he means a check. My problem is this place. As he rolls back and just puts his hands up to the sky like he's begging for something to happen. This place is my tomb. I'm buried here. A young man, a king, a warrior is entombed in this old man's crippled body. And all I need is a woman, Mr. Button. A special kind of woman with dragon green eyes. To make me whole and young again, so that I may rule the universe from the grave. Jing T, God of the East. Who? Him? That guy? No, not me, Mr. Button! As Frederick actually, off script, backhands JJ in the face.
Ooh!
My demon? The god I must appease in order to regain my heart, my blood. A girl with green eyes to satisfy Ching Ti. A girl brave enough to embrace the naked blade. When I find her, I will marry her. Never. Ching Ti will be happy, and my curse lifted. And you can rule the universe from beyond the grave. Indeed! Or check into a psycho ward, whatever comes first. Jack! What? I'm supposed to buy this shit? 2,000 years and he can't find a bra to fit the bill? Come on, Dave. You must be doing something seriously wrong. There have been others, sir. As he rolls over to a set of TV screens in the room. There are always others, aren't there? You seem to be the one who knows the difficulties between men and women. How seldom it works out. And yet we all keep trying like fools. As he looks at the screen and points to it. Who are these people? Friends of yours? No, this really pisses me off to no end. As he starts to roll away off the set. Come on, stick around. Where's Mao Yin? In this building? Safe. Where is she? Safe. Safer with me than any creature on Earth.
Frederick disappearing behind the set. Samuel, a shocked expression looking through the camera viewport.
Davine leans back. Cut! Check the gate! Cut!
I'd say that was damn near perfect. Looking over at Hunk. Yeah! I'd say so. Come on out for a round of applause, Fred. He wheels back up.
Fred wheels back out and Carter and JJ at the same exact time as Fredwick wheels out. They both start cracking up, laughing, looking at him.
That's some good fucking makeup.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Banksy, darling, you did a bang up job on the makeup. I have to say, darling.
Thank you, Mother. Bowing to Davey. That was incredible.
That was a wonderful scene, you three. It almost brings a tear to my eye. Truthfully, it does.
I think JJ guaranteed win Oscar for this one. Looking at JJ.
And JJ looks over at Krell. Yeah, you really think so, Krell?
Yes, a very attractive young man. Going to have lots of women come see show.
Oh, I only care about one woman, thank you. As he winks over at Sam.
She winks back at him, petting Mr. Snuffles on the head as poor Jace is trapped in Krellin's arms.
No, no, please, please let me go. Sam is right there. You can give me over to Sam, Krellin, please.
What, you wanna, rubbing Davian's shoulders, you wanna test the waters with the opening monologue?
Davian leans back and strokes her chin. I believe we can do just that. Yes, I think that's a wonderful idea. As Carter will get up and get out of the way.
Come on over here, Thomas, and Hale are waiting.
Carter will sit down next to Memory Ann, lean forward. How'd I do, babe?
It was impressive, quite impressive, stroking his chin.
It was impressive that I didn't fucking laugh all the way through. Did you notice the point where I had my head turned away?
Try not to laugh at Fred Pan.
Yes, he was right. He was speaking gibberish right at me, honey.
Look, Carter, as she turns his head. Always thrashing in my arms, such problem child. Handing him over to old Frederick.
Old Frederick holds him and starts rocking him like he's like a newborn baby as Jay starts trying to reach out to Samantha. No, this is even worse, please.
Hale laughing. He's getting fucked. Looking over at
Thomas pointing at him, laughing. Get fucked, Jace.
Alright, son. Opening monologue. You ought to know it by heart. I want to see you do this well. This is your show. So the whole opening monologue, Nicole, I'll cue the rainstorm effect.
Oh, also, Nicole, can you get me a sandwich, please?
Oh, yep, sure. Snapping it into his hand. Pork sandwich.
He has the sandwich. Yeah, that's a good size for this scene. He gets into his seat, gets comfortable. All right, you know this by heart. Quite on the set. Ready? Action! This is Jack Burton at the Pork Chop Express, and I'm talking to whoever's listening in. He takes a huge bite of the sandwich, like a good chunk of the sandwich off in the first bite. It's like I told my last wife. I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes. As he takes another huge bite out of the sandwich, I see it turns the lights to make it seem like it's really dark out with the storm effects. You just listen to the Pork Chop Express and take his advice on a dark and stormy night. When some wild-eyed maniac grabs your neck, taps the back of your head up against the barroom wall, he looks you crooked in the eyes and he asks you, have you paid your dues? You just stare that big sucker back in the eye and remember what Jack Burton always says. Have you paid your dues, Jack? Yes, sir, the check is in the mail. As he takes another huge bite of the sandwich.
Sam clapping.
Davian holding her hand up. One more, darling, don't worry. Well, you see, I'm not saying that I've been everywhere and I've done everything, but I do know it's a pretty amazing planet we live on here, and a man would have to be some kind of fool to think we're all alone in the universe. As he takes one last bite of the sandwich, completely finishing it off, in, the 2-minute scene that he just filmed, this huge sandwich, as Davian holds her hands up, and cut!
Coming from Snuffles' fucking chair. Yeah, I agree, Snuffle.
Very, very apt description, darling. You did wonderful, my darling son. Come here, give your mommy a hug. As JJ will stand up, hug his mother. She goes back to sit down in her seat as he walks up to Sam. Oh, I should not have eaten the sandwich that quickly.
Your stomach hurt?
Yeah, no. Well, obviously I know how he does it in the movie. It's, different cuts and everything like that. I did it in all one take, but holy shit, that was a huge sandwich.
You also choked down 2 pieces of pizza before we came on.
And JJ starts to laugh. That is also true. I did do that. Oh my god, that was a mistake. I knew I was going to have to eat the sandwich today.
I think everybody's going to win something for this movie. I just have one of those weird feelings. Like on the set of War Gods, Uncle Frederick's going to win a fucking Oscar. I just could feel it in my gut. I agree. Patting Memory Ann on the head, I got that same strange feeling, actually.
Oh, darlings. It is going to be a full sweep at the Oscars. And that is a promise from Davine Rainfall herself.
We haven't had a straight... Now, we've had sweeps, but usually we don't win every single category. It's like sweep in, directing, post-production, blah, blah. We haven't had a full sales sweep since the pre-Carter era. Oh, God, it's PC.
Pre-Carter era, that's a pretty good way to put it, huh, Grandpa?
It's so bad they've come up with its own abbreviation, PC. Yeah, it's Rainfall Lane PC, Rainfall Lane PPC, post... Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, no, I think we get it, Granddad.
Sorry, Carter.
You're good. You're all good, Granddad, as he reaches out and pats him on the shoulder.
You and Memory Ann got Thomas and Hale this weekend.
Yes, we do. It seems our parents are out of town.
Nerds. Not you two, them.
Carter laughs. I'm sure they're doing very non-nerdy things right now as he sort of shivers to himself.
They can go out of town as much as they want. I love having them. Hugging both of them.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Carter leans forward, and they just love hanging out with their favorite auntie and uncle, don't they?
Well, maybe Memory Ann will win an Oscar for, supporting role or something so she can actually go up on stage. What? Looking over at Benny. Actually get recognized. You know what I mean. Not now, Benjamin. Go ahead with the card.
Carter just sighs. He leans forward to Grandpa. Songwriters don't go up on the Hall of Fame stage. I'm trying my damnedest to get her on stage so she can actually get recognition like she deserves.
They have this ridiculous notion that we're going to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this year's induction. Nah, 10 years. There is the People's Choice thing, but your band's still relatively new, Carter.
I know. It definitely is new. Davine turns around and nods. Honestly, darlings, it's a non-issue. It's nothing to worry yourselves about, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think one day you'll be there with all the pro bono stuff you do. Absolutely. How was that concert you played for at the Cancer Foundation the other week?
It went wonderfully. We got to meet a lot of nice people. We raised forgive the language, but a shit ton of money for the Cancer Foundation. It was absolutely wonderful, wasn't it, honey?
Yeah, we're playing an early morning concert tomorrow, and then we'll be here to film, of course, but we have they invited us back. Guests of honor. Yeah, you'll get there in the Hall of Fame, but it ain't anything you gotta worry about anytime soon. And who knows, they'll maybe let her on stage.
Maybe, perhaps. Davine nodding to herself, completely not believing the words she just said.
The day will come, pointing at Carter with his boom mic.
Carter looks over at Benny. Yes, it will, Benjamin. Yes, it will.
Unc will, alright, rub Davine's shoulder. On to the next scene. As the Rainfalls will continue to film for the rest of the day, and we flash to the next morning. The steak and eggs made by Sol and Colt done, Sam and JJ not here. She'll be here. Setting Integra... Aunt Nicole said she must be set at the head of the table. So I'm doing what she said. Setting Integra at the head of the table.
Laz nods. She certainly enjoys being at the head, trust me.
She's gonna grow up to be like our mother, large and in charge.
Oh, most definitely. As he sort of picks at the steak and eggs and puts some up for Memory Ann to eat.
She'll take a bite. Well, guess they're not coming.
Sol clicks her tongue, looks at Colt. I'm sorry, honey.
I think they're gonna be here. Mr. Snuffles is here waiting up in our throne.
Carter looks over at Snuffles. You having a good time up there, Snuffles? King of the house?
Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Nodding his head. But Carter, he won't speak in Carter's head. He's not a big fan of Carter.
Carter nods. Damn good, Mr. Snuffles, damn good. He turns back around and shakes his head. That cat is a very interesting cat, I would have to say.
Oh, well, mother's first pet, first love. Now he's JJ's. So they're not coming. We can just eat. Looking at Soul.
Soul sighs. She looks at the door and then checks the time. Oh, what time did they say for people to be here?
They're only about 5 minutes late.
It's only about 5 minutes. I'm sure we can still wait for a bit more longer.
Gonna talk to your father about that anger and entitlement problem. I get it. I felt very entitled. I truly did. Told your father to choke on his spaghetti, and then I got down to the headhunters and realized, like, oh god, what a moron. Oh well, I'm gonna be a moron forever.
Soul sighs and nods. Yeah, no, trust me. I'm gonna talk to my father about it as soon as he gets back from his trip this weekend.
Ding. Going up, Jace seeing his woman.
Jace starts to clap as he sees Samantha enter into the room.
Just pass him down to me.
Okay, if you're sure, Sammy. As she'll pass Jace over to Elizabeth so she can take him.
She will take him and give him a kiss on the head there.
Jace smiles big at her and will lean forward and give her a kiss on the cheek.
Well, remember Anne playing with her fork? The first B Squad breakfast?
Carter nods. It looks delicious, guys. Thank you. You're welcome. It's She nods, looking at all of them. It's the least we could do for you guys. We all love you very much and just want to show at least a little bit of appreciation. Well, thank you. Carter starts to pick at the eggs and steak and puts them up to Marianne's mouth. Looks good, doesn't it, honey?
Looks awkward. I mean, yes! Biting into it, it is good.
Yeah, no, it looks extremely awkward as he himself starts to eat some of his food. Soul clears her throat, looks at Colt. Just nip it in the bud, right?
That's what everybody told you, but it's always easier said than done.
She nods. She stands up and walks over to Sam.
Getting some steak and eggs, putting it to Jace's mouth.
Jace takes a bite, takes the bite, and Soul puts a gentle hand onto Sam's seat and leans forward. Again, I'm really sorry, and I'm going to be getting, help with my father. Well, from my father, I should say. I promise you, and she hugs around her. I do love you, and I do appreciate all that you do for me, Sammy, okay?
She'll hand Jace over to his arch nemesis and stand up and hug. Apology accepted. Just accept mine for saying some rather unsavory thing.
Well, I'm the one who said the unsavory things first.
Calling you a disgrace was somewhat of a low blow.
She laughs. Well, it can't be a low blow if it's somewhat true, right?
Only slightly. Hugging her tight. Sorry.
She laughs. It's okay, You're a really good person, and I love you a lot, Sam, and what I said about me thinking you're really cool is also very true.
So it's just the stress of this job starting to wear me down.
She holds her hands tight. I know you'd probably much rather do it with Laz, but the offer stands that if you ever want to go out and do something, I'm always up for it with you, okay?
Absolutely. You can always tag along with me and Laz, you and Cole.
She smiles. I might just have to take you up on that one.
It's been wearing me thin since the oil rig. Letting Soul go and putting her forehead on Soul. Like really wearing me. Not thin, down.
She'll take
And I
Sam's
don't
hand.
like it, because I don't think I'm supposed to break, but it got me.
She takes Sam's hands and rubs them slightly, looks at them, and then makes eye contact with her. It's okay to break. It's normal for people to break. I feel closer to you when I saw that, you know? She shrugs. It was a natural human reaction, Sam. And she leans in closer. It was a very bad situation. I'm sure all of us were breaking down at that point. You don't have to hold yourself to a higher standard, you know? You're human just like us. It's okay. And we're family, too, so we're all the more understanding about it.
She'll hug Soul again. I'm just tired.
She pets the top of Sam's head.
It's been a year of doing nothing. No breaking until every last one of those cocksuckers is dead.
And I'm gonna hold you to that, okay? And you know what? You're gonna hold me to the same exact standard.
Especially that bitch with the railgun.
Oh, that bitch, Fortune? Ugh.
Shot down the ship. Looking over at Laz. Not good times, feeding Integra.
Soul leans in close. Or the bitch who, hurt Colt? Oh, he's on the top of my shit list.
Or the guy who manipulated you. You're not responsible, even though when I was angry I said you were.
No, it's okay.
I would have been duped a lot quicker, I assure you, if it was JJ.
She smiles at Sam and pats her on the cheek.
I think we all would. Thank you. Thank you!
I think we all would have been duped.
Get fucking Ricky here, put him in your shoes, he'd say the same.
Elizabeth nods. I would have been duped, most definitely, if I was put in your position where Benny was paralyzed and everything like that.
A good moment. Smiling, looking at them hug. Well, I think that drama's solved, Carter. Scratching his head.
God, thank the Lord.
Bing. Oh, God! Are you seeing her father? Sam, huh? Turns around in shock, letting go of Soul, because she heard Memory Ann's loud, exclamation of, oh God. Oh no. Covering Integra's eyes!
Gotcha. As he, screws on an air canister to the paintball gun that he's holding and loads some paintballs into it. You took my goddamn eye. Was that dumb ass bird attack? He points the gun right into the wrist computer's camera. Here's how it's gonna go now. Since you took away my eye and Scar's eye, we're taking away both of yours, mate.
Father, what is wrong with you?
What's wrong with me, Memory Ann? What's wrong with me is that motherfucker's bird took away my eye.
It was a falcon, Father. Aunt Sasha got it out of the building.
Well, thank God for the Ranger General. Because somehow she managed to do it when two members of the fucking unit couldn't. It's because Carter has our number. Well, I'll tell you this much, Memory Ann. You don't gotta worry much about him anymore, because I got his number as well. I'm gonna kill him. I swear to Christ I will. But before then, I'm gonna make the fucker blind and have to wear 2 eye patches.
Clive hanging up with Carter. Benny's just in shock, fork almost about to fall out of his hands. Hale was pointing and laughing at him the whole time. Oz... I like to imagine Integra knows she needs to see it, so Integra moved Oz's hand so she could look at it.
Yeah, she took his hand, took it down, and just was shaking her head the entire time the call was going on.
Colt holding Rebecca close to him, so he didn't drop her. He almost dropped her, but he just pulled her right up to him.
Rebecca laughing and clapping, looking at her father.
What the hell? Sam looks back. Did somebody screenshot that? I did. Remember Ancest pulling up the final frame of the video?
Carter pointed at it, starting to laugh. He has a goddamn eye patch on.
A bird took his fucking eye? Like,
The bird. He still had his eye when he was, laying behind the counter and we came to pick him up, right?
yes, he was fine. I mean, he had some scratches on his head, but oh well. And so did Uncle Scar. There's some fur missing. But
Other than that, he was perfectly fine.
Sam, letting go completely of Soul, sitting down, just blankly staring at Clive.
Staring at the picture of Clive, but goes back and sits down next to Colt, never taking her eyes off the picture.
Good job. Kissing her on the cheek. Just like you handled it with me, you handled it with her.
Yeah, thank you, honey. She leans over and kisses him on the cheek. I was not prepared for that shit.
You destroyed that man. Sam looking right at Carter. Like, you extinction leveled evented his brain.
Sam, respectfully, I think that's an understatement.
Like 10 times over. Look at the fucking deranged motherfucker. Sam starts laughing.
I basically time deity shadow raised that man's mind.
I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of intimidating when he first came on camera.
Laz laughing. I was even intimidated by the air canister hiss when he inserted it into the paintball gun.
Just walking around. I guess he has his wrist computer on a selfie stick, pointing at the picture.
I guess he does. He called me and then quickly extended the selfie stick so he could get that kind of view on him.
Oh, it's a new era of father. Punished father.
Punished father, indeed.
It's the same fucking eye patch they used for his stupid Solid Snake photo.
Oh my god, it is! Elizabeth pointing at the picture. It's even more funny. He has it on the wrong side of his face as compared to the Solid Snake picture.
I don't understand. How does it get worse? She points back to the picture. Every time you think they plateau, they find a way to get worse.
I think it's gonna get worse before it ever gets better, honey.
Good God. Stroking Rebecca's little head with his hand.
Rebecca's still laughing and clapping. She looks at her father. Idiot.
Big idiot.
Big idiot.
Thomas. Hale putting her hand over her eye.
Thomas acts like he's holding the gun. Hail. As he acts like he's screwed in an air canister. That was so stupid.
I know you stole my locket, which is clearly around my neck.
I know. He leans in close. You stole my heart, baby.
So much so that you'll kiss me.
Right on the lips. As he leans in and gives her a kiss on the lips.
Good Lord. He should be studied. He's gonna live forever. He should be studied for eons on mental health and the effects of PTSD can have. I don't think there's anything left to study. Looking at the photo!
Yeah, Benny, sweetie, I think his brain is mush at this point, bud.
It's like that crater in New Mexico, the whatever they call that crater. His head is like 80 of those, basically. Just nothing left. Gone. Sitting down next to Laz.
No wildlife, nothing. In fact, I would dare to say that if Aunt Icy just read his mind right now, she wouldn't even see the Gigamaxed Pikachu Clive ego right now. It would just be complete empty space.
But how does it get worse? Looking back at the...
Well, that's sort of what happens in an echo chamber, right? It just echoes and echoes and echoes until it gets, well, the worst it can, and then it gets even worse than that.
Sam leaning her head on JJ's shoulder. Did they say Carter took Scar's eye? Was it the Ice Takuno that took Scar's eye or something else?
I'm not sure. I think they mean that Ice Takuno took Scar's eye, but that means that Carter had his bird for I don't know, when Scar lost his eye, so at least like 45 years ago.
Do you think Clive would low-key be a decent villain if he was sane? He could channel that same pinching his chin energy.
Oh, most definitely. I could legitimately imagine him as a Bond villain, as an example.
If only he was sane. Shaking your head at the picture of Clive.
Oh, one could only hope, my love. One could only hope.
Well, I assume we'll be getting double the fruit baskets and fruit cakes, and efforts will be ramped up to seek vengeance upon Carter.
I can almost guarantee it. Carter looks down at the two kids. If Uncle Clive ever gives you two a fruit basket or anything of the sort, don't eat it, okay?
Hale nods her head at her uncle.
Good girl. You pets her on the head and gives her a kiss.
Sam gets some food on her fork and tries to put it in her mouth.
Jace puts his hand in front of her face.
She'll kiss his hand, put it down, and try to put the fork back in her mouth.
Right in front of her face again.
She'll kiss it again and forcibly put it down and move her fork in quicker, but not quick enough.
It's right in front of her face once again.
Jeez, I am hungry. Looking down at her, please. She tries one more time.
He's gonna try to put his hand in front of her face again.
He succeeds. The fork hits his hand. God damn it. What's Laz doing seeing this happen?
Oz can see her eyes start to twitch as she stands up. Jace! Rainfall! You stop it right now, young man! As he jumps up, looking over at his mother with a scared look on his face. Benjamin, bring my son to me.
Ding! Handing him over to Laz. There you go, Laz.
She picks him up. I'll be right back. As she takes him away from the dinner table and starts to spank him over and over and over again.
That's a good way to start breakfast. Good food, by the way. Smiling at Solid Cold.
Thank you, Sam. As she starts to eat some of the food herself.
Zintegra happily nods, eating her food, watching poor Jace get spanked. As all might be well in the B Squad world, but all is not well out at Area 51 as punished Clive approaches the gate.
He puts the key into the tumbler lock, twists it, and enters into Area 51. He looks around. It's all useless at this point. He walks in. Scar, give me some good news, please.
Commander, you're not in your hazmat.
What's the point of being in a hazmat suit when you've already lost everything?
Fair enough. He'll unzip his hazmat and reveal Mad Scientist Scar.
Clive puts a hand onto his shoulder. Give me some good news. Any kind of news, please, mate.
Well, the glider's coming along, and I've also started working on gear for Dr. Fredipus. I'm updating the Krell nose suit and Sam Stereo suit. We can't be the Sinister unit completely because Ash is dead, but we'll be a 5-man squad.
Diaska, I remember him well.
Yeah, crossing his arms, shaking his head. The glider's coming along. It's going to take me some time, though, because I'm still putting most of my efforts into gestures out to the dead rabbit. Most of my efforts into perfecting the, tertialized roofie strain. Laxative and stool softener. But she's crossing his arms, looking at it, coming along. Paintball bombs are ready to go. I'm sorry, pumpkin bomb.
Good, very good. Clive will pick one of them up and he'll look at him. These will work well against Carter or any of his lackeys that he might have, correct?
Sighing, coming over. They will. But you said the word lackey, so I got some bad news, brother.
Oh, God. Hit me with it. Rip it off like a band-aid.
You ever hear of the Universal Cancer Foundation?
I know of it, yes.
Turns out they're a shill organization for Carter. Carter's been going down there playing concerts off and on for the last 2 months. And apparently he's doing it pro bono and then donating money. You know what that means.
That son of a bitch.
They're in his pocket. Apostates of Carter, putting his hands in his lab coat.
Has he no decency? He's stealing from goddamn cancer patients.
They'll be leaving in about an hour to play a concert today. Can you believe that? And then they're coming back to film their shit-ass movie.
A shitty movie that's probably not going to win a single thing, let's be honest here.
It ought to be us starring in that movie. But either way, I can't let this stand. I'm sorry. I can't sleep at night knowing a non-profit organization is now in Carter's pocket. Who knows what type of nefarious deeds he's probably collecting all the charity money.
Clive puts his hands behind his back and stares at the glider. I'm starting to run this scenario through my head over and over and over, mate, and there's only one answer that I continuously come to. He turns around. We must mobilize, mate. Mobilize the Clive Goblin and the Scorpion coming along.
I'll be right behind you. I ain't gonna stand for apostates of Carter masquerading as a non-profit.
No, I won't either. He shakes his head. We have to do something about it, and, well, I think it's time to dust off the old glider, don't you think, mate?
Scar nods his head, runs his paw across the glider's incomplete wing. Yes, sir, I do. And I'm not trying to step out of bounds, sir. But I have a plan. After we deal with the apostates of Carter.
Let me hear it, mate.
Operation Snatch and Grab. Just like we did in the Horn of Africa. We snatch Memory Ann one night out of her bed. Prior to doing so, we plant roofie bombs. This gas I have now will work fine. It's not fast acting, but we plant X-Lax bombs around the city. Hold the city hostage, same one that cocksucker Hunk grew up in. Hold the city hostage, capture Memory Ann. Draw Carter out into our trap. The Sinister Unit. Operation Snatch and Grab.
I love the way your mind thinks, Scar.
I don't want to kidnap Memory Ann. No harm would ever come to her on my watch. But we will need to roofie her and kidnap her to draw Carter out, because you know Carter is not going to let any side piece get away from him. And that's all Memory Ann's ever been to him, a side piece. I'm sorry to tell you.
Clive puts his hands out and puts them right onto Scar's shoulders. We're gonna be the goddamn heroes of the lane, mate, if we go through with this. You understand that, right?
With Operation Snatch and Grab, we'll have our revenge for your eye. And mine.
And your eye, mate. And we're gonna kill the damn bird while we're at it.
And cut!